Hi everybody, welcome on in. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through and hanging out with me today. I'm gonna keep working on this game that I've been trying to make. It's about being an alien and you're invading Earth. And wow, that's interesting. I'm surprised that in this world of the game that they ask people to leave a like on a video. It's kind of surprising, but there you go. I mean, look, it's out of their mouth. I'm not saying it, although I would say it because it helps people find this content, and I really appreciate it. So yeah, well said, people in the game. But really, seriously, what is going on here? So I need to set up these dialogue boxes for these human characters in the game, because as I said, you play as the alien, and that's the alien right there in the middle, looking all around, doing all its stuff. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, yeah, that's the alien. It has no limbs, as you may have noticed. That's right, Kai, that's right. All the other stuff. Welcome, Kai, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, Frank. Normally the game is moving forward. It is a runner type game, and you are tasked with abducting humans. And some of those humans you're supposed to abduct, and some of them you're not. Although you can abduct any of them. We don't really have much of a choice right now, so we're gonna do that. So as you can see, I got some limbs. I lost one because I just ran into something. So this alien is a bit limited in its limbs. It's limited. So if I eat another human, I'm gonna grow some bigger limbs, except for on the left. Maybe you kind of get how it goes. You heal 1 hit point on each limb, and the limbs have 2 hit points, and they get bigger the higher the hit points are. So let's get that left arm nice and big. And yeah, no, okay, so that wasn't the abduction. That was just eating. Yes, but we will do the abduction, so I'll show you that. Because you gotta have some limbs, because you don't have limbs, you can't place them into the abduction orb that descends from the sky. And there you can see the abduction is going up. Now you might notice what's also going up is my evil. Yeah, because I'm just eating a bunch of innocent humans. And in this game, there's going to be a moral question posed, and it's going to affect the game and stuff like that, including the story and whatnot, but mostly just the gameplay. So there are some evil enemies. This is one I just spawned in. It's a helicopter. It's currently shooting at me, and I will die. If your head dies, then you lose the game. And it's got like a roguelike-ish feature where you will have to start completely over if you die. So I'm gonna destroy this helicopter here. I got his windows knocked out. Give it one more hit, and look at that! A person parachutes down, and this person is in camouflage. That's how you know that they're actually evil. It is almost like real life. And so I did not manage to abduct it, but my evil did not go down. So you kind of have to make this decision. Do you want the game to be easier? Then you want to focus on the humans who are evil. Do you want the game to be harder? Well, then maybe you should just go for all the innocent people and find out what happens. So anyway, so what am I working on today? I come here, I work 6 to 11 hours, quite a range, but it's true, to try to get this game done. I love sharing that process with you guys, and if you're watching this after the live stream, feel free to skip around to see what we get up to, because it's gonna be a lot. Usually at the end, I try to do a recap of all the things that happened. Welcome, Cheetos Plays, good to see you. So today, what I want to work on is these dialogue boxes that appear. Now, right now, they're actually gone, so I'm just gonna let the helicopter take my life. Hopefully that doesn't bug out. It didn't. Sometimes it does. Great. Awesome. So I died. You can see I got a few progress points. That lets you unlock skins as you get more progress, so every abduction you get counts towards that progress, even if you die, and then you can unlock more skins. I don't have many unlocked here, but there are quite a few more, and they're awesome. But we just have a few right now, because I'm just playing it for real. Welcome, Gamer Therapy. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. So I want to show you what we're working on today. So if you have not done anything evil, if you're on level 1, and if you haven't yet acquired empathy, then you will get this empathy event. And that's what's right here saying leave a like. That's what that is, right? So, right now, oh, I spawned a helicopter and I'm gonna die. Oh, crap. Oh no! Death is me! Okay, hold on. Let's actually just start this over. It's crazy. Hold on, we'll get there. It's crazy this game has been in the making for over a year. It has been in the making for about a year. I don't know if it's over a year, but yeah, pretty much. I know. It takes long. The games take a long time when you're just one person working by yourself. Yum, 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 bad human. I know it, right? So I am going to make a quick change here. So this is the empathy event. This happens, again, level 1, haven't gotten anything evil, have not acquired any empathy yet. If you have empathy, that means the game is going to be easier, but also more corrector. It's the intended way to play the game. So here we're going to mark this human as an enemy right now, so that way I can actually acquire it. The reason why I wasn't marking that as an enemy is because yesterday I was trying to set up a way for it to happen like normally, or in a different way, but it didn't work out. We'll get there. Why are emojis bouncing around? Yeah, so it's people who are members. Members can get emojis bouncing around. However, there's a bug with my emoji bouncing software, and unfortunately, but maybe fortunately, moderators can also access the emoji wall. So Frank is quite the user of emojis, so that's where you're seeing those. But members of the channel, there's a join button below if you're interested. Members of the channel get guaranteed emojis bouncing around. So something to think about. There's a lot of other benefits. For example, I'm going to sing songs. Is that a benefit? I don't know, but it's something that's going to happen. We got a few members in the house. Once I get this intro through, I'm going to make sure we get everyone their songs. I actually have a new overlay for member songs that I'm really excited to show you. Yeah, okay, so now one of these is an enemy. All right, so if you meet all those conditions, right? Level 1, haven't done anything evil, haven't acquired any empathy yet, it's at 0, then an empathy event will spawn. And this empathy event is how you actually gain empathy. Otherwise, you can't get it, and it's like a key component of the game. Or you say, forget it, I don't want it, and then you never get this empathy event again. So, this is going to be two people arguing, all right? So the person on the right, in this case, is an enemy. The person on the left is an innocent person. And the person on the right is going to be saying things like, you're gonna die, and the person on the left is like, please, I'm innocent. And the person on the right's like, I don't care, I hate you. The person on the left is like, but I didn't do anything wrong. And then you as the player are going to like recognize that and like figure out that, you know, maybe you should do the right thing. But maybe you won't do the right thing. That's up to you as the player. So if you do the right thing, check out what's gonna happen. You ready for this? Watch the center of the alien. Look at this. Blah, blah, blah. What do we got? We got a heart, baby. And empathy has increased by 1. So you get this nice little heart in the center of your character, and that means you now have empathy. But just like the limbs, the arms, and the legs, and the head, it has 2 hit points. So we get 1 more empathy event. So before I said that the empathy event only happens if you're on level 1, if you haven't done anything evil, and if you don't have empathy yet. Well, there's a second empathy event, and that depends on all of those being true, except you haven't yet gotten the second empathy event as well, is part of that. So, we're gonna keep moving, and another one's gonna come. By the way, the player can't pause like that. That is something only I can do because I'm the developer. But the game will be constantly moving for the player. You love his I mean, you know, one day they might fix the bug, and then you won't have them anymore, which is really sad, but I'm really glad that you get to have them. So we have another one here. Oh, I missed it. Dang it. I tried to rescue the human, but I missed it. That's okay. So let's try to actually get it this time. I lost a leg in the process. Oops. All right, so there's another empathy event because if I do something evil, this won't appear. Okay, here we go. Grab it. Yes. Oh, I dropped it. Yeah, so it's not easy, and I'm not great at games. So there you go. I'm gonna cheat for myself because I'm the developer. I should be willing to cheat. Oh god, because I'm like hiding them in like a difficult spot. Actually, I didn't cheat. I did it. Nice. So I'm gonna abduct this one and watch. The heart is gonna grow, and empathy is gonna go up to 2. Nice. So now we have full empathy, and this is going to change like how the game plays and stuff. But really, what I'm focusing on today is setting that up, right? I want the dialogue between those two in the empathy event to actually say the things like, I hate you, you're gonna die, or please don't hurt me. I want those dialogues to pop up, and I started setting them up yesterday, but I didn't quite get to test it and actually get it implemented. So I need to fix the bugs to make that work, and stuff like that. And I'm gonna also try to like animate the scenes so they like, you know, talk to each other and stuff, or run around and interact with each other and stuff. I'm pretty excited about that. So that's what I'm going to explore today, is getting that empathy event set up proper, and things like that. So thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you, and I'm going to get started pretty soon here. Cheeto says, what membership is £1? I don't know. Is it? I think it is it. I don't know what the conversion rates are there, but I think it's like $3 in US dollars. So yeah, it's not much. It's not much. We're not asking for a lot. It's just a little support for the channel. Yeah, there's game jams tomorrow, every Friday. Every Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, baby. We do them. As long as you can give us a game that is embeddable in the browser, then you are more than welcome to join into the game jam. Yeah, absolutely. Every single Friday. We will never stop doing game jams. Thanks, Frank. It's very kind of you. Yeah. Still every Friday. That's right, Kai. All right, so... yeah, you can just hang out, right? Of course. Oh my gosh. Of course. No expectations to join in the jam. Look at that one big arm. All right, guys. So let's see what my task is today specifically. More specifically, I'm gonna unmark this as an enemy because that is supposed to be handled. You got better at coding? Nice. That's supposed to be handled in this beast of a freaking dictionary that I made yesterday. It is a monster, it is disgusting, and it is what's gonna happen, and there's no going back now. And so there's gonna be different empathy event scenes. So one might have the person saying, you're gonna die, I hate you. The other one's like, please don't hurt me. But then maybe the other scene is saying like, where's your family? The other one's like, I'm not telling you. And then they're like, you tell me right now. And they're like, please don't tell. I know. It's, I know. It's very scary, and we're just gonna have to live in that today a little bit. So those are different scenes that have different dialogue, and the dialogue appears in different ways, right? So here you can see that we have like this speech bubble here. It can either have a tail on the left or a tail on the right. All of that is, you know, figured out in the moment, scene by scene. And so then there's also different text. So there's like text on the top, there's text on the bottom. So there's a couple different sizes on the bottom. Here, there's a small one on the bottom and a large, leave a devlog, right? So there's like a large text on the top and there's a small text on the bottom, basically. If you pick the scared one, you lose empathy. Correct. Exactly, and you actually start to gain evil. You'll lose empathy until you get to 0, and then you start gaining evil. And the more evil you have, the more difficult the game is gonna be. Like, the enemies will be stronger, the innocent humans will start actually turning against you and attacking you. You won't get access to special upgrades in between levels, so it's just gonna keep punishing you and making the game harder and harder as long as you're continuing to become evil, basically. And yeah, exactly. If you pick the scare. If you skip the thing entirely, you just won't get empathy. It'll just be sitting at 0. That's basically like playing the game on normal mode, is kind of the way I'm thinking about it here. Yeah, you're picking your side, light or dark. So then there's also another size that is multi-line small, and it just has like multiple lines of kind of small text. No benefit for picking the bad side. That's correct. Absolutely correct. The only possible benefit is that maybe there'll be like a Steam achievement or something, right? That you like beat the game without any, or like evil. You beat the game as evil. That may be a thing, but other than that, no benefit for picking the bad side. I don't know if I feel like that might be too hard to beat the game as evil. I don't know if that's actually going to be an achievement, but yeah, technically, you're going to be punished. You will definitely be punished for playing the game evil. All right, so. Yeah, so that's kind of just generally how this works. Yeah, maybe, we'll see. And what I needed to do was get this all to feed in there. So in each of these scenes, there is whether the enemy on the right or the person who's standing on the right in that event. This is crazy, guys. Buckle up, all right? Buckle the frig up. So we've got a person on the left and a person on the right in that that empathy event, okay? So that much is true. And we have, which one is the enemy? Is it the one on the right? If it is, that's true. Which one speaks first in the dialogue? So then there's a Boolean for that. And then that one isn't really used as much. It's more like personal noting, truth be told. So then there's the dialogue for the innocent person, and there's the dialogue for the enemy. So we've got dictionaries and dictionaries and dictionaries and dictionaries here. So the innocent dialogue, we've got line 1, line 2, line 3, so it was line 3, yeah. So there's going to be 3 lines back and forth, right? So in this, and then there's the enemy. So let's just go over what this would be like, right? So I know this is crazy, guys. I told you to buckle up. I wasn't kidding. So here, the right is first, the enemy is not first, so the innocent person speaks first. So the first line will be, I did nothing wrong. And then the enemy is going to say, stop resisting. You can see here that this one is a multi-small, all right? Dialogue top. I know, guys, this is nuts, but like this is what it is going to be, and that's just the world that we live in today. So this would be like, I did nothing wrong, right? That would be kind of what that looks like. But then for this one, it says stop resisting top and bottom, right? And then true is set for top large, and true is set for bottom small. So top large, bottom small. So if we come back over here, it's stop resisting, right? So that means top large is going to be stop, and then bottom small is going to be resisting, right? So that's kind of how that's going to work. And it needs to know which label do I put the text in, what text do I put in that label, and which ones do I hide because they don't need to be visible. And it has to do that for every single line. Each is switching between them all. So, and then there's an animation player. I know, guys, this is nuts. There's an animation player down here at the bottom that has functions that are being called. So if, for example, in scene 1, the person on the left speaks first, it's going to call a method that says run the dialogue left line 1. Then run dialogue right line 1, then run dialogue left line 2, and stuff like that. And then in the same animation player, I'll add in like them moving around, whatever. Maybe one like does like this and they go, there'll be some kind of like animations there, and that'll be put in the same animation player. And this is supposed to choose when those dialogues happen. And then what it's going to do is it's going to call these functions right down here. So dialogue left 1. The only difference between each of these functions is it just feeds in line 1, line 2, line 3, basically keys in the dictionary overall. And, whether whether the person that's speaking is on the right. I don't remember which the right that is, but yeah, I think that's the enemy. I don't even remember. But that gets fed into this massive behemoth of a monster function. And so it's taking the line so it knows which line is being read, and then whether the dialogue box is on the right or not. That's what it is. So is it the dialogue box on the right or is the dialogue box on the left? And then it runs through a lot of this. I haven't even got to test any of this yet. I wrote all this yesterday. So in theory, this should plug in all of the text to the correct top large, top small, bottom small, multi-line, all that stuff. It should feed all of it in there. But I haven't gotten to that point because I didn't actually set up my variables correctly. So it's not finding the labels in here in the way that I actually need it to. So I need to go and debug that, and then we can see if that monster of code is working, and then sort all that out, hopefully get it going, see what the dialogue is like, change the pacing if necessary, change the animations, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a lot. But I'm excited and I'm optimistic that it can get done. Welcome, DNF Dead. Good to see you. Thank you for the like and the well wishes. I appreciate it. Thank you for the congratulations. Yes, we're at 2,000 subs. Super grateful to all y'all for that. We're low and slow. We're slow and steady. You know what I'm saying? We're just growing a little bit at a time, just the way I like it. So thank you. I appreciate it. We're getting there. You guys help make that possible. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well, DNF. All right, let's get those member songs out of the way. I do be singing songs to members. Hopefully you guys are actually here. I apologize if you have left by now. But I don't like to do member songs early on in the intro. So I do have something fun and special, by the way. Yeah, you know, whatever. I'm not, again, I like going slow and steady. That's the way I like to grow. Oh yeah, I need to switch to live chat, not top chat. We can't be living in that top chat world. We want everybody's messages here. Unless they're naughty. You've been unwell recently. Can't get rid of your chest infection. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, man. Oh, sending you good vibes. Sending you good vibes. Healing energy, DNF. Healing energy. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Alright, so I'm gonna play one of these songs that I feel like I can sing to, and we'll just let the music go for the rest of everything. Alright, let's see, we've got a couple songs to sing, so I might want to do one that isn't too short. Let's try this one. Yeah, of course. Alright. Yeah, you remember. Alright, member song time. Who's the members in the house? We got Gamer Therapy, may or may not still be here, and Kai. Alright, so we know Kai's still here. Let's do it. Check this out, guys. What? It's member song hype! Kai, I'm saying hi to Kai. Kai, me on. Kai is putting me on to some support in this channel. Oh, I'm saying hi to Kai who put some support to me on this channel. Thank you for putting me on to having support in this channel. Oh, Kai, I'm saying hi to you. I'm saying hi to Kai and we're singing a song cause you put me on. Oh, Kai. I'ma say hi to Kai cause you put me on to some support for this channel. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a song for Kai. Now I gotta sing a song for Gamer Therapy. For Gamer Therapy. Gamer wants to have some therapy. And you know how they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it playing games. How else are you gonna get therapy if you don't play some games? If your name is Gamer Therapy. Oh yeah, Gamer Therapy's getting some therapy by playing games. Getting some therapy by playing games. You don't have to go see a doctor. You just gotta put in the game cartridge. The cat knows that it's true. The cat knows that's all you gotta do. You don't gotta go see a doctor. Just gotta plug in the game cartridge. If you're the Gamer Therapy, that's the way you feel better today. Oh yeah, Sean is here. Sean is here, and this is my song for Sean. If you're wondering what the S stands for in Sean, it stands for song. Sean song, this is my Sean song to you, Sean. Oh Sean, I appreciate you for coming on through. Sean's not gone, Sean's not gone. Sean is right here and I'm singing to you. Sean's song, that's what this is. I'm singing a song to Sean, yeah. Thank you, Sean, for being here and not gone. Oh, Sean, you're coming around. I'm giving you a song cause your name is Sean. This is the way it's gonna be forever. I don't know. Alright, there's the member songs, guys. Wow, that guy was scary at the end. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. I really appreciate you all so very much. Alright, I know that was embarrassing. We do what we gotta do to support the people supporting this. So that's what happened. Alright, let's let the music go. It's a nice vibe. I appreciate it. Keeps me motivated. And we got a cat joining us. Like, who could complain? Everything is good. Alright. So, what was the problem with all this? So, what makes all of this run forever? So, I really want to make sure... That's up to you, Sean, if you think about it. Alright, so this animation here, I've actually commented it out. And this is what makes everything work, is that animation player runs those functions that tries to put the dialogue into the game. And we're gonna get an error right away, so I gotta go sort that out and figure out what's going on here. So, let's update our task. I'm gonna say, figuring out why variable is not getting set up good. Wow, that is a task. That is one way to type a task. I did it. So I'm gonna comment this back in, which is going to cause some problems, but that's okay. We want the problems. The problems are what we... Sorry, when the cat jumps off my chair, it creates some kind of like static electricity current that makes my microphone turn off. I don't know why. And then I have to reset the microphone. Dude, it's literally every single time the cat gets up on here and jumps off the chair, the microphone resets. Like, what is that? It is because the wire is not there. It's not like he's jumping on it. It's just like some kind of static electricity, some invisible freaking atoms and molecules that are just sabotaging everything. So weird. All right. So, yeah, so we're gonna make sure we comment that in... I don't know if I need... Do we have the canvas layer being made visible? I'm not sure, I don't remember, so we're just gonna make it visible. So let's just run it and let's just find what error we're gonna get. I don't feel like figuring it out first. I just want to see the error. I want to be shown the error. Please. I can handle it. We know it's going to happen. Now, ideally, my goal is that we have all kinds of messages coming in on those dialogue boxes. But I don't even get to that far. I know, isn't that so weird? It's so weird. It creeps me out a little, just like invisible, there's just invisible things that just are all around us. Waves of all kinds. But it's too consistent, whether the cat jumps off on one side or the other side, it's just like no matter what, if that fur ball is contacting the chair and then gets off, we get in trouble. All right, so interesting. I actually have to say, I'm kind of curious wait a minute. Can we move the camera around in here? Yeah, we can. What is it? What did it load in? If anything. Wow, this is a long way away. That's quite a journey. Oh my goodness. I'm just curious, like, what the text is on here. That would be very interesting to see. So they're both saying stop resisting. That's surprising. Because that's not what I have typed in on here, is it? On any of these. Oh, it's literally what I have typed in on here. Okay, never mind. So that's actually not that surprising. Okay, good to know. Anyway, so it did load those in, but invalid assignment of property key visible with value type bool on a base object of nil. All right, so let's go back to our script over here. It's a cat. They're gonna rub. They're gonna get a lot of static. I know. I know it. Okay, so let's look at these stack variables. What do we got going on down here? Yeah, that's definitely what happened. Aliens subducted in it. That's the most likely outcome. I mean, we're tampering with alien lore. It's only natural that they should get involved. So human left. So I have all these variables up here. It finds human left, it finds human right, it finds the animation. What it doesn't find is the dialogue left and the dialogue right. Now, I was on readying these yesterday, but that wasn't working, and that makes sense. So here's part of the way this works. The human itself checks to see... Let's see if I can find that code. Stop resisting, just play this game! Let's see, empathy, here we go. So this human will detect, am I a part of an empathy event? That's a whole variable that's on here. Am I a part of an empathy event? If I am, then I am going to spawn or instantiate a dialogue in scene node onto myself. That's this right here. So that is this 3D sprite that has the 2D viewport of stop resisting on it, or 2D viewport of stop resisting on it. So it does that once the human becomes like available in the scene, and it knows that it's an empathy event. I'm trying to stop resisting not fixing this code, but I gotta do it. Welcome times. So it's gonna add that child, and then I have this signal that I created yesterday. And the signal says that the empathy event is ready. So what this is supposed to do is, if we come back to the empathy event script, if I just go here, will it come up? Nice. So I've connected empathy event ready on here. All right, Kai, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you for supporting the channel, the oldest member. Thank you so much for being here. It means the world, Kai. Okay, turn this off. Good. So now that runs right here on empathy event ready. And what that's supposed to do is say, okay, now, because okay. So what was happening yesterday is I was on readying the dialogue stuff like right away. I don't know. Now that doesn't really make sense to me. Now that I think about it, if that's being, well, no, because the empathy event happens first, right? Yeah, the empathy event happens first because the human says, oh, look, I'm in an empathy event, right? So it only knows that it's in an empathy event if the empathy event has happened first. So the empathy event happens, then the human says, I'm in an empathy event. And before, what was happening is I was on readying the dialog boxes, but the dialog boxes didn't exist yet, I'm pretty sure. Why would they exist? Doesn't make sense, because the empathy event existed. Do I need to draw this? I think I need to draw this. I think that's gonna make my life easier. I have to do that for myself. So we're gonna bust out the old Excalidraw. That's the right thing to do. Okay, that's kind of related, but not exactly it. But I'll borrow this, thank you. So we want to say there is the empathy event that occurs, right? And then after that, there is the dialogue, or yeah, dialogue spawns. And this is actually on the human. So we got human, on the human, the dialogue spawns. Okay. Just bring all that together. Good. Empathy event happens, and the dialogue spawns. The empathy event actually has the human in it as well. So actually, that's not when the dialogue spawns. The dialogue spawns because the human. So the empathy event spawns the human spawns the dialogue. And then I need to tell the empathy event. So let's actually change this a little bit. I'm gonna make a big box here. I'm gonna actually be removing this, putting that up here. Truly, what's happening is then we say empathy or function text dialogue is updated. Let's say that. I'm almost thinking I might need to change where I put some of this stuff, but we'll see. I don't know. Alright, so the empathy event happens, it spawns the human, then the dialogue spawns from the human, and then the dialogue is saying, hey, empathy event, now update the dialogue. Which seems like that should make sense, but for some reason it's still showing up as nil. Because again, we have the dialogue in here that we're just setting, we're not on readying it, we're just vaguely saying, hey, there's a canvas layer called dialogue left and dialogue right. There are some labels, VBox container and all that stuff. Like that all is existing in theory, but you don't have to worry about it yet. Until the empathy event ready happens. So on the human, we emit it. As soon as that instantiates, we're emitting that event. And then what should be happening is that on empathy event ready should run. We'll have to double check to make sure these things are running. And then it's going to try to do this. Now it is trying to say, says invalid assignment of property or key visible. So it's getting all the way down to update dialogue. Update dialogue is happening, again, when the animation, I think I see what the problem is. The animation is playing in the ready function. So that doesn't make sense. That can't be. How can that? That's incorrect. So I need to actually move when the animation plays, because that's not even accounted for on my drawing here. But because where that's happening is that's actually this. So what's happening is it's trying to like do that right away. Stop with your curved arrows. So it's trying to update the dialogue right away. Even though, yes, I'm doing it from here, I'm also doing it right at the beginning, which is incorrect. So we need to get rid of that. I need to move this to the empathy event ready. That should help, right? That should help. All right, empathy event ready. We're gonna say play well, I would say even after you set up those variables, right? That would be ideal. Okay, so that is no longer known. Where do we set up chosen event? In the ready, right up there? Yeah. So we're doing empathy events, empathy event. So I think what we need to do is change this to chosen event. All right. Let's see what error comes up now. So that's one step maybe in a right direction. Doesn't mean that we're going to be just waltzing into success, but I think that logically it makes sense that animation should not start right at that point. So let's sort it out then. Takes a while. It's a big game. It's a big game. Guys, I'm still so excited for the point where I'm just making levels. All the mechanics, making levels, fixing bugs. I think that's gonna be so fun. Or like chill. It'll be chill. All right, nice, no errors. Okay, but we do have some problems. So they're just saying stop resisting. One good thing is happening is it's making the one on the right an enemy. That is no longer, as far as I remember, being set in the scene. Yeah, so the one on the right is not being marked as an enemy, so it's only getting that information from the dictionary. So that's good. It's getting that information from the dictionary that this is the enemy on the right, and it's setting it in there. So there's some things that would be helpful. It'd be helpful to have printed what scene is occurring. That would be really, really, really nice. I would like to see that. Stop resisting. It's I mean, I know, like seeing them both yelling stop resisting at each other is it's like a meme. And now you're saying it too. Just everyone yelling stop resisting at each other. Oh man. Not very effective if one person has the gun. Alright. So yeah, it'd be really helpful to see what scene is printing. Also, are there a couple more errors than usual? No. I don't think so. It is, I know, it's the Spider-Man meme. You stop resisting, you stop resisting. So I'm gonna say we want the chosen event to print. Let's say that right here, print we'll say is empathy event colon and then chosen event. So it should say like scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, scene 4, whichever. That'll be very helpful. Now why wouldn't the text be updating? So I guess what I'd like to know, there's a lot of questions I have. Let's say, like, along the way in this function, it just tells us different things. So I'm gonna have it tell us things right here. So if it's a multi-line, we're gonna say print multi-line, and I guess we need to know who said it, technically. Is right. So let's say multi-line. Let's do it this way. We're gonna say, okay. I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out how I want to do this. I'm gonna say right is right. Multi-line, and then I want it to say the line of dialogue that it's supposed to have. Yeah, so we should be able to just say dialogue top, and that should just give us the line of dialogue if I've done this correctly. And then over here, this is a whole other mess and a half. On top true, on bottom. If on top, then do that. Right. This is tricky stuff. Spider. Spider. Yes. We weave a sticky web. We want to know if it's on the right. It's not multi-line. We'll just say top for now. I'm not going to worry about large and small. I might care about that at some point. But for now, let's just get that much. Right, and then we'll say bottom, dialogue bottom. Okay. Alright, let's see if it's at least trying to figure out what those are supposed to be. What's supposed to be on the top or the bottom for the person on the left or the person on the right. If that code is running, if it's even getting to that point, if it's not, why. Sort it out, stuff like that. It should be interesting. And then whether it works or not, I should look at the variables that are being set and stuff. Hopefully, I remember to do that. This should be interesting. It's a complicated setup here. Completely untested. Just coding without any testing whatsoever. All right, should happen quick. Oh, it printed nothing. Nothing printed. Ah, okay, well, there you go. That explains a lot. All right, so I'm gonna go, I don't think, it's just pausing it gonna give me, I think I need to do a breakpoint if I wanna see, there's stack trace. Let's see, pause it, nah, I think I gotta add a breakpoint. We could just slap a breakpoint in somewhere. Nah, whatever, screw it, let's just look at remote. So we're gonna go main scene, I need to find the one that has the empathy event on it. I should just add a breakpoint. You could literally just put it in like a process somewhere. Here, just drop it in. Just pop it in. Save yourself the headache. Okay. But you're on the wrong script, so that's not helpful. We need to be on the right script. So come to the empathy event. I don't think we have a process in here. Well, we're making one. Alright. So let's see what variables are set in here. We've got... Whoa. Abductee? What? Why would that breakpoint be on abductee? You don't want me to put in a breakpoint? Okay, so that didn't work. Well, I tried, didn't I? Fine, we'll go back to remote. I don't really know. I've never tried to do that before. I just thought it might work. It didn't. Maybe because pass is like passing, and it's like, I can't do a breakpoint on a pass. Whatever. We'll just find the one. So I'm going to keep making these not visible and visible until I find the right one. There we go. There it is. In this mesh instance here, near the bottom will be the empathy event. Add a break on a print. Yeah, right. I was like, you know, I probably could try that. But I just gave up. But I'll try it. I'll do it. All right, I'll do it. Print break. Yeah, I think it's the I feel like the problem, welcome dungeon. I feel like the problem is something, yeah, it's not working. I did do it though. I did do it, but it's not working. That's okay. It was a good vibe. Good to see Dungeon. Oh, Dungeon member now. Yes. We owe a member song to her. Let me just check this out. Please don't spam break everywhere. Okay, so there's the empathy event. We can look at the variables over here as well. Ah, see? Dialogue left. Dialogue right. They're not getting set. We aren't getting errors about them not being set. I wonder if that signal, is it even happening? That has to be what's going wrong. I don't think that signal is happening somehow for some reason. I've got a typo somewhere or something. So I want to print empathy event ready, and we'll see if that fires. If that doesn't fire, we'll know that it's not happening. All right, let's get Dungeon Martian a song. Can I sing in this one? Seems like it. Hopefully it doesn't have any surprise pauses in the music or anything weird like that. This one could be irregular, potentially. Dungeon Martian chilling in a dungeon. Dungeon Martian chilling in a dungeon. Crawl down to the dungeon to tell me that you can add a break on a print. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. Teaching me things that I need to know, yeah. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. You ain't no little youngin'. I know you're not, because you know things about Godot when you're telling it to me. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. I know that you're not a youngin', cause you got info to tell me. I appreciate you for that. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. Dungeon Martian crawling out the dungeon. We know she's not a youngin' because she got some information and stuff. There's a member song. I've determined you're not a youngin'. Thank you for always giving great advice, supporting the channel in all the ways that you do, and being a member. I really appreciate you. Sorry for that embarrassing song, and also thank you again. That song totally is a member song worthy one. I gotta add it to my list of approved member songs. Some of them are not so good. Wait, what was that one called again? I gotta look. Okay, I know what it's called now. Got it. Now imagining an alien poking their head out of a dungeon, shouting about breakpoints. Thank you! Thank you! Whoa! Wow! Was that a Martian? Oh my god. Should we raid that dungeon, guys? Or, I mean, it was helpful, right? So maybe not. All hail the hero of the dungeon. Wow. Alright, let's play it. See if we get that empathy event ready. I am almost certain we will not get empathy event ready, but I'd like to see it with my two own eyes. That would really explain a lot. I don't know, it's just all I can think of with Dungeon Martian's name. It's not all I can think of, but it's my favorite thing to think of. It's such an evocative username. Like, how did the Martian get in the dungeon? I mean, I do often wonder what the history of your username is. It's probably just you liked it, and so you named it that. But there's potential for good lore there. I would play that game. I think I have played that game. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Empathy event ready is not printing at all. Let's find out why. We're gonna go back to the human script. Why is that not happening? Dungeon was trying to do some D&D related stuff on Twitter, and Dungeon Martian was the name you settled. Oh, like Dungeons and Dragons, DM Dungeon Master, Dungeon Martian. You think I'm a Dungeon Master? No, I'm a Dungeon Martian. We're obviously in charge and in control of telling stories. Wow, goodbye, Walker. What would a Martian do to be cast in a dungeon? I mean, I do think about, because it's just a game I like a lot. I do think about Fallout. Was it Fallout 3? When you get the, like, alien DLC? And, like, an alien crash lands on the planet, on Earth. And then there's, like, a cave. That's kind of what I always see. Even though it's not really a dungeon. It's not really a dungeon. But basically there's like an alien blood trail that you follow into this cave. Because it crash lands. It's a damp cave. Hardly a dungeon. But it's still just like, what? Oh, is it Fallout 4? Oh, I guess that's Fallout 4. Sorry. And then there it is, isn't it? That's what I see in my brain. But I see more of like a true dungeon. I see this alien in its cave, but also like in more of a true dungeon. So one way an alien could get into a dungeon is it crash landed outside of it and crawled its way into the dungeon to hide before somebody came and stole its gun. And its clothes. Savage humans. Oh look, a dead thing! It's my opportunity to loot. Loot, 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 loot. Maybe destroying people's farms and eating people. Yes, that seems to be, apparently that's like a thing. So we know that it's getting instantiated, otherwise it wouldn't appear in the scene. That's the only way that the dialog box appears. So that's kind of what I'm confused about, but let's go ahead and print anyway. Print empathy event ready emitted. Granted, this isn't proving that it's emitted, but it's at least coinciding with the emission. I'm certain this is typed right. I remember auto-completing it. So I don't know what it's complaining about, why that wouldn't work. The only way that it doesn't work is like timing. I'm super confused. Back on the empathy event. Let's make sure I've connected that correctly. Empathy event ready dot connect on empathy event ready. That links right down to this function. And that exists, I know, because we're auto-completing it. So what's the problem? What's going on? I mean, is it so okay, we should see empathy event ready emitted. I don't know, maybe there was a typo and I didn't realize there was a typo. I feel like Godot would be like, hey, you have a typo, but whatever. I'm super confused. Is empathy event ready actually attached to a thing? Yeah, it is, so it's in there. The empathy event definitely spawns in. Because so the empathy event is being instantiated itself. For whatever that's worth. Now, there's often a lag spike. I think we can actually fix that lag spike by preloading it. Hacky preloading it. There, okay. Empathy event ready emitted twice, even. Twice! That makes sense because there's 2 humans who spawn dialog boxes. So it literally happens twice. Oh, but look! Oh, whoa! Whoa! This empathy event is spawning after the signal is emitted. You what, mate? How does that work? Okay, well, it doesn't, is what that does. Okay, good. Okay, that'll do it. Okay, cool. So back on the human script, I'm quite surprised. Oh, because add child is after. No, it's right there. So I'm confused because we instantiate it, we add the child, and then I emit the event. So to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's actually, okay, so I think my chart is wrong. I think my chart must be wrong here. Because the human is spawning the dialogue before the what is empathy event spawned? What is even that? I think we need to take a look there. Add empathy event, right, but what calls add empathy event? Pray tell. On the terrain controller, right, that makes sense. So append to far edge, so what this code is saying is that when the terrain block, the terrain chunk, the terrain section at the very end, okay, because remember the way this game is set up is there are a bunch of blocks, right? So there's, oh, that's that's a circle. So there's these, that's one terrain chunk, that's another terrain chunk, that's another terrain chunk. And these all move forward all the time. All the time they move forward. And as soon as they get past a certain point, another one is appended to the far edge. And that's how the game like works, the level moving towards the player. And so when the one that is on the far edge is a certain type of one, that is to say, if it's a block that is part of level 1, if you haven't unlocked empathy, if your empathy is less than 2, this is all the conditions I talked about earlier, basically. Once all those conditions are met for an empathy event to happen, it is going to assign that block that loads in at the end to be one that has an empathy event. It's going to make that empathy event active, and then it is going to run that add empathy event function. So that empathy event function, if we head back over here, set up the more good. Yeah. It definitely needs to be set up the more good. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm glad you get it, Glitched. I'm really glad you get it. Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So that's the wrong one. That's also wrong. There we go. So add empathy event, what that is going to do, did it spawn another after you move forward and a new chunk loaded? No. It only spawned one. So here it says empathy event spawned. So the reason why we see 2 empathy event ready emitted, because there's 2 humans. So what I'm trying to figure out is how the heck do the humans appear before the empathy event appears? What the heck is that? What is that? That is confusing me. But yeah, the empathy event is only spawning one time. It knows to only do it once. Amazingly. Probably because I told it to only do it once. I just forgot how. Glitch is currently aliving. Ah! Well done. The majority would consider that to be doing good. I like that answer. Relatable. I mean, not that I don't think aliving is good, but I appreciate the way you word it. You know what? I'm gonna point out 51 buggers. I know you are. Yeah, they're all fine. Don't worry. Most of them are like, oh, you didn't use that variable, or you didn't underscore delta, or, you know, it's mostly things I didn't, you know, oh, it's shadowing, you know, it's a bunch of crap like that. And then there's this, which is just doesn't, I don't even care, like, it's fine. Like, it's just at first it does it, and then right away it's like, oh, never mind, it's not empty anymore. So, like, whatever, I don't care. I mean, it's stuff to fix just to make it go away. This is something I'm probably gonna get rid of anyway, and I've like partially deprecated, but it's still kind of like there. So, which is what deprecated means, but it's like not correctly deprecated. So a lot of it's just like cruft. It's just like things that I need to like deal with that I haven't dealt with, that is just not really like ruining anything. It's just, you know, a little cleanup needed, that's all. Woke up on the green side. Do I know what that means? Okay. So, on the block, on that appended block at the end here, that is to say, this one, it adds the empathy event. So it sets up this marker array. Oh, right, because on the block, the side with grass, oh, grass is always greener. Oh, I woke up on the green side. So you're looking at the non-green side. Oh, that's very interesting. I like that. So the one, so what the way it works is, let's say we have not this block. We need a different one. This one. So this block has how many? Oh, this is not a block. That's a barn. That would be a barn. All right, this one has 3 empathy event markers on it. That is to say, 3 possible locations where an empathy event could occur. So either the empathy event will show up. We're not buried pushing up daisies. Whoa. The way you're like weaving metaphors together is tripping me out. So we've got empathy event there, empathy event there, empathy event there. So what it does is it creates an array of all the possible places where the empathy event could be spawned at. And then it picks one randomly. So that's how that works. Then it instantiates the empathy event. Now, what is the empathy event? The empathy event is that which contains the humans. The humans are right there. They only exist after the empathy event starts. And yet, somehow, they are emitting signals before the empathy event has spawned. You what? I don't understand, but I'm gonna have to figure it out. Really, really very confusing to me. Block.gd. So, it instantiates that event, it adds the child, it sets the position, and then it says empathy event spawned. Oh, well, I mean, unless, I'm not gonna say oh, like, I mean, you could, move this back here? Like, it's still so close. I don't think that's gonna suddenly be behind that. Okay, so in theory, the empathy event will then exist, thus then creating the humans. And the humans are then, in theory, at that moment, going to see that they are in an empathy event. Look at me, I'm in an empathy event. And then they are supposed to instantiate their dialogue boxes, their respective dialogue boxes, and add those as children, emit the event, and say empathy event ready, emitted. How are they happening early? I'm so confused by that. That is surprising. Not really sure what to do about that. I guess I need to like, I just want to see it again. I just want to see it happen again. I want to see how soon before empathy event spawned, empathy event ready gets emitted. We know that it's gonna happen before the spawn, which is just like, it's so confusing. But how soon before? Is it like a long time before, or is it like immediately before? Because if it's immediately before, that's a lot more useful to know, or each is useful. It's really useful to know which is the case. So let's see if I can puzzle this madness out. Chaos. So still hasn't printed. Still isn't printed. That append to far edge. Bam! It's like immediately, it's like right there. Like right on top of each other. Wild. I mean, what do you want me to do? Await? I wonder if it has to do with preload somehow. You know? I don't know. I don't know that I even really understand the difference between load and preload, which is embarrassing, but like true. Okay. Returns a resource from the file system located at path. During runtime, the resource is loaded when the script is being parsed. This function effectively acts as a reference to that resource. Note that this function requires path to be a string. So I wonder if it would be better to, I mean, this seems so silly. Like, Come on. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's not it. Is it? But is it though? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Like, what if I just say that the dialog box is loaded instead of preloaded? I don't know. I don't see how that makes a lot of sense. Because it's the whole... Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense because the empathy event ready isn't being emitted on the dialog box. So I don't think that makes any difference. It just boggles my mind that it's happening in this order. I mean, I guess I could just I think instead of trying to like affect the order, I wonder if I can just emit this some other time. Like, I'm curious, when does the dialog box, when is that readied? You know? So we have that script here. Let's check out that. Let's add a ready function for that. And then we're just gonna print dialog boxes ready. Like, maybe I just emit the event here. Am I gonna figure out why there's like a split second difference between these two? I don't know. What do I look like, a genius? But it could, if there's another place that I can put that signal to tell, that kind of makes the most sense to do it here, honestly. Assuming it actually is the right order. Because remember, all I'm trying to do is tell it when to find those variables. Alright, we'll see what happens. It'd just be easier to just move it to somewhere else. The dialog boxes are ready before the empathy event. It's ridiculous. How is that possible? How can that be? I mean, even the dialog boxes are spawning before. This is ridiculous. Actually, that's not ridiculous. That does make sense. The dialog box would be ready before this. Actually, now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. Well, but that still is a good place. I think that's still a good place to do it. Let's refactor this a little bit. Because if I know that the dialog boxes are ready, then it should be able to find, that's what I'm trying to find. Those are the variables I'm trying to set, are the dialog box variables. So if I certainly know that that's ready, right? Oh, I don't know. All right, let's try refactoring this to dialog. This might not even work. Dialog box ready. I'm going to go to the human script, and we're just going to ignore this stuff, or let's just cut this stuff out. We're gonna move to the dialog box script, and we're gonna do all that in here. Dialog box ready emitted. Okay? Okay. Then we gotta come back to the empathy event script, mystifyingly loaded after everything else. And we're gonna refactor that to dialog. We need to, I wanna see, even though apparently it doesn't mean anything, I need to make sure I save this so we get autocomplete. Empathy event. Show me the autocomplete, baby. You know? Cool. Here. I believe in you. You can do this. Messenger, dialogue. What you talking about? What you want about then? Diagog. Dialogue box ready. Come to the empathy event. There's the autocomplete. Connect. We want to say on dialogue box ready. This is obviously going to run twice, which is actually a problem. I only wanted it to be something that runs once anyway. We were already running this twice anyhow, so we can just set a variable that tells it to only happen one time. Or something. I don't know. I just want to see the dang thing work. On dialogue box ready. We don't want to run it twice though. Well, I mean, it's going to be the same chosen event, so it kind of doesn't matter if it runs twice. Well, it does, because then the animation is going to like start and then start over, which is not good. So I probably want to say like dialogue setup becomes true if dialogue setup has not happened. Do all this, create variable dialogue setup boolean false. Okay. So only needs to run one time. Actually, is that true though? Don't you want it to run for both the humans? No. No, we don't. Alright. Let's see what happens. I'm not super optimistic, but that's okay. But it makes sense, right? Because the first thing I'm trying to set up is a node from the dialog box. So if we know that the dialog box is ready, it should be able to find the variables. It knows the humans are there. It knows the dialog box is there. Are you sure you're going to be trying to set a value of bool on nil or something like that? At this point, I'd like to get back to that. At least then I'd know it's running. Nice. Invalid access to property or key. Empathy event ready. Ah! I forgot to refactor it. One of y'all out there caught it. Dialog box ready. Not the error I was hoping for, but one that we can handle. I'm so surprised. It's just, you know, it's like the thing you think is going to be the problem is not always the only problem. Like, I thought my problems were going to be all in the code for setting what dialogue goes where. Turns out, possibly most of my time is going to be spent debugging even getting to that point. It's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool. It's fun. It's all in the fun of it. All right, let's see what happens. Nothing. Same thing. It just never actually runs. Okay, so what if I do try changing the load and preload? It seems silly. But I don't care. I barely understand it. We want to say that the block can be preload. Instantiating the dialogue. Because here, this is the actual empathy event happening. We do want to instantiate that. Empathy event spawned. And then, yeah, on the abductee, we want... I'm just experimenting with making that load. In the dialogue box, we're not... we're not spawning anything. Alright, I'm just curious. I feel like that's not gonna do anything, really. It would be nice to have a print there, too. I really don't think that's gonna do diddly squiddly. I just don't. But it's just gonna nag at me if I don't try. I might ask an AI. I might set up Codium on VS Code. Open one file. We'll see. And be like, hey, you see this code in this file? Look at this other code. Why is the order messed up? At this point, I can only assume there's just something I don't fundamentally understand about the way code runs. Yeah, load did nothing. No preload. Absolutely nothing. Other than maybe no lag spike, which is lovely. Alright, let me try an experiment here. Let me try an experiment. What if on the abductee script, we don't do any of this? What if I comment out this entire thing? So the dialogue boxes don't spawn. No, let's try something else. Actually. First. Actually, let's leave that in. I'm gonna try removing the humans from the empathy event entirely. I'm gonna literally delete the nodes. Which is, I mean, we're gonna get an error right up here, is the problem. Number one. So you have to comment out that, then you have to comment out this, and you gotta comment out that. Okay, but the reason I wanna do that is because I just wanna see if there's some other human that is spawning it. The humans no longer. They went to get ice cream. Yeah, they went to get ice cream together. They resolved their differences. This is a wacky test, and I probably shouldn't even be doing it. I think what also makes it so frustrating is how much reloading I have to do to get this to work. I'm almost thinking I just like kind of try to reimagine how I set this all up. What are you asking? That is a thing. That is a thing. Yep, that's a thing. Empathy event spawn. So the empathy event spawns. Obviously there's no humans there because we removed them. What I was trying to see was if dialogue boxes ready were somehow going to be printed even though the humans weren't there. So what this tells me is that indeed The humans depend on the empathy event existing. So how in the world are the humans getting there first? Maybe it's the other preload that's the problem. So strange. Mike here, put those guys back in. Because yeah, so they depend on this empathy event. This empathy event. I mean, you know what? It might be interesting to see, like, let me show me this. Print empathy event underscore ready. It would be interesting to see if that happens, like what the timing is on that. But I'm also gonna go to the block script and let's not preload that. I don't know, maybe the preload is like loading the humans first and then putting the scene in? Instead of putting the scene in and then loading the humans? I don't know. I don't know. It does say it's like parsing it. Or it's doing something, running it while its code is parsed, something like that. And, you know, we do on ready the humans in the empathy script. So, I don't know. Maybe. The empathy event script. Something interesting will happen. If nothing else, I'll see when the empathy event is, its ready function is there. You might even want to see its initialization too. Empathy event ready is after the dialog box is emitted. So preload had nothing to do with anything. What? Give me an init. Empathy event init. Anything else? Any other functions to throw in there? Enter tree. Sure. Why not? Heck, that could be interesting to see on the... I mean, that's gonna happen with other humans, potentially. So that's not the most... Well, here. Go to ready. And we'll say, if is empathy event. Oh, sorry, not ready. Enter tree. If is empathy event. I don't know if that like makes sense order-wise, of operations-wise. Show me your moves. So weird. Terrain controller is spawning the empathy event scene. The empathy event scene contains the humans. The humans spawn the dialog box. And yet, the humans in the dialog box are occurring before that empathy event scene is spawning? What do we got? What do we got? empathy event init and empathy event enter tree are happening before the human enters the tree and the dialog box is emitted. Okay, well, that's where we need to do it then. What? Today I learned. I guess when a scene is being instantiated in a certain circumstance, I wonder if like the terrain controller has like some special property or something that like makes it behave differently or load things differently. That's a lot of nodes. That's a whole lot of nodes. I don't think it does. Whoops. Process inherit. I mean, there's nothing weird going on here. It's all normal. It is itself instantiated. It's gotta be, that's like a bug here, right? I don't know. All right, well, for whatever reason, when I instantiate the empathy event scene, which contains humans who themselves instantiate the dialog box, the empathy event is not ready until its children have instantiated what they instantiate. However, it is initialized and enters the tree before those things happen. All right, well, with that knowledge, what do we want to do? We want I guess I just need to emit this. Well, then why can't I set the variables in the ready function? If all of that's true, I should be able to come right in here, take out from, get rid of this whole dialog box ready thing, and I should be able to just stick all this into ready function. In theory, I mean, if it's truly ready after all these other things already exist, and we shouldn't have any problem running all of this and setting all those variables, right? In theory. In practice, I'm not so sure. I have a feeling we're gonna go right back to trying to set it on a null value. So maybe, I don't know. I actually don't have no idea. It's a mystery. Something's gonna happen. what I expect to happen is that it's gonna say that it can't set dialog box or dialog left on nil or whatever. What I'd like to happen is that isn't what happened. Yeah, on a null instance. Attempt to call function get node. Oh, left dialog labels. Okay. Hey, Rorik, welcome. Good to see you. Loving that too. Yeah, this is a bop, right? You want a member song to it? Let's give you a member song to this one. Oh, Rorik, I think that you are fantastic. Oh, Rorik, I think you fantastic. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. You pull your weight cause you're terrific, cause your name is Rorik. Thank you for supporting the channel. I know that you're gonna be here wearing a flannel. Rorik, you pull your weight because you're fantastic. Rorik, pull your weight cause you're fantastic. Rorik is pulling fantastic stuff for the channel. You're Rorik and you're wearing that flannel. Rorik, I appreciate you. Rorik, I appreciate you. You're pulling weight for the channel, and I think you're fantastic when you're wearing flannel. Rorik, you're wearing flannel. I knew it. Rorik is wearing flannel. That's actually amazing. Thank you for being such a great supporter of this channel. I appreciate you. And there's your song. I'm also a little sorry. 90% of the time. Hi. Perfect. I mean, that is amazing. Maybe that's why you're such a big supporter of the channel, because you're like, channel, flannel, that's me, yes, support. It could be. I mean, it's not a stretch, right? Something that would be interesting to check right now are, do these exist? Maybe I've just set, am I just setting these up wrong? I hope, dude, what if I'm just like typing it wrong? I would love for that to be it. I would love for that to be it, because I can fix that. All right. So, as we see, dialog left is null. That's what we're trying to set right here. So that makes a lot of sense that is not working. VBox dialog levels. I'm trying to get that on dialog left, but dialog left doesn't exist. We know that human left got created. If we come right here, we'll see that certainly has something. There it is, human left. It'd actually be really interesting to go to remote and to find that human and to see if the dialogue exists on it and to look at that scene tree. So I gotta find the right place. It's very far in the distance. I cannot see anything from here. So I'll have to look at the code to determine which one is the one. So over here, it's gonna have has empathy event checked. This does not have it checked. So I think it's gonna be at the bottom probably. There it is. Oh wait, empathy event possible. That's not has empathy event. There it is, has empathy event. Okay. So, on this one, there's going to be, at the very bottom, an empathy event. In the empathy event, we have 2 humans. And look, dialogue is in scene. So I am just... So I tried to set up the canvas layer to be accessible as a unique name. That's why I do this % here. But no, because it's dialogue left, it's not even getting to this part. It's not even getting to the canvas layer part. This error is saying, no, I don't even see dialogue left. I don't know what dialogue left is. So it's really the issue is right here. Dialogue left is supposed to be human left. We know that human left exists. Here it is. It says human left at the top. We know that's human left. And we're trying to get the node canvas layer, but that node it's not finding. Or is it? I'm so confused why the error happens here and not there, but whatever. Maybe it does. I don't really understand. Okay, so on the dialogue in scene, locally, idea of the canvas layer accessible as a unique name. Dialogue in scene, it gets added to the human. There's a human instantiates dialogue in scene right on there. So I just wonder if it's not finding that percent. Maybe I need to be more specific about what it finds there. Okay, let's try to fix that. Let's try to fix that. So in the remote tree, we have human left. We know that that exists. And I'm trying to get the node canvas layer percent. Now I'm not even seeing the percent in here, but I don't think percents appear in the remote tree anyway, even if they are technically there. So I don't know if I'll worry about that. I think we need to do dialogue in scene. I think we have to say get node dialogue in scene, and then get node canvas layer. I think that might be what has to happen. I don't know. It looks like that could help. Okay, let's try that. So I gotta restart it, gotta wait for it to load. Then I have to see what's gonna happen. That's the way it has to be. And that's okay. Again, I won't even be mad if I've spent the last 2 hours trying to figure it out and it was just this all along. That's okay. I learned a little bit about instantiation, like load ordering. That's cool. And if what's going to get me to the next step is a relatively easy change, that's also cool. Bring on the next error. That did not work. And still did not set dialogue left. So at this point, I need to find a way to fetch this. So here's what's gonna happen. We're not gonna keep trying to do it this way. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna comment out all of this mess. Just get rid of it. And let's go to the dialog box. Dialogue in scene, and let's have it tell us, what is your path? What are your paths? And then we can learn something from there. Actually, you know, it'd be interesting to actually do it from the human. Well, it'll all be interesting and useful, truth be told. So instead of saying dialog box ready emitted, which I don't care about, static reference variable. Yeah, I don't know what those words mean. Are you talking about that thing that you came up with that worked really well for your project that one time? I'm down. I just have to like go and refamiliarize. I found it very confusing. For all your projects. Yeah. I mean, I found it very confusing. I did get it working one time and it was cool and definitely useful. I did find it confusing to get set up. And I think it would confuse me in the future to see it there. But if you think that would like resolve this, and if in the next, 20, 30 minutes I still can't resolve it, I'm open. Right, but like what script? The one I'm trying to access. Set the static variable to be itself in the init function. Oh gosh, I have a hard time hearing instructions like this. Then you can reference that class name reference anywhere in the game. I don't know, is this the situation for that though? So I guess the thing I'm trying to get to is like this canvas layer, ultimately. Get the task out of the way for a second. I'm trying to get to that canvas layer and or dialogue in scene. And this is in 2 different places at once. This is gonna be on the human on the left and the human on the right. So I need to be able to differentiate between the 2. It's not like a single thing. You need to find a specific node and there's only one of it in the scene tree at any one time, and this is the fix. Nah, there's 2. There's 2. It needs to find one that's relative to the human on the left and one that's relative to the human on the right. Each human instantiates each dialogue, one dialogue box each. And so after that dialogue box is instantiated, I'm then trying to find that box and access its labels, basically. But there's a few layers of instantiation there. As you can even see here, the canvas layer is an instance. So, getting to it is just a little goofy. I'm not exactly sure why I'm not getting the path right, but without the persistence, we'll get there. Alright, so I don't even care about this dialog box ready anymore. Signal. So I'm actually gonna just remove it. Currently trying to get it before it seems. Trying to get it before it seems. Well, yeah, I mean, well, but that's the thing is, based on these prints out here. Hey, what's up, Grigory? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in, saying hello. Hope you're doing great. Trying to fix some variable reference problems on a whole mess of instantiation tiers. But that's okay. We'll get there. I'll get there in time. But yeah, but that's the thing, Sean, is the dialog box becomes available before the empathy event ready function happens. So I know that by then it must be there. I mean, I guess I could also print from the canvas layer. That might be something to check as well. No demo. I am very far away from there being a demo. I'm taking it slow. I'm working on it bit by bit. However, you can always go to the beginning of these devlog streams, and I usually do a quick demo of where the game is at so far. Today I focus more on what the task at hand is, but there is a GitHub repo link in the description box, and if you follow those instructions in there, you're welcome to try to build the game yourself in Godot. And again, it's not really a game yet, it's a work in progress, but yeah, no demo yet. You have a reference to the canvas layer in the dialogue in scene, so you can grab dialogue in scene dot canvas layer once you have the path. Right. Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get that have the path part. Yeah. Yep. All right. So we want to say, I'm gonna just have this say dialogue box, or we'll say, yeah, dialogue box ready. But what I'd also like it to print is its path. So let's just, I feel like if we just say self, isn't that enough to get it to print its path, or do I want to be even more specific than that? Get as property path returns a copy of this node path with a colon character prefixed. Transforming it to a pure property path with no code names relative to current code. That doesn't sound like something I want. Is C++ hard to learn for Unreal Engine 5.5? I never tried. When I did Unreal Engine, I just did blueprints. But maybe someone else can answer that. I'm not sure. You know, Unreal Engine has pretty bad documentation, notoriously. You know, I think if you put your mind to it, you'll get there. You know, just keep at it, practicing. But technically, I don't actually know. Unreal Engine is amazing, though. Alright, I just need a simple answer here. We're asking the other chat how to print a node path in GDScript. Just need a direct. You can't speak specifically to Unreal, but C-based languages are fairly straightforward and have decades of history and tutorials. That's true. That's true. Get path. Okay. Cool. So then we're just gonna print that. Tell me your secrets. Dialog box path. Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Grigori. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope you have a great holiday too. Awesome. Leave a thumbs up if you haven't. That goes to everybody. If you haven't pressed that thumbs up button and you're here and you're hanging out, you might as well like this stream, because it means more people will see it now and in the future. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Hit that like button. Thank you, guys. Let's get those likes up. Thank you. It means so much. It's easy. It feels good. Just only press it once or 3 times, but not an even number of times. All right, so then the other thing to look into that I haven't really examined, that I guess I should, is the canvas layer itself. So this is like where things are contained. So I'm gonna attach a script. We're just gonna call it dialog canvas, and we're just gonna say print the dialog canvas ready. Thank you, Frank. Dialog canvas ready, and then I also would like to know dialog canvas path, and we're just gonna say get path. So hook me up with these details. It's gonna print a whole mess. Should be enlightening. I don't know if I like commented out anything that's gonna make something go bad, but I don't think I did. I think we're just gonna bump against the same errors as I figure out how to set these variables. We'll get there. Yeah, so I mean, I think at this point I've at least narrowed down the issue. to me not having the node path correct. But you know, it's like kind of a dynamic path, so just guessing it kind of makes sense, and I'm not going to get that right away. All right. I did comment out some things, so we didn't even get the error, which is fine. What do you got from me? What's the tea here? Okay. So, empathy event init, empathy event enter tree, human enter tree, human enter tree, dialogue canvas ready, dialogue canvas path, root, main scene, terrain controller, in scene, right, okay, mesh instance, human left, so that's where we're starting from. We're starting from human left. Let me look at the code that I've got over in empathy event. So I tried this a couple different ways, but let's just comment this back in for now. So I've got human left. We know that that one is working fine. And I said dialogue in scene. Now down here, it's saying human left, dialogue in scene, naturally. Make sure I spelled that correct. Dialogue in scene. Dialogue in scene. It looks spelled correctly. Now I used the percent canvas layer, right? In theory, that should work, but you know. What's up, Mordiaki? Good to see you. In your main script in dialogue in scene, you can click and drag the canvas layer node and then hold Control-click in your script to set the full path. Sounds true. Sounds very true. I don't know if I understand. It only works within one scene branch. It works less well across. Yeah, right, because we're instantiating it. That's the problem. Is like this is being... I need to look at it from here. Maybe if I go to remote, I wonder if that would work. That could be kind of weird though. That might do it. Still, it's a bit of digging, and we got the path here now. But you know what? I appreciate you for saying that, Mordiaki. Welcome. It's nice to be helpful. That's so nice of you. So, I mean, like, the only thing I can think is just somehow that percent canvas layer isn't getting picked up or something. I mean, I could literally grab... We know human left is getting set because... Well, I'm pretty darn sure. Well, let's even see if we can double... Let me check this. If we go to empathy event... Yeah, human left, human right. If I go to the... stack trace. Oh. We don't have the stack trace. I see. Alright, then I'll go to remote. Looks like it's named canvas layer and not canvas underscore layer. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Are you serious? Is that what's happening? That's amazing. Wait, I love when the problem is that simple. Oh my god, you're right! Let's go! Eagle eyes! Oh, frick yeah, dude. That just like did not connect in my brain. I'm like a stupid computer, not even a smart computer. I see an underscore. That's even worse than a stupid computer. I just like blanked out the underscore. I didn't even see it as a space. I was just like, oh, it's not there. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye underscore. Bye-bye underscore. See ya. Oh my god. You know, I'd be frustrated that that's all it was if I wasn't just so glad that you found that. I mean, that's credits where credits due. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game. Dungeon Martian, the most premier credited at the moment. You're paying attention, you're looking at things, you're catching things. That's an eagle eyes. Thank you for seeing that. I don't know how long it would have taken me to find that. Obviously, I didn't find it yet. So, thank you. Thank you for catching that, Dungeon. I appreciate it. We got there, Rick. We got there. Now, still gotta make sure it works. Alright, what's the next one? Alright, well, we get through that much. Wait, do we? Okay, we still have some problems. Well, that's one problem. There's others. So the dialogue left and dialogue right are still not being set. They're still reading as null, which is exciting. But that's okay. So the error is when it's trying to set visibility on dialogue right and dialogue left. It's interesting that it's gotten further. Why did it get further this time? So that's because the animation played. So instead of having an error here, this got satisfied. This apparently was satisfied. Then it played the animation. The animation, and it should even tell us which one. It doesn't, which is shocking. Oh yeah, because I guess we didn't get far enough. So what this does is this calls update dialogue, and as soon as update dialogue started, it tried to find dialogue right, and it failed. Whew, that's confusing. That is very confusing. You know, if dialogue left and right aren't being set, then why is it going down here? Like, that's weird. That's super weird. Oh, it tells us the chosen event right there. Scene 2. Cool, cool. So the animation, that means the animation ran. Because that's what all this is doing. It's picking a random event. How strange. How strange. I guess, I mean, it's... I mean, I feel like it's more like weird order stuff. Right? Because if before it was getting hung up here and saying, oh, that doesn't exist, I can't find that. But now it's finding it and moving on here. time that animation plays and brings us to dialogue right visible, even though the code checked to see if this stuff exists, it didn't yet actually assign dialogue left. Welcome back, Cheetos. What the hell is that about? All right, so, okay. Originally, I had these as on-readies. I can't imagine that's gonna make much of a difference here. Because on-ready is just like the same as ready, right? It's not like any sooner. So I might even want to do this in init, but that doesn't make sense because then it won't find it. We already know that init happens before then. So like that definitely won't work. Oh, I forgot to make note of what these are. Canvas layer, oh yeah, VBox container. And then these are VBox. I kind of don't expect this to make much of a difference. But maybe it'll make sure it loads it ahead of time. I mean, if before I was doing the same thing, but I had that underscore in there, yeah, it was gonna fail every time. This is the first way I had it set up yesterday. And it didn't work, so I moved it. But I still had that canvas layer typed wrong. So maybe this order is fine and superior and stuff. That music felt like I was hacking something in a movie. I'm in! That's me. I'm a movie hacker. Oh! Hey! It's doing it so wrong. Oh, it's playing the wrong animations. Oh. But it loaded the animation player. It went between the different characters. There's a lot wrong here. But it found the references. We're good in that regard, so no problem. It looks like Jumbo Josh, yeah. Yeah, Jumbo Josh in the back of your truck, Billy. Awesome. So this is excellent progress. So we'll see another badly a bad interaction that doesn't make any sense, but it's going back and forth. It's doing the wrong, this is not the correct messages being applied to the right people, but this is where I want to be. Thank you, Dungeon Martian, for catching that underscore. See, fancy solutions are not always needed when there's a simple problem. Right? I know Dungeon is always trying to be like, use this thing I came up with, use this thing I came up with. And like, okay, I know it's cool and it's useful, but I know it worked for you in some situations, but that doesn't mean there isn't actually just like a really simple problem, like an underscore. So I'm really glad that you helped me find that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Excellent. We obviously have some problems because the mean stuff is only supposed to be coming from the enemy. But you can see what it's doing is it's just saying the it looks like whoever speaks first, it's just like saying their message, or really it just seems like it's only putting out the enemy dialogue, but it's going back and forth, which is good. I did model the humans, Cheetos. I modeled everything. Everything is modeled by me. 100% of it. Oh, there it said fight the power, which is an innocent dialogue. I'm just appreciating that task is complete and just getting some familiarity with the problem that we're facing that needs to be addressed next. Because it keeps repeating the same back and forth when it's not supposed to do that. So there's just some code issues. I just want to marvel a little bit at that it's working. And then I need to kind of clean up a little bit, right? Because we've got all types of print messages happening all over the place. It's reassuring to know, you know, that I had it right to begin with. Other than, like, that is to say, I had the order of when things should happen correct. What I did not have correct was a spelling. This really is something to just finding a solution to get the game done. Wikipath and finding notes by name are really brittle solutions that are prone to these types of problems. Alright. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean up all these prints, so let's make that our task. I'm gonna say cleaning up prints. We got a lot. Here. It looks like I committed a crime at that task. Cleaning up print messages. Did you wipe down the place? What? Yeah, your fingerprints. No, I forgot. Okay. So we've got these littered all over, and they need to be dealt with. I don't need any of this stuff here at all. She is making a new game called Tag, and you're looking forward to add and get good collabs with people. So after release, would you like to be a collab? No. You will get a hyper game dev trail and a map. No, thank you. But thank you. That's very nice of you to ask. No collabs, please. All right, we need to get rid of all this. The game sounds cool, though. Tell me more about it. This we don't need at all, as far as I can tell. We don't need this, so we should get rid of that signal. I don't think there's any more prints here that we don't need. Don't want that. We don't need dialogue setup. And the mail. Make sure I purge that. Yes. Okay, that looks less unclean. And then, what's another script here? We've got a bunch of crap we don't need. Human. Human enter tree, we don't need that. Let's look at the is empathy event section. Any prints over here we don't need? I guess we might as well set this to preload again. There is a little lag spike that happens when they first load in. So I'm thinking maybe we just like stick them somewhere in the game when the game starts. So that way it just kind of like preloads them. Hey, how you doing, Joe? Welcome. Yeah, so I just got through finding a underscore that what didn't belong, thanks to Dungeon Martian's help. And now I'm actually gonna see what all that massive code I typed needs to be changed to get stuff working. The messages do go back and forth. It just plays the wrong messages, so I gotta get it putting the right text in the right spots. But it's looking good. It's looking good. I think, did we put any on the block script? Any now unnecessary prints? Just relax, says game dev will be the death of me. Wow. Just relax, just relax. Game dev can be fun. What makes you say that? It can also be hard. It can be a lot of work. I do actually understand that. And it can be really frustrating sometimes. But hopefully there's like reward at the end of that effort. You know, seeing things come together ultimately. If I did put it anywhere, it would have been in the append to far at, where is that? Wait, oh, that's the wrong script. Oh, add empathy event. Yeah, in here. There's print. Empathy event spawned. That's actually a pretty useful one at the end of the day. I'll leave that one in. We can change this to preload though. Any others? I feel like the oh, we added a whole script to the canvas layer that doesn't need to be there. So I'm even gonna just get rid of that script. Detach it. Make sure it's closed over here. And then delete it. Save that, then delete it. Okay. Any other things we don't need? But welcome, Just Relax. I'm sorry you're dealing with some frustration. Know that at the end of it, you might be rewarded. Be rewarded by the result. That's the way I think about it anyway. And then we have all these prints for the text, which is going to be really useful for debugging the next parts. So we'll leave that. We removed all those. Human enter tree we removed. Alright, so I think we've got most of these cleaned up now, probably. So let's start figuring out uncovering what's wrong with the dialogue code. Let's do it. So the dialogue code is on the empathy event. How long have I been coding? About a year. Around a year. Not that long. I did like HTML and CSS when I was younger, but not like this. So I started learning GDScript about a year ago. My entire coding journey is completely chronicled on this channel. And I love it. I started out like being like a visual scripting purist. Like I never thought I could learn to do this. And then I realized, oh wait, I hate visual scripting. I didn't know I hated it until I started doing this, and I realized that this for me is a lot better. All right, so we got to start looking at what the heck is going on here. So when it's going back and forth between the different messages, what it's doing is it is playing this animation right here. So it's doing dialogue left, dialogue right, dialogue left, dialogue right, dialogue left, dialogue right. There's a specific reason I chose Godot over Roblox, Unity, Unreal, etc. When it comes to platforms like Roblox, I don't like the walled garden aspect, that your creations are locked to that platform. So that's why I wouldn't want to use something like Roblox personally. Unity, I tried, and I was trying it right around a year ago when they released the controversial Roblox. I just saw your bricks up there. When Unity released their controversial Roblox fee, when they released their runtime fee, that was kind of a turnoff. I was like, oh, I don't want to trust you. But I didn't like how kind of bloated Unity felt. There was so many like things you had to, like packages you had to add, and so many things felt kind of like cobbled together, like systems that didn't fit, and everyone's just like, you need this package, you need that package. I'm like, why isn't it just there? Why do I have to add all these friggin' packages? So there's a lot I just didn't like about it in that regard. But it's a beautiful engine, and it's really powerful. And Unreal, I really, really liked. I loved it. We'll talk about a beautiful engine. Oh my goodness. Gorgeous, gorgeous results. Super, super powerful. I felt like it wasn't really designed for the kind of games I want to make. Like, it seems like it was designed for like AAA game studios who have a huge team with a bunch of different people working together. And it it felt like I didn't need to be there. Yeah, so it's a good engine, and it just seemed like overkill for what I want to do. And then, yeah, Dungeon Martian kind of sums up the truth, which is free open source for life. Like, Godot is, and so then going back to Unity Unreal real quick, like, they all want a cut of your game, which, like, I don't think my game is gonna be massively successful where those cuts really make a difference. But even so, the notion that I'm working on something proprietary and there are those like license things going on, it just makes me uncomfortable, and it doesn't inspire confidence for me in the future of those engines. Whereas Godot, it's all there, and it's community driven, and I love being, like, the other day I had like this bug that I was encountering, and I found this whole GitHub conversation about that very bug. And is that bug in the engine fixed? No, but I can like transparently see the entire process of it trying to get fixed. Whereas, with Unreal or Unity, like, who knows? Oh yeah, that old quirk in Unreal, well, it just is there. We'll never know if it ever gets fixed or where it's at, and then there's some chance that, like, if I really wanted to, I could help out with fixing it. And I don't know, just all of that is really nice. And then, yeah, like, I own this game. Like this is mine. Godot makes no claim to it. Or the engine, right? So if Unity or Unreal decide to change something, subscription fees, or, the engine goes to absolute crap or whatever, right? Like, I'm kind of in danger there. My game, my project could be in danger. With Godot, I can always use the last version that was the safest, that didn't have all these weird things added into it. So, like, even if the worst happens with the engine, there's still an opportunity for it to live on in a way that isn't crap. So, yeah, I just, and then forget all of that, okay? I just like it. Remember I said, like, Unity felt like cobbled together, and it felt like it yeah, well, just that bloated, it's not true with Godot. It's all so well integrated. It feels like one whole unit. Everything is built to work with each other. I don't have to download plugins. Like, there are plugins, but I don't have to use them to make the thing work good. It loads like that. It's so fast. I have this waiting for Godot play. All right, this is the play that the engine is named after. And I was like, oh, what'd be fun is while I'm waiting for Godot to load, I'll like read you know, starting from page 1 and see how long it takes to get to the end waiting for Godot to... Well, I never have to do it because Godot is never loading. It's so fast. It doesn't take up any space on my computer, whereas Unreal and Unity, come on, that stuff is big and it's slow. So there's it's a nice experience. I like using it. It feels good. And finally, community. I love the Godot community. I love the people who use Godot, most of them. I love the help that I feel people who like Godot give. I didn't feel that as much with Unreal. I didn't feel that as much with Unity. You know, it just has more of that open source mentality, that sharing mentality, and I just really like that. I like that so much. So, yeah, for me, there's a bunch of reasons, but nothing is more important than it just feels good to use. It feels like this is the engine I want to work with. That's just me. You could download Godot and change its logo and sell it yourself. Godot. Yes, you could. I think the new version of RPG Maker is doing something similar. Oh yeah, they are. That's right. They're making like a new engine that is based on Godot and they're selling it. That's correct. I love that. I think that's cool. Godot with a ton of bells and whistles. Yeah, and like, you know, more accessible, right? That's kind of what RPG Maker has always been. And it'll probably be more geared towards making certain types of games as well. We are all poor. I know that's right. Just Relic says, thoughts on using AI to code. Yeah, I mean, I think it can help you sometimes. Like, so I needed something quick, and I didn't want to look it up and go on Stack Exchange and look at passive-aggressive people typing things, you know? And so, like, I just wanted to know real quick how to print a node path in GDScript. And then it gave it to me. It's a really simple question. You know, it's not an overly complex ask, right? So if I'm trying to get, you know, AI to code my entire game, like, good luck. That's gonna be a mess. It's not gonna be what you want. It's gonna be really hard to go and make changes. It's probably gonna be broken in so many ways. So, you know, for really, really simple, like, questions that, like, if I think about, I type it into Google and I just want an answer, but it's, like, hard to find, I find that the chatbots are good for that. I think they're also good for explaining things that I don't understand. You know, like, if I didn't know what any of this meant, you know, let's say I'm reverse engineering some code, or I got some code, maybe I was on Stack Exchange or something, and I found like some code that does what I want, but I don't get how it works. I can just be like, explain this code in GDScript. It's important to say like 4.3 because often it will do the wrong thing. So here, you know, it'll just break it down. It'll, you know, say, oh, that's a dictionary. It holds things like this. It represents that. So I think it's an incredible learning tool if you don't understand code. And I think it answers really simple problems very well. Sometimes, so then earlier yesterday, I had this massive beast of a dictionary. And I needed to change, and this dictionary has so many entries. It's huge. It's just got tons of things, and I needed to restructure it and add in like a new indentation and a bunch of stuff. So I did it on a couple of them. I gave the whole dictionary to ChatGPT, and I said, hey, can you just make sure all of the other ones are formatted like the first couple? And it did it really fast. So, you know, if you give it like super specific tasks that aren't like that complicated, but are kind of like either, you know, hard to look up or, you know, a lot of rote effort to do, I think it handles that really, really well. So for me, it's a useful tool, but, you know, it's not going to code my game for me because at the end of the day, it doesn't understand the full context of what I'm doing. And, you know, even then, it's still going to make questionable choices. So those are some thoughts. Those are some thoughts that I have. Uncovering what's wrong with the dialogue code. True. That is what I want to do. So yeah, so I do have this huge dictionary. The dictionary holds the various lines So there's two different places the lines appear, in either the dialogue top entry or the dialogue bottom entry. If multi-small label is true, it should only pull from dialogue top, right? And what that looks like, so this is multi-small. This is just like multi-line and it's small text. So it will just type things in here. Right. Now, if top large is true and bottom small is true, that means it needs to take... Let's see if I can find one here. This is different. So we have do it or die. So the top text is do it, the bottom text is die. We have top large true and bottom large true. So if we come back to here and we say top large and bottom stop like, we'll say leave a like. So that's what that would look like, and it would put that top text in there and that bottom text in there. So that's kind of generally how it's structured throughout this. There's one more important thing, is there's the enemy dialogue, and then there's the innocent person dialogue. Because in this game, in this empathy event, this event that pops up, there are two people talking to each other. There is the innocent person and the enemy. And sometimes the enemy is on the left or the right. I think I noticed that it wasn't always assigning an enemy to one of the two humans, so that's something to look into. Another problem is it was giving innocent dialogue to the enemy and it was giving end person. Whoa. Looks like my computer decided to load something that I don't understand. And freeze the stream. Wow, that was... I don't know why my broadcast software was just like... But we're here. It was interesting. My computer just tried to load something beefy for some reason. Anyway... So, yeah, so there's supposed to be an enemy on the one side, an innocent on the other, and it seemed to be repeating dialogue between the two, which was strange. And yeah, I don't know what happened. That was a bizarre one. Timeless says AI can be wrong or not work on your project, specific project / app due to lack of how your code works, lack of knowledge. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's you gotta be willing to like check it to make sure it's like doing something correctly. So it's, to me, again, it's good for simple things. It's good for simple things. Sometimes if I like am completely ignorant to a language, it can really help me get started, but you definitely know a lot more than me when it comes to coding. I'm making an entire game within Roblox using just AI. And I would kind of disagree. Organize scripts with notes, make it easy to make a game. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point, you know? And one thing that someone mentioned to me about AI for coding is it's kind of an accessibility thing. You know, so if you're not really experienced in coding, it can help you access making the creations that you want to make. And I think that's fair. Like, if you're having success using AI to put your code together, that's awesome. Like, I encourage that. Go for it, you know? I think for someone who does understand a certain language, sometimes I find that it's just easier for me to do it myself and even faster, potentially, if I know what to do. But if I don't, if I'm completely ignorant to the language or whatever, the AI can help me a lot. And in some ways, it can slow down learning if you're not, like, insisting that you go in and see what it put together. But, yeah. So, I don't disagree with you. I think that that's fair if you're not familiar. But if you already know the language, generally it's usually easier and faster to just code it yourself. In my experience, anyway. All right, so let's see how this code is handling the dictionary and where things are getting messed up. So again, this animation is gonna play. Where does the animation play? Pray tell. It's gonna be a point that the AI imagines a feature that doesn't exist, and you aren't gonna be able to work around it. Yeah, so you just have to, you know, I don't know what kind of like error reporting Roblox has. I'm sure it's good and fine. You know, so I'm sure you've come across that where you get code from it, you stick it in, and Roblox is like, huh? That doesn't make any sense. And so sometimes you have to go and like yell at it a little and just be like, hey, that's not a real thing. You're operating on the wrong version of Roblox, or you're operating in this, you're making that up. So sometimes you do have to tell, and then it'll be like, I apologize. Let me fix that for you. So, yeah, you kind of got to keep an eye on it. But if you stick it in and it works, like the code into the, you know, the code box, and it works, like, great. But yeah, sometimes it won't. And so then you have to like go into this whole like loop with it to try to solve it. And you'll end up sometimes wasting a lot of time. But again, it's an accessibility thing. For some people, it may be nicer to go into a huge argument with ChatGPT for 2 hours than to try to learn the language. In my opinion, learning the language has a lot of benefits, but I also understand not wanting to try to learn it. We've had Copilot hallucinate new features in GD Shader. Oh yeah, I had to fight it on it. I know it. Rulrick uses AI to code because I'm very lazy. Fair. But I have to be very specific on what I'm asking for. That's right. You almost learn how to talk to it, and that's like part of the skill, for sure. Constantly check what the output is, because AI forgets details after a long conversation. Yeah. Right. So you have to like remind it, like, no, we're not operating on that code anymore. It's this now. You know, you have to keep reminding it of the context. Sometimes it'll like rewrite my code in a way that is actually breaking it. Like it'll leave out a variable. I'm like, hey, you forgot to put those variables in there that need to be there. And it's like, you're right. Sorry about that. I'm just like, how dare you? How could you do that to me? So yeah, you gotta keep a watchful eye for sure. It's very imperfect. You know, like when you generate images with AI, what do we always say? It doesn't do hands and fingers well. Well, there are hands and fingers in code as well, and it doesn't always put the right number, if you will. Like, please define coins equal 6. Yeah. Please! It feels icky to me personally to have AI entirely write the code. I don't really mind it as a learning tool, but I like learning what I'm doing and why. Yeah, and I think that's a personal preference thing, and that's fair. That's fair. There's a 45-minute battle about how fast it was ramping through the noise and not mattering at all. A 45-minute battle about how fast it was ramping through the noise and not mattering at all. I don't know what that means. That's the main issue I have. I'm just yelling at an AI all day. But as long as you are being specific with what you want and use keywords, the amount of bad scripts I get is only like 5%. Nice. It's honestly so funny, arguing with a robot, brute forcing my way to make a game. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think sometimes it makes sense to do that. But I think it's important too to like take the time to try to learn alongside what it's doing. Observe what it's doing. You know, and then also look at tutorials for the language. Then look at your code. I think that you can, using AI to code can work alongside learning the language. But you have to make that choice. Do I want to just keep yelling at an AI all day? Or do I want to be like, wait, I see why I have to yell at you, and then make sure you correct it? Come on, just share your Godot repo into ChatGPT and ask to uncover what's wrong with the dialogue code. I mean, that's just it, right? Like, it's gonna catch all kinds of stuff that doesn't make sense. It's possible. I mean, actually, Rorik, I could do that. It might help, but it also is probably gonna hallucinate some things, and then I'm gonna have to debug that. And you know, the thing is if I know the language, I enjoy trying to work it out, you know? Hey, what's up, Christian? Good to see you. Welcome back. Game's going good. Yeah. Good afternoon to you as well. If you don't understand it, ask the AI what it means or what it's doing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it'll break it down, because often it'll just give it to you, but if you say, like, can you explain step by step why you're doing what you're doing, what is it, etc., it can teach you a lot. That's a great point, Stoner. How complicated of a game can AI make? Just curious, because I don't use it. Are we talking like Pong or something more in depth? Actually, Stoner Jesus knows pretty well. Stoner Jesus has been using Rosebud AI to make some games, and I've been really impressed with what's come out of it, actually. Although it seems like it's often like built on templates, but they're just like tweaked a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not that good. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, what are you saying? Are you saying an AI without any human influence? Like, if a human is there guiding it, it could probably make something passable. You know, like an itch.io jam game that is not going to win first place. It can probably do that. But are you talking about, like, you just literally tell it, make a game that is very good? It's not gonna go well. I just show up, but after a year programming my game, I definitely do not rely on my project in ChatGPT/Claude or whatever. It's not so consistent. It's good for specific problems. Yeah, exactly. And like guidance. Completely agree. 100%. There was an entire mod for Slay the Spire coded with AI, but I'm not sure how guided it was. Yeah, that's the thing, you know? I mean, you see a lot of that, right? This movie was completely made with AI. Was it, though? Was it? Like, you used tools along the way, and you probably stitched it together, told it what the story would be, or interpreted the story and arranged it as such. You know, this notion that the AI completely comes up with everything is a selling point at the end of the day. Whether the person means for it to be a selling point or not, it is. You got to make Tetris in C++ with cheats. It's pretty cool. If you're going to use any AI, use OpenAI 01. $20 a month. I use nearly every AI model for coding, least amount of hallucinations. Wow. That's the thing, though. A skilled programmer, I will never pay for AI. Ever. Ever. As far as I can tell. But that's just me. That's the thing, though. A skilled programmer can probably guide it to make any game. Yeah, exactly. But that coder could probably make that game anyway. True. Very true. I wrote like crap. Hope you understand. Yeah, I think I gotcha, Christian. Make a game of an alien running farming humans. Oh, that'd be fun. My prompt, make an ASCII version of Tetris using C++. Press F8 for no clip. It's pretty cool. That's a pretty simple prompt. But like, was it the whole thing? Like, did it have score and leaderboard, like high scores and restart and start and options and... I don't know. Or was it just like, yeah, technically that's Tetris? Or like, was it an actual game? On the platform Rosebud AI I use, they just integrate 3D. So I've made so many different games. I've made it an infinite runner / driver. I've made a 2D runner. I made a slot machine, even just a character to talk to. Nice. What are we doing? Uncovering what's wrong with the dialogue code? Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna work on that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, so I explained it a while ago. Hope you guys heard that. Because I'm not explaining it again. So, the animation that runs the functions plays in ready. Okay. So the empathy event is checking to see if the enemy is on the right. If so, it sets the human on the right to the enemy. Okay. Well, we also need an else there. And human left needs to then be set as the enemy. So that would explain why we sometimes don't see any enemy on the left. Or we never see it on the left. So that was easy. Update dialogue. The boxes being visible looked correct to me, so I'm not worried about that. If it's on the right, yeah, I think all the labels were okay. It just wasn't putting the right text into the right boxes. Let me actually watch it again and check the output to see what's happening where. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. You're having a dialogue about AI code for sure. I know, that's right. And what's wrong with that? Nothing at all. Good to see you, Kai Guy. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for supporting the channel. We got another member song to sing. Let's get Kai Guy their song. Can I sing to this one? Is this singable? Oh, yeah. We already sung this one today. Do it again. Do it again! Oh, Kai Guy, to you I say hi, hi. Kai Guy, I appreciate you coming through and saying hello. And to you I will say hi, cause your name is Kai Guy and those words rhyme. Hi to Kai Guy, hi to Kai Guy, you're a guy who I say hi to cause you came on through. I'm saying hi to Kai Guy, thank you for being here. Hi to Kai Guy. Kai Guy is a guy who came through and you said hello. So to you I say hi, cause your name is Kai Guy. Those words rhyme, hi and Guy and Guy. Hi, hi to Kai Guy. Hi, hi to Kai Guy. To you I say hi, 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 hi. There you go. There's your member song. I literally just made that today. Timeless. It's new. It's brand spanking new. You like it? I wanted it to be clear when this is happening. I needed it to be like more intentional. You know? That's all. Alright, let's see how this dialogue box is showing up right now. Let me see how this is showing up. I forgot to run the aliens in the background during the song. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you for supporting the channel, Kai Guy. I appreciate you. I will sing songs to members. I will do it. It looks old. It looks old. Like old-fashioned. That's awesome. Wow. What would make it look new? It's fascinating. I slapped it together in like 10 minutes. Alright, so you can see the dialogue goes back and forth between them, and then it's printing down here what those dialogues are supposed to be. Now, it's supposed to loop, but I forgot to set them to loop, so I'm actually kind of glad it's not looping. It just like makes for something a little more manageable right now. So let's study what the heck is going on. It's not giving the right dialogue to the right people. So, for the person on the left, which is going to be right false, today left means right false. So for the person on the left, they say stop, and that's on the top. Then for the person on the left, on the bottom, they're saying resisting. So it's correctly putting stop resisting on the top and the bottom. Excellent. And I think it probably looked okay. So then, for the person on the right, where right is true, it also said stop resisting. No, no, no. It's supposed to say something else. It also would be helpful to know what scene is the one that played, if I'm being honest. So, I would like to print that. So let's get that being printed somewhere. It'd even be nice to see the line that's printed as well every time it goes back and forth between the line. So let's do that. We're gonna say print I'm gonna say line first. Line. And then scene, and that's gonna be chosen event, will be that. So I think we can even just get to another event, and it should print all those out again. Alright, there's that. It's saying line and scene now. Okay, let's study it. So line 1, scene 3. The person on the right says turn around. Let's just verify that in the dictionary. Caught a bit before. What exactly is wrong with the dialogue? Okay, you were just explaining a bit. Yeah, so it's not applying the right dialogue to the right person. So, in this case, yeah, they're both saying the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Well said. So scene 3 is the one that this came from. And it said line 1. So it made actually a mistake. It said line 1 was turnaround. It correctly identified it as multi-small. However, I have this boolean that I'm not actually using, because I didn't think I would need to, that says right is first. So right speaks first. Indeed, right speaks first. However, it's supposed to, the one on the right, oh, it says right is enemy. Oh, so it's not I'm scared. Okay, yeah, so actually this is correct. No, this is correct. My bad. Turnaround is supposed to be said first by the person on the right. So this actually functioned correctly. When the player encounters an empathy event, does it force you to stop and make that choice who to help, or can the player bypass it? The player can bypass it. Yes, it is fine to bypass it. It'll keep, basically, as long as you're still on level 1, you haven't done anything evil, and you need empathy, then it will appear. So this is say if your empathy is 0 or 1, and you're on level 1, and you haven't done anything evil, then it'll keep appearing. But as soon as you go to level 2, it never happens again. As soon as you do something evil, it never happens again. As soon as you get 2 empathy, it doesn't happen anymore. So those are kind of the conditions. And I want it to loop, but for now it's not looping, which is just making it a little easier to debug, so we're not printing tons of crap everywhere. But yeah, you're allowed to skip it. It'd be too punishing otherwise. Alright, so it is correctly having the enemy say the first thing. However, it is then immediately after that having the person on the left who's innocent say the exact same dialogue. So what it seems to not be doing is differentiating between the enemy dialogue and the innocent dialogue. So I wonder where that's getting set and why it isn't updating. That might be one of the only problems here. So that's cool. Let's go figure it out. Empathy less than 2 and an evil equals false in nerdy terms. Yeah, I forget what and means. What does that mean? Yeah, so I do have the whole thing written out. That's on the terrain controller. So this is the actual entire monstrosity. If statement. If target block is level 1 and empathy is unlocked, and empathy is less than 2, and empathy is greater than -1, and target block empathy event possible, so some blocks allow it, some don't, and empathy event is not active, that is to say there's not already an empathy event happening there, and the target block does not already have an empathy event, kind of a similar check, and empathy is even possible, so the possible is checking for if you've been evil or not. This is checking to make sure that the block actually has it. This one is... I don't remember. Oh, if it's not unlocked. Oh, if it's not unlocked, right. So that's making sure you haven't already got like full empathy yet. So if you've already gotten empathy, then it's not going to happen. Like if you've successfully won all of the events, then empathy is already unlocked. Yeah. It's not, because empathy, basically, once you get to empathy, you've now unlocked empathy. So if you haven't unlocked it yet, we want to make sure it's giving it to you. This is solid. Don't worry, this is solid. This functions correctly. I'm just showing it to you. Alright. So innocent versus enemy dialogue is not being correctly set. It seems like it's defined by whichever one is first. And then it just stays on that one. So I think we have some variable that isn't getting updated. So when this function runs, it runs per line. So per line, it should be checking, is this the enemy or not? If it is, give it the enemy dialogue. Where really we're just assigning dialogue type B, enemy dialogue. If it isn't the enemy, assign the dialogue type to innocent dialogue. And before that, we assign is enemy to this if the one on the right is the enemy. It's a little wacky. Let me pull up my reference here. This is just like that same dictionary, but it's just a screenshot of some of it. So we have right is enemy is like one of the booleans in there that it's looking for. And that's what we're grabbing right here, is right is enemy. And if that is true, well, it's really either way. It's true or false, right? So it's making sure that the person on the right... This is confusing. I think I'm starting to see a potential problem here. Well, so this is if is enemy. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. This right here makes no sense. I'll tell you that right now. Because it's not necessarily, because this could, if this is just because this is false. Okay. All right. This is a bit of a brain twister here. I gotta get my brain right. I gotta untwist my brain on this. What we essentially need to figure out is which one that is, like, when it's going through here, how does it know that it's the enemy or not? So here we would want to say not just because it's not necessarily the one on the right. Right? Just because the right is the enemy doesn't mean that we're currently going through the right persons. The person... It's kind of hard to say. So, yes, the person on the right is the enemy. But... yes, the enemy can be on the left sometimes. Absolutely. So the person on the right, in this case, is the enemy. But this function is going to run also on the person on the left, right? So it's going to come through and it's going to be like, oh yeah, the one on the right. So this right here isn't actually checking if I'm the one who's the enemy. It's just checking, is the enemy on the right? If it is, do this or do that. But that's not correct. It needs to actually see, am I the enemy? That's what it needs to determine. So I would say we could just, I think probably the easiest way to do this, which I think should work, this is on the empathy event. If we find the human, I think I know what to do. If we just find the human reference, which I think is just human left or human right, all we have to do is check to see, well, first of all, am I the human left or am I the human right? And depending on which one I am, then I can see, do I have is enemy marked? If I do, then this. If I don't, then this. I think that's what we have to do here. Let me make sure we don't use is enemy anywhere else. That's all fine. Yeah, we don't. Okay, cool. So what we gotta do is we gotta figure out what it is. How am I gonna do that? How am I gonna do that? Where does it already determine who's on the left and who's on the right? Truth be told. Line is right. What is right doing? Remind me. Variable is right true. Oh, because we know which one it's starting with. Okay, that's not that helpful. That's not that helpful. Well, how am I think it doesn't know who's who. I think that's the situation. Well, you know, oh, this is kind of, there's just kind of a gap missing here. I guess we'll say, okay, I think I know what we can do. I'm going to actually get rid of that. We want to say, if is right, then we know it's human right. That's a fact. If is right and human right is enemy, because that should be a variable, and it is right here. You can see left, not an enemy. This one also isn't, because that's just the default. So if is right and human right is enemy, then dialog type equals enemy dialog. We're going to say if is right and human... Wait, if If is not right. I'm sure there's like another way to write this, but we're just gonna do it in a way that makes sense to me because I think that's the correct thing. If is not right and human left is enemy, so that's to say I am on the left, therefore I'm gonna check if human left is the enemy, then similarly we want it to be like that. Okay. Now if I'm on the right, I guess we could do the else. I don't even know if this else would be, is this what else would be in this case? I'm not actually sure if this makes sense. And then this could be innocent. I have my doubts about that being correct. Because like both of those have to be false. So I think that's where this logic doesn't hold up. So I think I need to actually do it. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I need to say is right and human on the right is not the enemy. Because I don't want is right to not be true. Yeah, I don't think we want this to be else. I don't think this makes any sense. I think I corrected myself there. I don't think that makes sense. I think we just need to do all these. If is right and human right is not an enemy, then the dialogue type is innocent. Right? If is not right and human right... Wait. Then this needs to be left. And human left is not an enemy, then it's innocent. I think that makes the most sense. I could, you know how I could refactor this? We could just say if is right. If is right. I think it doesn't really matter. If is right and human right is enemy, then it's enemy dialogue. If is right and human right is not enemy, then it's innocent dialogue. If is not right and if human left is enemy, it's an enemy. If is not right and if human right is not enemy, innocent dialogue. I think that'll work. All right. Good. Oh, we should probably set up dialogue type sooner. Would probably be a good idea. All right. Let's try it. I should be able to just go up to the next one. I don't think I need to restart it. There it is. I'm not sure what the first one was. Oh, he says, oh, okay. Not quite, not quite. Let's try restarting it. I'm not sure why I would need to do that. So I might still have it wrong. But it would be nice if I didn't still have it wrong. That would be cool. I would like that very much. Oh, by the way, guys, if you're here hanging out with me and you haven't pressed that thumbs up button, thumb it up. Like this stream if you haven't yet. Thank you so much. It means more people will see it now and in the future. I appreciate you for helping this channel grow. Hit that like button. Thumb it up. Thumb it up. Thumb it up. Thank you, guys. Let's get those thumbs up. Hyper smash that like button. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, like it. Like it. All right. Back to work. Very serious. Okay. So, what is happening? Nope. Not fixed. Definitely not fixed. All right, cool. Good. Well, I tried. What happened? What happened? Invalid access to property or key type of string on a base Object dictionary. What? Oh, we got problems. So I wonder if it's the dialogue type. There must be a condition that isn't being met here. Did I type it wrong? Oh, I did type it wrong. If it's on the right... Wait a minute. Oh god, I got really confused here. If it's on the right, check to see if the human on the right is the enemy. If it is, enemy dialogue. I now corrected this. If it's on the right, and the person on the... No, we would want to say, and the person on the right is not the enemy. No, that's correct. I think maybe my error is down here. If it's not on the right, yeah, this needs to be left. If it's not on the right, that is to say it's on the left, check to see if human left is enemy. If so, enemy dialogue, otherwise that. Oops. Whoops. I would be surprised if that's like the only problem. No. I think there's still something else going on here. But at least we won't get that error. Hopping along the grass ground and we're finding dialogue bugs. Oh, it worked! That did fix it! That's correct! That was correct. Okay, awesome. Let's freaking go. Alright, let's check this other one. I'm gonna put them on loop because I actually think now that'd be a little easier to see the loop. Because, I mean, right now we already can tell you're gonna pretty much miss the first one. Stop resisting, somebody help, lie on the ground. But why? Our farm now. Awesome. Yes! It works! How long have I been working on this project? About a year. About a year. Technically, if I want to get technical, why don't I just have this playlist bookmarked? I don't know. I need to do that. I really need to bookmark it. You know what else I need to bookmark? A playlist length calculator. Here. I'm bookmarking this stuff right now. Don't mind me, we're just making bookmarks. Alright, bookmarks made, so I never have to go hunting for this again. Alright, so this is a playlist that has all of the past devlogs, because I've put them all on YouTube, every single one. And the first one that I did... This is the canceled one at the bottom. That's so silly. Why would you do that? The first one that I did 1 year ago, and I started making the character. I've made the character in Blender now, but At the time, I didn't know Blender, so I used like a different tool to make it. And that was November 20th. So I started this game, yeah, over a year ago. Holy crap, it has been. Someone said it earlier, and I was like, nah, yeah, it's over a year ago. Is when I started this. So, yeah, good long while. And then the other bit of information there. 51 days worth of time that I've put into the game. On average, I work 8.5 hours at a time. So, yeah. Over a year. What's with all those playlist warnings? Ugh, animation player reset warnings. Ugh, hate those. What's it gonna get released on? itch.io, Steam. Yeah. So those warnings are super annoying. I hate them. I could fix them. I just don't feel like it because they're boring to me. Basically, it's related to collisions. So you can see it's talking about a tree, trunks, and leaves. There's just some like no Steam page yet. No, I'm not there yet. First, I want to have like a demo ready before I put that up. Personally, that's just the way I want to do it. But now, if you're asking, maybe I should start putting it up there, get those wish lists up. That'll come. That'll come soon. I want to have a little more to show of the game. Right now, it's still in so many pieces. But yeah, so it's to do with like one of these trees and the collisions and some. I didn't set up all the obstacles completely that you can run into, and I'm gonna, but I'm just so focused on getting other gameplay things. I know I'm gonna circle back to those obstacles that I'm just kind of putting it off until that time comes. It's not like it's something that I'll never circle back around to. So that's why I just ignore it. But I know it's like kind of stressful to see it. So one day I'll fix it. All right, but this is working well. I don't even know if this task makes any sense anymore. I think it's time to take that task down because I think that's resolved. Let's make them loop though. So I'm gonna come down to that animation player. We're just gonna hit this little loop button so that they loop. Scene 1, scene 2, and now I can actually start animating a little differently. A part of me almost wants to put a bit of a delay so the player actually has time to like stumble on it happening. So something, and you know, a part of me almost wants to pivot my task just a little bit, because something that I have right now is the dash. I'm sure you guys have noticed I run really fast in the game. Sometimes it's not that fast. And that's actually supposed to be a power-up. But I'm just using it all the time. And I think that might be giving me like an unrealistic like sense of what the pacing of the game is, because technically that's going to be a power-up, and there's a lot of power-ups. To the point where it's unlikely that the player is going to have that. I mean, it's actually impossible. There's no power-ups until you beat one level. So it's actually completely certain that the player isn't going to have that power-up on level 1. And there's only a 1 in 14 chance that they get it anytime soon. That is to say, by level 2. So I really need to like turn off the dashing for myself or stop using it, and I don't think I'm gonna stop using it, so I think I have to force myself to not use it. Because the reason why I bring this up is because I want to make sure that when the player is actually near to them, then again, actually, I don't think I do want to do that. Because that's what the looping is for. Because I want the player from a distance to notice those dialogue boxes, actually. So I do want them to pop up. All right, never mind. I just had to kind of talk that out. So let me make sure I set these all to loop. They're all looping. All right. But you know what I am going to change on the player? I am going to turn off the dashing. I think I deserve to not be dashing. What do we call that one? Forward, maybe? Move forward. Input up. Then it goes faster. So I'd really love to, I'd really love to actually put this behind some, I guess I'm just gonna comment it out for now. Honestly. So that should get rid of the dash. Cause I'm abusing it. And at the same time, the dash is a little misleading because it doesn't actually make the game any easier. It actually makes it a lot harder. But I'm just ADHD and impatient, so I just like want to go fast. But I'd rather just get like a better sense of the pacing. So I'm gonna try to practice not using it. Because maybe that pacing is too slow, and I need to deal with that. How am I gonna know if I'm always speeding along? Then I'm never getting a sense of the true pace. Alright. I'm already like, hurry up. Alright, no more dashing. I like how it leans forward, but it doesn't actually speed it up. Sad. Oh, it's so slow. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so slow. Okay, there's the empathy event. Eat lead, weakling. That did not loop, by the way. Oh wait, it is looping. Okay, just kidding. Oh, maybe there's like a lot of space at the end of the animation and it doesn't end early, and so it takes a while for the loop to fire. I think that might be what's happening. So I might want to fix the end of the animation loop so it actually loops it quickly. Yeah, you don't even see the loop because it is playing it, so I need to adjust that timing a little bit. Wow. Dude, this feels like a different game at this speed. I don't even recognize this game. Alright, let's eat that one. I mean, it's easier. That's the funny thing, is the game is way easier when you're not running all the time. So, I think it is the right choice to be going at this speed. It definitely, like, begs for stomping sounds. Seems like that say it should have been bigger. Alright, cool. Let me... What did it say for say it? Okay, now I want to add a couple... Okay, there's a lot of things I want to do. I want to go to the... empathy and scene. Or the empathy event, sorry. We have, like, whether it's on the top or bottom printing. What I don't have printing is whether or not it's small or large. I actually would like to have that information at this point. That's gonna be a little tricky, though. If on top, dialogue labels get node top large. So it's just setting them both? Right, but it's iterating through, it's setting them both, but it's not necessarily making them both visible. The visibility of the labels is set in this for loop right here. I think that's actually going to be kind of challenging. I think I just have to eyeball it. I think that's just going to have to be the way that goes, unfortunately. Alright, let's shorten the loop on those animations. Oh my gosh, look how long it is after the end of that. So normally it's just, so that's at like 6 and then it's at 7.5. So really that should end, if we keep this pace, at like 8. So I might change this pacing entirely, ultimately. And it's gonna get fun because I can start adding in animations where these characters are maybe like running around and stuff. That might be a bit of a mistake to make them moving so much the player is having a hard time chasing them down. But I think it's gonna be a lot of fun too. All right. So let's observe it looping. I think that would be nice. And let's update the task. So really, I think we're just fine-tuning, possibly, fine-tuning the dialogue. Which is an exciting point to be at. I mean, I'm already starting to run, but I can't. It doesn't actually work. Okay, so it's playing it. Some of those are a little too fast. I think some of it's... Who are you people? Really pops in quickly there. So that's line 1. So it seems like it's actually looping a little too soon. Somehow. Some of them, you know, again, we want that if the player happens on it, it's clear what's going on. Earth Order, even though that's giving, like, exposition, I don't think it necessarily gives the the morality. I don't think you're like, oh, that's the bad guy. You're just like, what the heck is going on? What am I looking at? So I think tightening up some of this dialogue could be good. Now, why did that end so quickly? We should be able to update this right now even. So that is scene 2. So we're gonna open up scene 2. I'm just surprised because we have this at 6 seconds in, and then this at 7.5. Oh, because I only did 0.5. Oh, that makes sense. We wanted to put this at 9. That would have made the pacing better. So actually, this pacing should be a lot better. My bad. 9. All right. Cool. Good. Oh my god, I can't go fast. It's so funny to me that I'm complaining about not being able to go fast when it makes the game so much easier. I mean, maybe it does need to be faster just for the sake, just for the sake of, like, entertainment value. Please don't hurt me. Obvious morality, right? Who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy? The person saying, please don't hurt me, is the one you want to save. You know, the game doesn't tell you to rescue them, right? So you have to kind of figure it out. And I'm even half expecting the player not to even know that they need to rescue. Turn around, I'm scared. Turn around doesn't feel very, like... It's definitely, like, commanding, right? But is it really saying bad guy? It could just be like, oh, turn around. Maybe they're trying to protect them. I don't want there to be any doubt. So I think it needs to be really transparently kind of violent. So there was the Earth Order, fight the power, eat lead weakling, who are you people, your new leaders. That's somewhat clear. There's some clarity there. Wow, I can't believe how slow this feels. You know, it almost feels like, to me, like it's begging there to be more that the game is conveying to you. But again, in future levels, they could be harder and there's more going on. I did nothing wrong, nice. That's definitely giving who's good and who's bad. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of cruise through here to see if it lines up nicely. Okay, there's the event. We see it on the horizon. But why? Our farm now. I did nothing wrong. And some of it doesn't make sense, like the loop. Why would losing your farm mean you did something wrong? I mean, it could. I mean, at this point, I feel like we can almost predict exactly the point that the player is going to stumble in on this. And it's actually near the end of the loop, right before it loops around. That's typically when the player is going to find it. And honestly, most of the most clear dialogue about who's good and who's bad is in the first 2 lines, which isn't necessarily going to be seen. So I just might want to think about rewriting that a bit. Yeah, this is pretty hard to see for me. Eat lead, weakling. Who are you people? Are your new leaders? I think that one's pretty clear. I should be looking at what scene that was so I can know which ones I need to edit. That was scene 2. So scene 2 seems pretty good for now. Something going on up there. I almost want like the dialogue boxes to like have like some different styling, you know? Like maybe the enemies dialogue box is like more severe, like it has like sharp ends on it. You know what I mean? Like it looks like an explosion kind of cartoon effect, comic effect. Just to like further make it clear without even having to read the words. Have I checked the readability in full screen? Welcome, Pressipier. I tend not to because it usually looks like crap on stream when I make it full screen because the YouTube bitrate just gets devastating. But I'm sure the readability is a little better. Especially something else that I need to improve is the UI. I've just been using that placeholder UI in the top left. And you can see on full screen, yeah, the readability is a lot better. Oh my goodness. A lot better on full screen. You know, in full screen, the UI is a lot smaller, so it's not taking up the whole freaking window. I really need to fix the UI. The UI needs some love. Especially since adding in the empathy, it's just like kind of crowded. Obviously the chat, I gotta get you out of there because that's kind of blocking. But yeah, the readability, you're right, is a ton better in full screen. So much better. Let's see where, oh, it's all the way over there. Somebody help. But why? Our farm now. I did nothing wrong. It's interesting. I know I'm just kind of like lollygagging here, just like looking at it. But I mean, I want to study it, you know? I want to really get a sense of what this is like. I'm also just studying what the heck it feels like to not be speeding around. I'm like seeing the game in a whole new way. I will comply. Say it. Please don't hurt me. Give up now. That one doesn't really make a lot of sense. Which one is that? That's scene 4. I think scene 4 needs some work. So I'm just mentally marking scene 4 as needing some work. Scene 2 seems fine to me. It's a lot easier to read from it. It is so much easier. For real. Do it or die. Obviously bad guy. I have a family. Do it now. I'm too scared. Turn around. So that the whole do it now, like what they're commanding is a little unclear on that one. But generally I think it's pretty good. That one is scene 3. So scene 3 needs a little bit looked at. Scene 3 and 4. I need to check out scene 1. What are we saying? What are we saying? I will comply. Say it. What are we saying? Please don't hurt me. Give up now. That was scene 4. There's something else in the game I need to fix, which is this. The fact that you can run into a building and stop moving is not good. This should not be allowed. I don't know how we're gonna fix that, but it needs to be fixed. My original idea is you would like trip, but like keep going. Our farm now. I did nothing wrong. Stop resist. I think that's scene 1. So scene 1 looks pretty good. Although I still think there's some clarity that could be added in, for sure. This recorded probably my longest and most substantial video yet. The recording is 9 hours. I'm so sorry. That's the worst thing about making videos, is all the footage to edit through. Alright, let's get some limbs. You know, I think the moment of, hey, you got this, should be more momentous. It should really feel like you did a good thing. Maybe there could even be a heart that appears at the bottom of the screen. Because you leave the screen, right? So if I were to have the human say thank you, well, by now, we're already way past it. But if maybe like the heart appears down at the bottom, you know, that might kind of give like an extra indication, like, oh, I did something. That was good. I did a good thing. Videos about upgrading from Windows 3.1 all the way to Windows 10. 97% of that is loading screen. It's literally just that. So it's like nostalgia content. Just like, hey, remember what these look like? And then there's that shock value of doing it from such a long distance. Most of it is loading screen. I like that. There's something a little punk about that. I gotta give you props for making content that's just like, here's what this looks like. That's pretty cool. I like that. Alright, so scene 3 and 4 need some work. I might, in general, want to think about tightening up some of the loop dialogue. So let's go check it out. That does make it easy. That's true. That does make it a lot easier. Excellent point. Excellent point. Couldn't get it up to Windows 11. Oh yeah, why not? Jeez, just making Timeless do more work. I'm scared. Okay, so this one starts with the enemy, not the innocent. Turn around. Yeah, turn around. I don't like turn around. It's just not clear enough. And I think making like a dialogue box that just looks meaner, I think that's a really good idea. So I think I'm going to work on that once I tighten up this script a bit. Once I turn around, and again, I need to think about what the last line is too. So the loop kind of makes sense. The last line is, I'm too scared. What if it's like, just do what I say. I'm in charge of you. Windows 11 is 64-bit only, and Windows 3.1 to 95 is 16 to 32-bit. You can't upgrade from 32-bit to 64-bit directly without hacky workarounds. Wow, that's a great answer. That makes sense. That makes sense. Turn around. I'm too scared. And then the next thing, and what's after they say I'm too scared? I'm scared. It's just like, I'm too scared. Turn around. I'm scared. It's a little repetitive. Let me mess around with this. do what I say now. You are... How about, like, get back here? That just kind of does that whole thing. So we have to... It has to be the multi-line. And then, you know, it kind of needs to make sense. Like, do I really want to mess with the animation? I guess so. It's definitely adding, like, a lot of extra work. Access every compiled build expected to be 1,000 hours from other attempts. Every compiled build? What? What does that mean? Like, things in between all of the Windows versions or something? Wow. Wow. Let's try and get back here. We'll see. What's your motivation for making it? I think it's cool that you are. I'm just curious. Why are you making these, like, videos? I mean, I think it's cool that that's out there. Alright, get back here. It's gonna say, I'm too scared. Get back here. We have, I mean, I don't know if I want to just repeat scared again. Motivation, not for views, not for money, just to have fun. Nice. It's a good reason. I hear that, and I guess I meant more like, what does it mean to you? Like, you know, why were you inspired to do that? Like, you know, what else? Why is that fun for you? You know, some people would say, oh, upgrading to a new version of Windows, ugh. But you're like, upgrading to a new version of Windows? That sounds fun. That's cool, that's fun. You're the right person to make those videos. So maybe instead of I'm scared, I'm sorry. I think we already have like a don't hurt me. That's why I'm avoiding using that again. You know, it could even be super obvious, just like I'm innocent. We already have like I did nothing wrong. I have a family, I'm too scared. This person is just terrified. Let's just try it. We'll just try I'm sorry. I feel like this could be, this is on multi-line small, but I think we could be a little more visually interesting with that one. Why it's fun. While it's not unique, it is cool to see all different programs on all versions. Calculator from Windows 98, Windows 10, totally. Agreed! Yeah, I love that retro thing. That's cool. Makes sense. I wonder if we could just say, please help. I kind of like that, because then it almost like says something to the player too. Like, you talking to me? You want, I mean, there is somebody help me already, but that's okay if it's a little repetitive. So for that, we want, I'm help, leave help. I know, it can get so silly sometimes. This is top small and bottom large. Please help. I have a family. I'm too scared. Get back here. Do it or die. Do it now. Get back here. Please help. Let's say obey or die. Obey or die. I have a family. I almost feel like we could do I'm too scared here. I'm like, leave a like, I'm like, leave a like. Obey or die. I'm too scared. Maybe we just do eat lead again. It's a little repetitive. We say that in another one. When the YouTube call to action start taking over. Oh no. That's what the AI really wants. Is social currency. All right, that was scene 3. Let's try to improve scene 4. So it starts with the innocent person. Please don't hurt me. Give up now. That seems good. I will comply. Wait, I'm confused. It says, the enemy's on the left, but right talks first. Please don't hurt me. Give up now. Oh, what if it's like, you've taken everything? It's kind of intense. Let me see how that fits in here. Not well. Badly. Terribly. Oh, hey Henry, welcome. Good to see you. Henry got a membership. We gotta give Henry a member song then. Everything is too long, period. You took my family. It's just true. Wait, but does that actually fit with this? Please don't hurt me. Give up now. You took my family. It's just like, it's not very good dialogue. Oh, Henry has a repo link that needs to be fixed? Nice. Not nice that it's broken. This is kind of hard to just write these like little lines that somehow fit in these boxes. And like sort of make sense. I know, it's a little scary. and like weird and awkward. Oh, the Game Jam theme checker, right. Whatever, it doesn't have to make sense. You've taken everything. Say it and get comply or die. Can we say I will give up or something? What is that? Top large, bottom small? We could say I give up. We could just try I give up. It might be too long. And we could say, that might be both large. We could potentially get away with. I give up. Something I don't like about that. It's just that I being on one line, it just like doesn't look good. Can't explain it. So that might be better here. It almost sounds like kind of like passive aggressive or something. I give up. Maybe we just do more please help me kind of things. Can that fit on the bottom? Help me? Probably not, but maybe. Just help me. No, Henry, this dialogue is between two humans. One human is innocent, and the other human is an enemy. And you, the player, are stumbling on this argument, and the player needs to quickly be able to decide who's the bad guy, who's not. And so I'm trying to make sure that that back and forth makes sense. Yeah. Welcome, Sable. Sable who's cooked. Streaming is hard, watching is easier. It is very easy to watch. I'm glad you think Apple Game Dev is easy to watch. Thanks for stopping in. No, I hear you. It's work. It's definitely work. For real. Glad you stopped in. Let's get Henry that member song. Well, let me just finish this. I think... What do we decide on? Oh yeah, I give up. Have we done help me? No, do help me. I think it's good for there to be like some repetition, but it can still be like generally variety. So we're gonna say help me. I'll finish the text, then we'll do the member song. And we're gonna say top large, bottom large. Okay. Let's just see where we're at with that. All right. I need a member song that is not this one. Can I sing to this one? But can I trust this one not to change into something that's hard to sing to? No, I cannot. The answer is no. This one's got a similar vibe. Let's do this. Henry, I think that you are so friendly. Henry, Henry, I think that you are so friendly. Thank you for being here, Henry. I know some people may come through and be weird. Some people may come through and be not nice. But when I see Henry, I know they're gonna be friendly. Henry, you are so very friendly. Henry, oh Henry, I can see that you are a friend to me, me. It's your favorite song, Henry. Thank you so much for being so engaged with the channel that you might get gifted a membership for being a member. Or whatever the heck got you a membership. I'm glad you're here, and I appreciate you. Wow, that one kind of worked. I kind of liked that one. Friendly. That was fun. Thanks, Henry. I appreciate you. I really do. So yeah, Henry has been working on some topic. Avoiding code? I feel like it's for avoiding like code or avoiding topics being done twice or something. So one of my best. I know. I was like, oh my gosh. That one worked out really, really well. What happened? I don't know. You never know. You did get gifted, yeah. It was. Oh, I don't want to say and then be wrong. Yeah, and it still only goes to people who were engaged with the channel at the end of the day. Scene 3, I have a family. Get back here. Please help. I mean, that's pretty clear who's good and who's bad. You didn't go for the higher notes when you set them up, but I wouldn't have either. Oh, I did? I don't even... First of all, that's probably true. Secondly, truth be told, I often don't even realize that I'm setting things up. I have a family, get back here, please help. Nice. That was the same one, but that's okay. Yeah, I gotta take care of myself here. This ain't no singing stream. It's just a stream that has singing. Says who? Oh, I don't like this one. Oh yeah, this one, I need to fix this one. That's scene 2. Whoa, back it up. Because it's very unclear, what's happening. and that's not okay. We need it to be really obvious. There's just some Earth order. What the heck does that mean? I know what that means, but I don't think it's actually giving important exposition that in the I think the important exposition it's giving isn't in the moment helping the player decide that this is a bad guy. My unexploited talent is great musical intuition. That's awesome. That's so cool. Ah, that's really cool. That's a good talent, unless you're joking. But that still would be a good talent, even if you're joking. But if you're not, impressive. I do not share such a talent. Exploit it for all that it's worth. If for nothing else, your own joy. Fight the Power is cool. I feel like it gives weird mixed message. Someone might be like, oh, fight the power. Woke-minded. They might see that as a villain. Yeah. And especially making the word fight so big, I feel like it kind of is a little confusing. I almost want to just have it be one line and it not emphasized. I don't know why. I feel like it, because at first you see the word fight and it's like, whoa. What? Who are you? So who speaks first here? The innocent. Who are you people? I think we could maybe we could say I am your leader or something like that. Your new leaders, it depends on the player having seen the question, which is a little confusing. so let's try something different here. I am your leader. I don't know, it doesn't like necessarily scream evil. Like it does, but it could also be like the humans being insubordinate to like I don't know, their boss. Something like that. Do what I say. Who are you people? Do what I say. Maybe just like we're in charge now. It's kind of a lot to read. I don't like the apostrophe going on. But it does kind of like communicate it. I like it though. Let's try it. And then I put like a space, so we just say we're in charge now. I don't like says who in Earth order. Yeah, it's exposition, but again, it doesn't scream who's good and who's bad. We're in charge now. We could even just have it say, don't hurt me. Again, kind of something we've already heard before in a different wording. But I'm okay with that. I think repetition is fine here. So we're gonna change just don't hurt me. Nothing on the bottom, so it's just gonna be that. All of these are false. Don't hurt me. Maybe we could say like you must obey. I don't think I wrote that yet. Oh, we could do top small and bottom large. I like that. Where else did we type it? Obey or die. Nice, so that's kind of a new one. Good. So we'll say, you must obey. We want top small, bottom large. Okay, then let's say fight the power. And then we changed it to multi-small. He led weakling, that one's pretty clear. Alright, let's see what that's like. Still more I want to do. I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make that like spiky dialogue box for the enemies. Yes, reading comprehension, we can safely expect that, even though as far as localization goes, right? How much localization am I going to put in this game? Not much. But you know, I think it's worth not solely relying on text as a way to deliver information. Maybe numbers. I'll allow numbers to deliver information, but you know, language. You know, I think a lot of people know English, but I think it would be nice to just add that extra punch that says, hey, this is a baddie. Not in a good way. Oh, I can't run anymore. I hate it. But why? R for, oh, I don't like that one either. Okay, fix that one. Which one is that one? Scene one. There's so many, I just forget I want to fix. Basically all of them. I apparently want to fix them all. Okay, so the first one who speaks is the enemy. Enemy says, stop resisting. I don't really like that stop is big. I just don't think it really makes sense for like stop to be emphasized. So I'm gonna change this to the multi-line small. I just think it just makes more sense. Sure, stop resisting fits with stop being large, but like that's not necessarily a good enough reason to make that be what it is. I did nothing wrong is good. Stop resisting, I did nothing wrong. It's a lot of words though. Somebody help, very clear. Now, but why? That one, not so good. Our farm now, it's funny and it like fits, but to me, it doesn't, it's not working. So what if we try refactoring that a bit? Out of the GitHub link in the Discord channel you created. Nice, I'm glad you're sharing that. And I love that you use the topics from our jam as a way to springboard that work. Like, it's cool that the stuff that we do can just like help other people make the things that they're trying to make. That's dope. I hope I can check it out on Friday. I do a secret stream every Friday after the 1-hour game jam. Currently, you gotta go to patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can join the Patreon for free. It costs nothing. And you'll get an email every Friday in your inbox, or email inbox, with the link to the secret live stream, where we check out projects by you guys that aren't related to the jam or anything like that. And I also, if people come through and they'll be like, I want to go next. Check out this thing. Check out that thing. And if there's time after going through the queue of people who come through, then I'll go to the Discord and I'll start back to the earliest ones that I've missed, and I'll start going through and checking them out. So it basically, I won't necessarily get to check out things on stream unless you definitely come through. And you don't have to show up to the stream. The queue will be open all day, so you can join the queue as soon as that newsletter goes out. And then I'll check it out even if you're there or not. And I'll post a link, especially if you share it on Discord, I'll post a link in the Discord post. Just be like, hey, I checked it out. One day I hope to have it run through the hypergame.dev website instead of using Patreon. Because again, it's just for free. It's not like I'm using Patreon. I mean, you can donate on Patreon, but you're going to get more perks if you become a member on YouTube. But really, the Patreon at this point is just a newsletter service that I'm using. I need a better one. So one day we'll change that. But for now, that's where it is. Sable says, working on a project to showcase here. Ooh, also we'll have to wait for Night Schedule to come to Super Secret Stream. And remember, like if you get that newsletter, the queue will be open. And we actually handled the queue on the website. That's not true for the Game Jam. I'm not ready to debut it for the Game Jam yet, because I want it to be a little more involved. There's a lot I'm experimenting with the website. I'm trying to learn freaking web dev. And let's just say, wow, there's a lot to do. I'm trying to set up like a login page. Wow, that's a lot of work. But for now, there's like a very rudimentary queue. So you honestly don't even need to get the email. You won't get to the... That's maybe a problem. I maybe should hide this on the website and only have the link in the email. Although to be fair, you can still bookmark it or something. Well, in any case. You don't even need to sign up on patreon.com. You do need to sign up if you want to get to their live. If you want to see the live stream, you absolutely need to sign up on patreon.com/hypergamedev. But if you want to join the queue, you can literally do that on any Friday. So you fill out that form on the right of the page here. Right, so you say, who are you? A person. What are you sharing? A game. that is called, you know, game. We're gonna be found. Discord. You can now do like URLs. So if you don't choose Discord, yeah, super easy. If you don't do Discord, then you can literally do the URLs. You could just say https wmywebsite.com. And then you can also specify optionally what feedback you want. So you can say, I want you to roast it to pieces, right? Or not, it's up to you. And then, now this join queue button won't be available until all these required fields are filled out and it's Friday. So this button won't actually show up unless it's Friday. So starting tomorrow, this join queue button will work. And then I'll have that whether you're there or not. Not the way we're doing the game jam yet. One day what I want is it to actually show all the people who are currently in the queue over here. But unfortunately, it seems like the most secure, best way to do that is to have a login screen. So I gotta make you guys log in first, then set up that data in a database and then fetch it. I'm having some trouble accessing API key. I'm using Google Firebase, and for some reason, I don't know why, but I can't get the API key for some reason. It just keeps failing, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So one day you'll actually see the queue itself, but we're not there yet. Welcome back, Gamer Therapy. What are we doing? Where are we at? You must obey. Oh, our farm now. Yeah. Did we set up you must obey? Not the API. It's always the dang API key. So much work coding it. And what I'm trying to do is I'm having like an embedded Godot project on the website, and the embedded Godot project checks the web page to see if the person is logged in. Based on that, then back in the Godot application, it fetches the data from Google Firebase. But somewhere along the line, and I've got like most of that all set up, except the freaking API key stops not going through, and I don't know why. And I obviously have to be a little careful. I can't just, because the website is open source. It's on my GitHub. So I can't leak the API key, which means I gotta use all these secret environment variables and stuff. It's just like, it makes testing like a little bit harder. It's super annoying. But hopefully soon we'll have a lot of cool features. I'm also gonna have like a jam topic picker. Like right now, there is like a jam topic page, but I'm working on a program in Godot that will actually let us choose the topics here. You'll immediately see your topic show up in the list of currently suggested topics, and then people will be able to vote on it. So we can literally pick the topic that people suggest that most of the people who are there want to be the topic. Which means no more wheel, but it depends on me getting all of that stuff set up, which, oh my god. It's a lot. Hopefully we'll get there. Rest in peace, API keys. How am I? I'm great. I'm a little tired too, but I'm doing really good. I gotta do some like writing right now, which I don't really like doing, but it's okay. Where's the obeying thing? Did I not actually get that typed in here? Obey or die, you must, okay, there's you must obey. And that wasn't on scene 1, was it? That was scene 2, and we're working on scene 1. Okay, got it. Right, I need to replace our farm now. And but why? That's just not... That's not good, because the player stumbles on but why. There's no context. So I need to remind myself. Right is enemy true. So the innocent person says, I did nothing wrong. The enemy says, stop resisting. The innocent person says, somebody help. The enemy says, lie on the ground. I don't know. It's not fully giving. I don't know. I kind of want that to be a little more obvious that this is a bad guy. Like, maybe the person's like, I'm on fire, what should I do? Lie on the ground, roll around. You know, maybe, I don't know, there's too much doubt that lie on the ground could literally be saying, I'm a bad guy. What if it's just like, shut up, idiot. Friday the 13th tomorrow? Yeah, it is Friday the 13th tomorrow. What? Spooky. I didn't even notice. We're doing a game jam on Friday the 13th. What's gonna happen? Let me like stop whining, you baby. Oh man. Try some stuff. You're burning? Why are you still talking? What? That's today for you. You're already Oh my gosh! It's already Friday the 13th for Pressiplier! Dang, Pressiplier, I didn't know. Wait. What time is it in Australia right now? Is it like... This doesn't help me. Just, oh, 10:33. It's like, I'm looking down at all of this, and I didn't look at that. Oh, it's 10 a.m. Oh, I was like, oh my god, is it like midnight and you're here? I see, it's the morning. Well, good morning, Pressifier. Wow. Oh, I like stop whining. I'm in the future, go back, don't come to tomorrow. What if that's how it worked, man? What if that's how it worked? What? What? I'm gonna stop wing. I did put stop wing. It's true. So I don't, is whining gonna fit if we do bottom large? Probably not. Nah. Stop resisting. Stop whining. It's getting a little repetitive. That's the only thing. They're all in the morning for you. Wow. Right. The game jam too. Nuts. Oh, I'm glad that like my streams can reach across time zones. That makes me happy. That's a win. I don't want to use stop again. We just said it. Or stop resisting. We'd say quit whining. Quit your whining. Quit your whining. Let's do quit whining. Just shut up. Oh. Something, see, now what I don't like about that is it feels like less authoritative. Like, that, to me, that could, like, also be said by, like, an innocent person who's just like, just shut up, just stop it, I don't know. It is mean, but is it evil sounding? It doesn't sound like something an evil person would say. Like, it kind of does. I feel like this has a little more punch to it. But I like that you're making a suggestion. So I'll give you a credit. You will get a dialogue credit anyway. Dialogue is T, and you are gamer therapy. Done. This credit entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game. So thank you. Alright, let's go with quit whining for now. Quit whining. But why? I always say when I'm super upset at someone, that's just me. Yeah, see, you're not like evil. You know, like just shut up sounds like a nice something that a nice person would say. Like you didn't want to have to say it, you know? Like you were just holding it in, you're finally like, just shut up! Party Master explanation, what's the reason for the fancy new queue for the secrets name? Well, for some reason, we rarely have folks during the game jam saying that the queue that we do use isn't working. So the way we do it is we set up a Q&A in the YouTube chat. YouTube has a Q&A feature where people ask a question and then that's the queue. And it works really well for the game jam. For some reason, like almost every single time during the secret stream, folks will say, I did join it. And I'm like, but it says you didn't. And that stream is unlisted. So I don't know if for some reason, like it being unlisted, the YouTube Q&A like doesn't work properly. So it's just kind of a way to make sure that that never happens. I don't know if it's coincidence or something like that. But so that's why I wanted a new queue in part. The other and the more general reason I want a new queue is because nobody knows if they've actually joined it in the game jam or on the community creation stream, secret stream. And I think it'd be nice to like be able to see when you're coming up next and if you actually successfully got into the queue. So for me, that's just kind of like a quality of life thing. But for the community stream, it was a little more urgent because it just kept happening over and over again where folks were like not able to get in the queue. So that's why only for the secret stream right now, there's a different queue. I never get mad or upset at people, just get annoyed. Right, it sounds like you're annoyed when you say just shut up. Like these people are like evil. All right, so instead of but why, we already have this person saying somebody help. Do we have like I'm innocent already? Oh, they never say that. Let's do it. Let's do I'm innocent. Does that make sense? What was the last thing that was said to them? Quit whining. I'm innocent. That kind of works. We'll make that multi-small. Maybe, yeah, I don't think it's gonna fit in any large ones. Secret stream, secret stream. Nice. And I'd love to not have to direct people to Patreon as well. That would be nice. So I can just have them go through hypergame.dev. I want so many things to be through hypergame.dev. Interaction with a stream, right? Like members can maybe press a button on the website and something happens on the live stream. That would be cool. They could even set up weird things like characters on the ground walking around. But I want to do it all through the website. I want it to be community, open source type stuff. That's just me. Are we having them react to something happening? Yeah. Yes. I'm innocent. Instead of our farm now. How about you belong to us? Let's try that. All right, let's play it. So what this is the empathy event. That is to say, your character can unlock empathy. Yeah, it's open source. It absolutely is. You can unlock empathy in the game, which gives you certain perks and benefits that you wouldn't get if you didn't have it. And the way you get it is by stumbling on this event and doing the right thing, essentially. But yeah, there's the website. Pressy just dropped it in the chat for you. It's all there. I'm trying to learn JavaScript, HTML, database stuff. It's kind of boring. It's great when it works, though. I am heavily using AI to help me, but Eat Lead Weakling, who are you people? We're in charge now. Nice. Very clear who the bad person is. That's what I want. I want, like, if you stumble on that, you know exactly who the evil one is. Based on the words alone, but let's also do some other things too. Quit whining. Whoa, that one's not turning up right. I must have did that wrong. Somebody help. Quit whining. I'm innocent. I'm bad. We need to fix that one. Right there. That needs to be false. Okay. So that's not gonna look correctly here, unfortunately. Because I have to restart it. But I think it's better. Again, I just want to make sure that when the player stumbles on it, it's going to be clear what the moral decision is. The correct moral decision is. So yeah, so this is an event where an innocent person and an evil person are arguing. And if you kill the evil person, then you earn the coveted empathy. If you do nothing, you'll have another shot. Unless you move on to level 2, then you'll lose your chance. If you kill the innocent person, then you're gonna become evil, and you're not gonna get any chance to have empathy. Give up. Oh, that one's wrong too. Oh, we got some problems. Oh my god, what have I done? Which one is this? This is scene 4. I'm not mean enough to think of anything bad. I know, it's really hard. I know, it's so hard, right? Same. I'm like so nice, you guys. If I didn't already have these like characters in my head, I'd find it a lot harder. Please don't hurt me, looks good. You've taken everything is very wrong. Didn't we test that one? I guess I didn't test that one? Maybe I meant to. You've taken everything. Why would I do that? Wasn't there something else I was gonna change it to? Dang it, I forgot. Please don't hurt me. Give up now. I have nothing left. It's kind of nice. Kind of sad. I have nothing left. Let's try that one. Anything else wrong there? Comply or die. Comply is a little large. I think we could make comply be small. And then one just says say it? Yeah, say it again. Say it again? What? What does that even mean? Leave me alone. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Oh, are you too late? Do I need... If I need another one... Yeah, put yourself in the place of the innocent. You'd probably be great with that. Please help. I'm too scared. Get back. Leave me alone. I think could go either way, but it... That's a really good... If I need one, I'm gonna look and think about that one. I have nothing left. Help me. Give up now. Comply or die. Say it again? We need to fix that. That one doesn't make any sense. So they say, I have nothing left. Give me your life. I don't know why that's funny. Give me your life. You are worthless. Oh, it's too long. I want to think of bad things. I need to go back to my first grade mind. Your first grade? You were evil in first grade? Oh my god. Hey, welcome, Psychonic. Good to see you. It's been a while. I hope everyone's doing okay. Some stuff turned up, and I haven't had any free time since. Just wanted to say hi, and until we meet again. Hi, until we meet again. Thanks for stopping in, Psychonic. I think you're still up at the top of our contributions list. I'm pretty sure. You're up there. I appreciate your presence and the things that you've contributed to this project. It means a lot that you would come and say hi again. I know life comes up. I never expect y'all to be here. But it's nice if you can stop by. Sorry that life stuff comes up. I hope things are going the best they can. You are not worthless. This is different. You are a loser. Go cry to mama. You know, it's like not giving authoritative. You know, like this is like an occupying military force. To me, that's a little that's just kind of like you said you went back. I think you did a good job of going back to first grade. Feels like what children would say. Bully, yeah, no, I see it, I hear that. This is much more severe than a bully. Hey, maybe a bully could evolve into this. Bully, you dead. You are nothing. You are... We own you now. Oh, I kinda like that. We own you now. Even though we kind of already have give up now, and then it also has now at the end. Does it have to be really bad, or is there a boundary? Honestly, gamer, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's nice of you to try to help. It's not necessary. But thank you. I appreciate it. Let's do We Own You Now. I'm gonna make that one whole thing. We Own You Now. Because I hope, that's the last one I need to change for now. And then that's just multi-line small. Alright. So I'm just trying to make sure all these are showing correctly. When the player stumbles on it, it's clear who's bad and who's not bad. So today I've been setting up this empathy event, the dialogue specifically, if the player is on level 1, if they have not earned all the empathy that's available to earn, and if they haven't done anything evil. If all 3 of those are true, then an empathy event will show up. And they have an opportunity to earn empathy. And yeah, it's going to be a conflict. Welcome back, hi guy. It's going to be a conflict between an innocent human and an evil human. And you, the player, have to choose to either eat or abduct the good guy or the bad guy. Gotta go back to paying for food for elder. I don't know what those words mean. But good luck with that. Paying for food for elderly people? Is that a joke? Oh, wow. Okay, nice. That sounds like a nice thing to do. Wow. Are you saying that's like an innocent person thing to say? Eat lead, weakling. Who are you people? We're in charge now. Nice. Definitely giving good and bad. We'll crush you. You know, it again, it just feels a little, juvenile, you know? Again, guys, I don't think I need any suggestions now. Get back here. Please help. I think we have enough. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I really do want it to be kind of like authoritative, scary, a little violent. You're actually doing that in real life? Oh, okay. Cool. Good luck with that. It sounds like they need that. Stop. Oh, why is that one wrong? All right, let's see. Stop resisting. Oh, there you go. It's supposed to be like this. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sure all this is set up correctly. So I'm gonna keep restarting it. I just want to see them all be correct. It's kind of hard for me to tell going through each line. So I just want to make sure I am confident. And then the next task that I'm gonna do is make the spiky dialogue box. I promise. And then, so there is like animation stuff that I want to do too. Like have them actually moving around and like looking agitated with each other. Which means triggering a walk cycle. I haven't made any weapons. I need to make a gun one of these days. Oh God, I gotta make a gun. Ugh. Comply or die. Help me. We own you now. Please don't hurt me. Give up now. Alright, so think about we own you now was triggering my dyslexia a little bit. I was like, we now you own? But that's okay. Okay, got something back here. Somebody help! Quit whining! I'm innocent! You belong to us! I did nothing wrong! Stop resisting! I love it. Perfect. There's something about the I'm innocent text I don't really like the look of, but that's okay. Don't hurt me! You must obey! Fight the power! Eat lead, weakling! Who are you people? We're in charge and that's horrible! Perfect. Perfect. Alright, just a couple more. It'd be nice to confirm I've seen them all. Quit whining. I'm innocent. You belong to us. I did nothing wrong. Which ones have we seen and not seen? We saw one, of course. We saw 2, 4. We haven't seen 3 yet in this run. Oh, there's 3. Obey or die. I'm too scared. Eat lead! I have a family. Get back here. Please help. Perfect. Great. I love it. You know, sometimes you just gotta see the dialogue, like, in context. Like, just writing it doesn't always do enough. I'm innocent. You belong to us. I did nothing wrong. Stop resisting. It's such obnoxious escalation, you know? Gamer says, I have workmates who are in their 60s, and they often only have cash on them. And some places around us take cards only, so I pay for food for them. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but 60s is not elderly. Imagine calling imagine you're 60 years old and your coworker refers to you as elderly. Oh man. But also that is very kind of you, for sure. Very kind of you. Kai says, I was thinking not a lot of people would spot them like that. So that's good. I hear what you're saying, like they don't know that we're in a new era and all that. Maybe you're undershooting. Maybe it's a little more than 60s. I was thinking yesterday, I was reminded of those posters / street art by Shepard Fairey, Obey. Like think of it this way, Gordon Ramsay is 60, okay? Right? I'm just saying, for context here, of what a 60-year-old looks like. Yeah, I see that, right? I mean, yeah, right, and that is a powerful piece of art for a reason, because those words speak to authority, or represent what authority is saying. Although I think it often has like capitalist undertones as well. Good night and good job. Welcome, Sengeki. Thank you. We're getting there. Yeah, it's getting there. The dialogue goes through all that chaos code I wrote to untangle the dictionary. Turned out quite fine. Most of the problems I was having was because of an underscore that I mistyped, which is not the worst problem. It's a joke we have. Alright, okay, alright. I'm 41 and my coworkers call me elderly all the time. Oh my god. Oh man. I mean, okay, alright. Now I mean, look. Hey. Like, that makes sense to me, right? Because that's like teasing, right? That's like teasing. Yeah, right? Like, some people would take a lot of offense to that. But, like, you know, also, I mean, the way you presented it, like I'm paying for elderly people's food. I'm like imagining like, you know, 90 to 100-year-old person who like can't leave the house, who needs food delivered to them and paid for because their child is ripping them off in some like really egregious way by like committing elder abuse fraud or something like that. And like, it's like, oh, it's just your able-bodied coworkers who insist on using cash. I see. It was just like the picture that what you said painted was a little different than the reality. But yeah, I understand a little better now. I know someone over 100 who always loves to show off that they can tap their card. That is delightful, Present Fire. Oh my gosh. I'm sure for like some people, like their grandchildren, they're like, yeah, we know. Yeah. Amazing. A question. Have you tried to go out of bounds of the game? Like go straight left or right? Yeah. So it's invisible walls, basically. What I really want is like a wraparound effect where if you go all the way to the left, you just get spit out from the right and it just becomes the level again. But I realized that was just gonna be like some work to make function with the way the game is already set up. And why? When I can just put an invisible wall? So I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna be pretty freaking sick if it just like kept going around. But for now, it's just like an invisible wall, and then there's fog with some like assets. So like these trees, they don't actually function. The ones that are really far away over there, they're just like visual assets that are there to make it look like there's still something in the distance, but just a mysterious fog is keeping you from going there. So that's what's all the way over there. Okay, imagine being 100. Tapping your card is like a wizard-ish. Yeah, totally. Or somebody grew up with no electricity. Totally. Fair point, fair point. Normal to most of us, magic to them. That is, Precipier, that is such a delightful person to like imagine. Thank you for giving me that, thing to know is out there. This or the wraparound is cool. Yeah, I mean, I like this because I just wanted something that didn't feel like arbitrary, even though it is. To me, it's the least of all arbitrary options. Like, I wouldn't want there to not be fog, and it's just like, nope, can't go that way. To me, I hate that. I don't want there to be like cliffs, you know, or like mountains, or, you know, hedges or something stupid like that. Like, why can't I just jump over the hedges? Why can't I just climb the mountain? Why is there a mountain around everything? So to me, a fog is like kinda like vague enough where you can say, oh, the alien doesn't want to go in the fog. What? The alien doesn't want to look at fog. It's hard to move around fog. But look, there's still stuff out there, so it's not like it's the end of the game. There's more out there if you could make it. You know, it's obviously still just an invisible wall, but I wanted it to at least kind of feel justified. So that's what I settled on. When I'm ancient, so like what, 40 years old? I'm sure new tech will be magical to me. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think it depends, you know? Like, if you're in a tech industry, if you have like a hobby where you're already following tech evolution, it may not be surprising to you at all. You know? You may have like the perspective to appreciate how things have changed over time. But ultimately, I think you'll, if you're familiar with technology as it goes along, I probably won't surprise you. Would be my guess. Today, something like a card is a good excuse for back in my day stories. Fair, fair. Back in my day. Oh dang, shots fired from Princey! Wait, what? Oh, when I'm ancient, like 40 years? Oh, yeah, right, because Sean said that they're 40. I know, why I assume Precipier was joking when they said that. I was like, what? I'm not far off from that. I am not far off from that myself. Rest in peace, gun ammo. You know, it's just a water gun. Was it ever an actual gun? 40 is not, yeah, same stoner. Oh, come on, gamer. You said 60 was elderly. Don't try to act like now you're all like, what, there's between 40 and 60, someone goes from young to elderly. I know. It's all jokes. I know. All right, so I feel good about this. I'm gonna go ahead and make a commit. Let's get that spiky dialogue box going. Dialogue loads great and looks good too. That's all we're gonna say. I ain't going crazy with the description today. Not today. Yeah, you can't just walk back to elderly 60s. Alright. Next task. Making a spiky dialogue box. What do you even call that? Isn't that like called something? I'm asking the other chat. What do you call a comic book dialogue box with spiky points around it, like surprise or shock dialogue. A burst balloon. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. See, this is, I could look it up on Google, but like, or I could just do this. Or a jagged speech bubble. So a burst balloon. I guarantee you, if I say that, someone's gonna come in and be like, what's a burst balloon? And I'll be like, well, I don't know, I thought it was something. Burst balloon. I think it made that up. That's not even, it's literally none of the results. You stupid ChatGPT. What are you talking about? Out here hallucinating, straight hallucinating, making up stuff. What else do you think it's called? A jagged speech bubble. And if you're still here, you're a madman. You coded the checker in Godot 3. What is that? Oh yeah, they did do Godot 3. Okay, jagged speech bubble sounds much more. Or at least the images are coming up. I'm sure I could also say spiky speech bubble, and that would work as well. Oh, search burst balloon dialogue box. Burst balloon speech bubble. Okay, you're right. That does bring it up. Balloon pop. Pop art speech bubble. Comic speech bubble. I don't know what the heck to call it. We're just gonna call it spiky speech bubble. That's what we're gonna say. It's a spicy speech. I mean, spiky speech bubble. Now, I don't want it to mess with the sizing at all. I think one of the ones that takes up the most space. I don't remember. I think comply fits. Okay, it does. So let's just look at one that has like the most crampedness. And then make sure we're not messing that up. So that means I have to actually write code to make sure that it loads in the spiky one, which is gonna be a little effort, truth be told. Oh well. So it goes. Where do we even set this all up? Back here? Okay, so that's, I'm gonna call this panel speech regular. I'm gonna duplicate it. To me, it needs like a few, because how am I gonna do the spikes? I feel like the only way I can do that in Godot without like making an image, which I kind of don't want to do, is I need to actually make multiple sharp points. We just get like a regular old container of some kind. Oh, just use a control. Okay. Whatever you say. We're gonna say speech spiky. I think you do want another panel You just want it to be like a little different. Can we like paste another one in here? I'm gonna hide the regular. I'm gonna call this panel speech spiky. Let's hide this one. Obviously, to me, I don't want a border. At least not yet. And this goes on top? Or that's underneath? Oh no, that's... Yeah, that's underneath. So we'd want that one. Whoa. Oh, whoops. I didn't make it unique before I removed the borders. That's very important. Make unique. Then remove the borders. Now if we show that, we move it over here. What? What? Why is this one not visible? I'm confused. Okay, there it is. Oh. Well, which way makes it on top? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was confused. Great. Good, perfect. So now, this, I would want to like kind of... It's going to be tough because we have to like go outside of the boundaries, which I don't think is going to work. Like if I come out to this, I think I have to save it. And we look at it in 3D. I think if it, yeah, if it's outside of the boundaries, it's gonna cut it off. That's not good. That's not very good. Yikes. It is definitely something I would have wanted to have planned ahead of time. I mean, I'm almost inclined to make a totally separate thing that like shows up behind this. And then we just stretch it so it wraps around. I think that's gonna actually be a lot easier. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm actually going to cut this stuff out. Keep that there normal. And then let's make something new. So that's canvas layer. We actually have to keep that named canvas layer, unfortunately. Well, I'll just refactor it. I'm gonna call this canvas speech regular. Now obviously I have code that we struggled with greatly today that is depending on that being called something else. Canvas speech regular. So I gotta go find that right here, for example. This has to be... What does that checkbox for size 2D override stretch do? I don't know. Do you think that would fix it? I'll try it in a second. Canvas speech regular. I still should do this anyway. I'm gonna search for percent canvas layer. So right here, we want to change that. Speech regular. We could do a replace, but that's so boring. Speech, whoops, that's incorrect. Speech regular. This is quite different, I think. No, I don't think that is different. Canvas speech regular. Canvas speech regular. Just that word override is intriguing. Like, it could allow the size or spikes to go outside. Yeah, let's try it. So I just gotta come back in here. Paste those in. Okay, there it's on the outside. Save it. Come to this one. "2D override stretch." Oh, it does nothing. If true, the 2D size override effect stretch as well. Doesn't seem to be helping. But it's a good thought. There's also the Sprite 3D, which I forgot to look at. But I don't know if any of those really help. That's okay. Region. It's no big deal. We'll find another way around it. It's good to click buttons, usually. I'm gonna pop that out, and I'm gonna create a new... Oh, this is called Dialogue Box. Interesting. Okay. Let's make a new scene. Canvas layer. I'm gonna save this. Where does this go? NPC, human, events. No. Where do we usually save this? UI? Dialogue. There we go. We're gonna call this dialogue box spiky. It's not really the dialogue box. It's gonna be kind of like a, not a mask either. It's a costume. We're in Scratch now. So I'm just gonna paste that. Well, we could do a margin container. That could be nice. And I'm gonna paste these in there. Let's make the margin container the full size of that. We want this control node, or the panel. What if we make that? Okay, good. Just want to make sure that that can make some good sense. All right, cool. Nice. I actually want to make the one in the back a lot smaller. I don't know if a margin container really helps me here, truth be told. Somehow if there's a way to add margins around. Oh yeah, margin container sounds promising. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I need the margin container. And then these I want to turn into something that looks like spikes. Something I should be careful about is making sure that this is all unique, so we don't do horrible things to other parts of the code. That would suck. Not the code, but the UI. Okay, now for this, we don't want corners. Is spiky, after all. And then I don't want the border all the way around. It would be nice if we could obliterate a whole corner. Yeah, we could try skewing it. The only thing I don't like about skewing is it really changes the like balance. Like you can see the sides are very thin. It just kind of looks stupid. So let's make sure there's not a border on the bottom. Or the right. I feel like there's a way to get this the way I want it. I don't think blend is gonna help us. Oh, you know, maybe the corners could be good here, actually. Not exactly spiky. Not quite the word I would choose. It looks like a cute ear. It's adorable. Now I could just get an image and put it in here, and I might. But if I can find a way to do it with just these tools, I'm gonna take it. I feel like skew might be the best option. And then we just like balance out the parts that get weird. You know, it's still not quite giving like a point. You know what, we could rotate it, of course. I don't know what's going on with this. What is this? This like white line. Ah, anti-aliasing. Yeah, no thank you. We're okay. Thank you, though. It's vaguely passable. Whoa. It's wild that it moves them both. Skew's crazy. Okay. Alright, let's get a bunch of those. We're gonna say this is panel spike 1. Now some of them I might want to change. So I'm actually gonna refactor this a little bit. This is spike 101. So if I make like a different variation, we can give that a different numbering. It looks like a Pikachu. Looks like a product that's shaped like a Pikachu. Maybe I don't need a variant. I feel like we could like flip some of them around. And then another thing I was thinking is we could put one of these on top. Maybe. That's a big maybe. This is actually panel speech inside. I'm just gonna say this is panel inside bottom inside top. We need to make it unique. Okay, not resizing in my favorite way. That's okay. Let me just use the transform tools. Yeah, because it's just like growing from where I don't want it to, really. Maybe if you scale, no, okay. Just like keep some of those from being on the inside. Might even want the inside bottom to just be black. So then it's like the remaining border. Like connecting border or something like that. I think this could work. Duplicate it, rotate it, move it. Duplicate it, rotate it, move it. And I kind of just feel like the ones over here would benefit from being like flipped around. We could probably do that with like scale, right? Yes. Yeah, just literally invert it. So make that -1. -1, sure. And I'm gonna go ahead and call this one Spike 201, which obviously messes up all the numbering. Do I really care? Why do I care? We would want to kind of change. I'm just gonna get rid of that one. Call that one 3, 4, 5. Duplicate it. Yeah, we can change the order. Like that one in the middle on the left looks like it could be a little more behind. That might be a better choice placement for it. Oh, I forgot. There's a cat here. I forgot all about the cat. He just got here. If he was here earlier, I didn't even notice. I was just so involved. I forgot. But I think it's been a little cat quiet today. He's there, grooming. Getting his groom on. Guess we should go down here. I just thought we were in Blender. I was like, oh, I should just mirror it. I don't think we can do that. I mean, maybe. Whatever. Part of me just feels like there's like a few too many. Yeah, I think there's too many. I think we can get rid of like this one. It's pretty good. Rotate it, move it. Nice. Yeah, it's gonna require a little bit of adjustment. Hopefully I don't get over perfectionistic about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like something about it. It's really hard to know which one's which. I almost wonder if this one shouldn't have corners, rounded corners. Yeah, it's tough because then it just like mandates a very specific design. But the curve doesn't look good. So I suppose we could try shrinking it. It's a little grueling to try to get like just right. I almost wonder if it wouldn't make more sense to just like kind of do like a bunch of individual ones, which feels a bit chaotic. We out here like MS Paint right now, just stamping shapes down. Probably a bit inefficient to do it this way, although to be fair, they're sharing the same like resource. So maybe not the worst thing. not too bad. It's not too bad. Bit imperfect, sure. But too bad? No. I have to avoid being overly perfectionistic. I know. It's not too bad. Very possibly good enough. Control Z that one. Excellent. You know, a few points of imperfection, but I don't know if it's anything that's really going to be noticeable. Neato. Alright, okay. So, if I have that, I need to now add it in to my dialogue in scene, and we want it to be like behind that. Okay, all right. Now, obviously, that has the border right now, which is no bueno. We would actually want to switch this. We would call this speech spiky. Make it unique. Hide this one. And make its border width nothing. And that's the one that would be behind. I'm gonna make sure these are accessible as unique names so we can more easily load them in. Coda got their new PC! Let's go! I didn't know you were trying to get a new PC. That's awesome. I feel like you might have said that, but I forgot. I am so glad that you are going to be doing things like game dev and gaming and web browsing. You deserve to be able to do those things with power. Welcome, Coda. Coda is a member, a card-carrying member of this channel, and therefore a song is owed. I was waiting on it to arrive because post office sucks. You have one job, post office, but also a very hard job, so respect. I posted it in setup channel too, so you can take a look-see later if you want. Nice! I'll take a look right now. I also usually take looks later, especially if people are like, I posted mine too, I posted mine too. I'm like, oh my god, okay, hold on. But it's quiet for now. Shut up, Discord. Wow. That looks amazing. What? It looks so cool. What? It has tubes. Wow.
It looks like a science experiment.
That is amazing. I'm just gonna let everybody bask in that while I be right back. I have to use the loo. I've finished all of my jars of liquid. They have to go somewhere. So I gotta go deal with that. And then we're gonna sing Coda's member song. So we got a lot queued up here. I'm gonna get the spiky speech bubble in place. I'm just gonna admire this. I'm just gonna, as fancy as pants can be. And of course, cat. All right, I will be super right back. 2 minutes. Dude, what? That is beautiful. Enjoy the music if you're co-working with me. Stretch your legs, get a snack. 2 minutes, I'll be right back. And we'll sing a member song. Stuff like that. What's up, y'all? What's up? Welcome back. So much Coda love today. Thing was expensive as hell. I'm glad it looks good. It looks amazing. It looks expensive. It sure does. hopefully lasts you a good while. Yeah. My last one lasted me about 7 years now, so it's getting its well-deserved retirement. Wow. I think the computer I'm currently streaming on, I think I got it in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 7 years old. Oh shoot. What? Did we buy a computer at the same time? That's wild. I guess one day I'll retire this. It's about how often I upgrade as well. Another year or so left. It's kind of like the cycle of like operating systems often too. It's good now that we've hit a point where the performance gains each year don't mean we need to upgrade constantly. Oh dude, yeah, that's terrible. You never needed to, did you? I mean, I guess it depends what you used it for. I think it stay nice and cool. I know, right? I was buying a new graphics card every like 6 months in the early 2000s. It was kind of annoying. Wow. Oh, early 2000s, right. Yeah, because I mean, you were also like dealing with games coming out. Yeah, that was a wild time for like computers, man. That was a wild time. Alright. Very cool computer. I love it. It looks amazing. Lots of room to build in there as well. Frickin' neato. Alright, let's get Coda his song. You are a member after all. Can I sing this one? I don't think I can sing this one. This isn't feeling like a sing song. Let's try this one. My PC wasn't able to keep up with my gaming anymore. Yeah, oh, right. I would imagine this one does not. And I couldn't upgrade it, so I had to just get a new one. Fair. That's fair. You deserve to game good. You really do. Coda needed a new computer, no duh. Coda needed a computer, no duh. If you read the TXT, you will see Coda needed a new computer, no duh. They were trying to use the old one, but it wasn't good enough, so Coda got a new one, no duh, Coda. If you read the TXT, you will see that Coda has a computer that's underperforming. But now they have a new one. Coda got rid of the old one, and now the new one is good. Coda got a new computer, not the old one anymore. Coda got a new computer, not the old one. Oh, Coda. Thank you for being a member and supporting the channel. Coda got a new computer, not using the older one. Coda got a new computer, not using the older one. Not using the older one. Travi dipped. Oh, whoa. Thank you, Coda, for supporting the channel. I appreciate you so very much. Yeah, Travi dipped. You know why? Because when Travi hears singing, he kind of gets mad. He's like, why are you doing that? Why are you, like, yelling? Like, can you stop? And so he had to come and like check it out, which probably means my microphone is going to short out. Frequently, when the cats exit the chair, my microphone just shorts out. Some kind of static thing. Let's see. Oh, it didn't happen this time! Nice. You're welcome, Coda. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's back. He's back. He does not appreciate singing. He doesn't like whistling. All of that makes him really mad. I can't say I agree with it, but it is how he feels. All right. He's somewhere. I don't know where he went. So what exciting thing are we doing now? I was making a spiky speech bubble, is what it says. Oh, that's the wrong button. That's what it says, spiky speech bubble. So, what I want to do is I want to put this behind the existing speech bubble. So this has no border around it. I'm going to have to make sure I update all of this in code, which is going to be, it's going to be interesting, but I'm sure we'll solve it and everything will be fine. So we can just say, as long as the enemy, make sure you load the spiky stuff. So I need to add like another sprite 3D, I'm thinking. Can we do like multiple viewports? And then I don't actually know how this works. Or like, maybe I put it in here? Let's try putting it in there. I'm gonna take a little risk. So I'm gonna look for the new spiky, dialogue box spiky. Okay. So we're gonna drop that in. I'm gonna call this canvas speech spiky. I would like that to match over here as like a general thing. Canvas speech spiky. It's all so nice. Now I can game and keep a video open in the background at the same time. Isn't that crazy? Literally unheard of. Man, I'm sorry you weren't able to do that. Okay, it does sound like your 7-year-old computer was a lot worse than my 7-year-old computer. I mean, to be fair, my 7-year-old computer, I built it and, you know, I've swapped out a couple things along the way to keep it peppy. Sounds like you really needed that new computer. That ain't right. I guess it depends on the game too. Alright, so back to the in-scene dialogue box. So very, mine hasn't gotten an upgrade at all since I bought it. Dang. Ugh. This looks ridiculous. Some very interesting things going on here. Does this make sense? Is there like multiple... Is there like room at the... Oh, there's room at the bottom down here. I see. Okay, so I think I need a separate viewport. To be fair, I'm surprised at how well the PC ran despite all that. Give it some credit. What are you using the old one for now? Okay, so this is not gonna work. So let's try making a new... We're making strides in speech bubble designing today. Yes, this is a new concept of speech bubble that I am concepting here. Soon you will see this speech bubble everywhere. We are redefining the speech bubble landscape. It is an inspiring step forward. My dad's getting the old one once I move all my files over. Oh, that's nice! Oh, you're welcome, Dad. But thank you, Dad, for being Dad. Okay, so sub viewport 2, not acceptable. It can only handle one sub viewport, so I believe what needs to happen is I need to actually create a new sprite 3D. And then in that sprite 3D, I will drop this in the sub viewport. But where is it? Wish I could just upgrade mine, but they keep making new PC slots, PCIe slots and crap. Oh. What do you mean? Like you're saying like your computer it has like that the IO is like not compatible with like modern stuff. Yeah, that is real. I mean, you know, it's tough because you have to make sure it's actually compatible. That's a tough one. You know, I'll be on PC Parts Picker, like, the world is my oyster! And it's like, you can pick between these 3 motherboards. I'm like, oh. Where is it? Oh, I see. It's still assigned to the wrong sub viewport. Nice. Okay, there we go. I'm so confused. How does this work? The size, I think. I'm so confused. Oh, I see. I know what happened. I see what happened. I get it. 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 It's because we have to make it unique. Always got to be making things unique in Godot. PCIe slots are mostly backwards compatible, I think, but bottleneck the graphics card. PCIe. Are you talking about like those flat, wide things? I feel like I only have those in like my really old computers. Or am I thinking of something else? Right? They're like flat and wide. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. No. I know what you're talking about. Those are the ones with like the square pegs all in there, right? Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. I call them square. They're not square. Yeah, something like that. I wonder if ARM chips will make it to the PC market. Seems to be an next big chip. What the heck is that? I don't. I see. When it comes to like computer terms, I only learn about them like exactly when I need to know about it. Like, okay, I'm upgrading my PC. Researching it, the bare minimum. This is what I need to do. What I need to do. This is compatible. Okay, good. Buy it. Put it in there. Forget it. I just don't think about it anymore. So this is like, instead of getting like an AMD or a Intel, it's just a different one. It's a different one. Need a new motherboard, and at that point, I may as well just get a new PC. I mean, I feel like is it a new PC at that point? You're like, what is the PC? Is it the case? Is it all the parts together? If you change the hard drive, change the RAM, change the motherboard. So like, I mean, you know, you can get a new motherboard and now you have a new PC. PCIe is simply what your graph. Yeah. I remember now. It took me a second. I think I was thinking of something else, something very different. I don't even know what I was thinking of, honestly, but it was wrong. It's a CPU that uses a smaller instruction set that is more power efficient. Mac laptops have been using them for a while now, and other laptops are starting to. It's a huge performance boost. Neato. I like performance. I like boost. Okay, so this should be unique now. Nice. Maybe. Is this nice? Okay, it's new sub viewport. Okay, alright, this is better. There's two separate things now. that's good. I think we just have to change, oh dear God, the size a bit, maybe? At least. What size do you want to be? Oh, I went outside of the canvas. Well, I didn't realize I was doing that. I should correct that immediately. Yikes. Can I just shove it all in a control node and then shrink that down, please? It doesn't look like it. It does look like it. Nice. Oh, sorry, but can you scale nicely? Okay, never mind. I take it back. Transform. I don't think you want to change the size. I think you want to change the scale. Whoa. What have I done? Terrible things. Okay, shrink it down. Move it. Shrink it. I hope this fits. This might be a problem. Shrink it. It's gonna look kinda scuffed. No, stop. Just this. We're like guessing at the center. This is a mess. It's growing from the top left. Damn. Alright, let's try that. It can be a little scuffed. Oh, so right, that size is probably not good anymore. What did we say? 1109,624. 1109,624. Nice. Okay. Okay. But we do want it to be scaled uppy. It's so big. Oh no. That's a bit too large. Actually. Oh dear. And we need to set like some render order rules here as well. I don't think top level, that's not what that does. I'm not sure where we set the render order, if I'm being honest with you. Render target. Layer. Oh, canvas layer. Yes, canvas layer. Let's go. I wonder if this conflicts with the UI. Oh, that probably only works in 2D. I don't think it's gonna listen to the... Oh, but also, you meant to put this one on top anyway. But I have a feeling that doesn't work in 3D. Would be my guess there on that one. Pity. So we need to somehow ensure that the Sprite 3D is rendering on top. I mean, we obviously could do no depth test, but then it's going to be on top of everything, which is going to look stupid. Potentially. Most likely. We do have, like, material stuff. I'm not really sure to make... Or sorting. I don't think that's it. Render priority. Oh. It did nothing. That's cool. Good. Good. No, I didn't mean for it to do something. No. I didn't think it was gonna do anything. It was typing. Yeah, I was just typing. Oh, wait, they're sharing the same thing. Why? Why? Oh, I just have them both selected. Dang. Disappointment. The most negative number. No. Pity. What's a pity? Oh. Devastating. I'm gonna have to look it up. Let's see if there's some info about that. The other option is I could try to make it like invisible in the middle. That sounds terrifying. But, you know, it could work. Maybe. Probably not though. Sprite 3D render order. Please help. This is 2 years ago, so. That's not what I want. How to draw sprites in a specific order in 3D. 2018! Oh, it's a long time ago. You have to use the Z order to the sprites. Everything is controlled by how deep things are in relation to your camera. It's not like in 2D where you have an order in which you render things. I don't know why you're rotating your camera. Shut up. That's true. I'm actually not really rotating it. It's just if the player is getting closer, or if it's getting closer to the player, it kind of like warps around the camera a little bit. These very small values for the Z depth. For example, 0.001 will render it in front of 0.002, but the small differences look the same to the eye. Z depth? Where's that? You mean like the Z position? I don't think that's gonna work. I kind of already tried that. I mean, I guess it'll work. It just means I have to also do it. No, see, because it's facing the camera. We're using this like billboard effect. But maybe it won't matter, like if it's only the front. This might actually be sufficient. So you know what? We're gonna actually go with this. This might actually be okay. The only problem for now next is making sure the size is sufficient. This, you know, I think this could be okay. That's front. Let me keep this Z at 0. And we'll bring this one back. I mean, you can see that leads to some issue. Let's try scooching. It's a little tricky to get just right. because I really actually don't want to move this too much. I don't know if I have moved this all that much. Because this needs to be in the same place. I have some concerns. That's rear. That's front. So obviously we can scooch that over here, but as soon as we rotate it, things get weird. Scale it down as small as possible. It's a little extreme, I'll admit. Oh yeah, I could squish it. It's not getting mad at me for squishing it. You know, it's not like... It is not recommended that you keep a non-uniform scale. So, that means it's fine, right? Cool. Now I gotta set that up in code. So I don't want that whole thing to even be visible. I guess we'll access this as a unique name. And on the regular dialog box, I have to make sure that it swaps between the regular border and the spiky, or the non-border, basically. So we have to, if it's an enemy who's speaking, it has to make sure that there is no border. That's on the dialog box itself, and then in the dialog box scene, it needs to make sure that it reveals or hides, if it's an enemy or not, the spiky out, or spikes themselves. Alright, so on the script, in our empathy event, is where this will all be handled and everything will become clear. I need to set up some things. Oh, so there's one on the left and there's one on the right. I don't think I need to say dialogue in scene. That was before I realized that canvas speech regular was, or this was spelled wrong with the wrong underscore placement situation. So I'm gonna remove that just for simplicity's sake. And if we get an error there, maybe I'll remember that, oh, I should probably actually put that back, because that's a mistake. And mistakes are fixable. I almost said something unnecessarily not nice. Okay, here we go. Copy this, paste that. We're gonna say this is dialogue left spiky this time. And this is looking at that same place, except instead of regular, you got it, it's gonna say spiky. Okay, good. And then I do need to be able to find these two, which aren't currently defined anywhere. Where we usually define these kinds of things is when we set up these labels, which ones are visible and which ones have stuff and which ones don't. Oh man, this aux cable is, it's cooked, man. And yet, I must use it. I should really replace it. I should really replace it. What are these members paying for anyway? Okay, it's fine. I did buy a new one, and it promptly broke because it wasn't long enough. That was my mistake. Okay. Anyway, it's my own private suffering right now. So those labels are set up here, but they're being iterated through based on the name that's already in the dictionary. We're accessing them. How are we accessing them? Dialogue labels, get children. What is dialogue labels? A VBox container. Okay. How can you get children? Where does it know? I'm confused. Dialogue labels. But how does it know where that is? I'm confused. Oh, write dialogue labels. Whoa, what is that? Ah, right here. There it is. Dialogue left. Get node. Okay, I see now. Alright. So let's actually include those nearer to each other there. I'm gonna copy these, paste that in. This is gonna be a bit to type here. We're gonna say left. I'm just gonna call it spiky background. It's not really a spiky background, and we're just gonna say borderless box. And then we're gonna say right borderless box. Left bordered box. Right bordered box. And then what we need to tie those two are... I have to hold my head very still. I'm gonna try to go past it. Sometimes it doesn't short out. It's so annoying. I'm fine. Panel speech regular, panel speech spiky. We're gonna put those on the clipboard. We don't want to make any typing errors ever again. So for the borderless box, we're saying percent speech spiky, percent speech spiky. And then for this one, percent speech regular, percent speech regular. Okay, good. Now we just need to tell a difference between if it's the enemy or not, and then make sure we set the right things to be true or false, or visible or not visible. So here we set enemy dialogue versus innocent dialogue. I think this is where we can put that. It's a bit of a mess, but I don't care. So, if the human on the right is an enemy, currently there's only one speech bubble visible at any one time. Oh no, okay, so actually we're fine. We have left spiky and right spiky. Okay, I see. Dialogue left spiky, dialogue right spiky. I'm just gonna call this, I'm not gonna call this dialogue. I'm gonna say this is wild, but I'm gonna call this underlay. I know, like, what is she talking about? You know, like an overlay, but it's an underlay because the spikes are like underneath. I don't know, it feels weird to call it like a dialogue because it's just confusing me. Alright, so if the human on the right is the enemy, we want underlay right spiky to become visible. We also want the borderless, the right borderless box to become visible, but the right bordered box to become not visible. Let's go to the left, so the left is the enemy, and in that case, I would want these to all be left instead of right. Then we just have to copy these. So move this down here. If the human on the left is...
Perfect.
Anyway, we just have to make this right. Wait. Yeah, because this is already on the right. So if the human on the right is not an enemy, so this is all right, except since it's not an enemy, we want the underlay to not be there. We want the borderless box to not be there. We want the bordered box to be there. So copy all this, come down here, and switch these to left. All right. Now, what will the problems be? If any, if any. So we've made the spiky speech bubble, but attempting to implement a spiky speech bubble. Will it work? Will it not? We shall find out. I did change like a reference around, so hopefully that's fine as well. And even if, you know, I got all my declarations correct and my logic correct, we still gotta find out if this spiky underlay like looks good. Whoop! Declarations are not correct. Cannot call method getNode on a null value. Oh dear. Dialogue left. Okay, so evidently I really did need to leave the extra getNodes in there. Alright. No, if you say so. I'm just gonna double check what that was here, because it's just gonna be easier. So I'm just pulling up GitHub. I'm just gonna copy that right there. I'll just put it back. Don't mind me. I'm putting it right back. All good. Don't be mad at me. All right. Oh. So it wasn't just the underscore. It was at least the underscore, but I think it also needed that extra getNode fetch. I like doing this way. I know some people have very, you know, hard and fast rules about it. Naming isn't reliable. I like it. For me, it's convenient enough to be worth it. And like, yeah, sometimes it causes problems. That's okay. Oh man, I'm so used to being able to run fast. Oh no, wait, so what's the issue? Okay, it's a different one. Trying to assign a value of panel to a variable of VBox container. Yes. That'll do it. Okay. Forgive me. I do be copying and pasting. And to me, like, yeah, typing things is risky, of course. There's typos can happen everywhere. And so yeah, it's like, okay, you're reducing the number of possible typos, but you can also type your references wrong. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's not a real big deal. But I get why people don't like it and they try to avoid it. But I don't really think it's like great advice necessarily to like say that you shouldn't use named reference paths and stuff. Maybe one day I'll get it, but honestly, it's just like, but it's all typing. We have to type it all. Typos can happen anywhere. You will not be forgiven! Whoa, okay, so we do have Spiky Box. This is not bad. I see the logic issue here, which is that it's making the Spiky Box, it's not hiding the Spiky Box after the fact, which would be nice. I also think that there is a, the text isn't appearing on top of it, unfortunately, so we do have an ordering issue still. It is a giant spiky box. Prove me wrong. And it's also still showing the tail, which is obviously not relevant anymore, which is actually kind of a bummer. I almost wish that we did have a tail on there, which we could do. We could just have it be a spiky tail. It does feel like very big, like almost too big, which could be resolved by making more spikes and making them smaller. So sometimes it is appearing on top, but sometimes it isn't, which is a little surprising. Why? I'm trying to like get like different angles on it. It seemed like it was just like one that wasn't showing up. Because basically we just have like the position slightly behind, but since it's got billboarding, it's rotating to face the camera, which means it's possible that it just rotates out of the way. Okay, so this one, scene 2, for some reason, it just ain't showing up in this spot. It is from that angle. It would appear that the more to the left we go, the more likely it disappears. Apparently. So we got some problems. Yeah, we got some problems. We got a few. There's actually quite a few. So that's fun. Let's see if I can move this back. Oh God, and then we see. But then we're able to see the outline there. So we could also make it like transparent. That would be an option. That way it's not overlapping. I think that would be a good idea. So I'm gonna also make it, it's still not gonna be quite even, unfortunately. You can even see that it's starting to move a little bit, trying to like follow the camera. What happens if I like don't billboard that one? Nothing of any substance. Definitely doesn't need to be double-sided, by the way. So yeah, I think making the text... So really, you don't even have to say that the borderless background happens. Just like, don't even bother with that one at all. This is all we really need to do. Turn it off and on, essentially. So if it's the enemy, the borderless box doesn't become true. It's also not visible. No borderless box at all. Don't need it. And then we need to make sure that the underlay if it's innocent, I'm not exactly sure why that's not going away. Because it says false. Which means it should disappear. So why isn't it? I'm a little confused about that. If it's the enemy, it's true. I'm a little confused about that one. I might need to print some stuff to make sure my brain understands it. And then as far as the tail goes, do we set up the tail on here? No. We set that up on the abductee script? That's a mess. That's messy. Because then we need fundamentally to choose if we're going to have a spiky tail versus not. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to be setting this over here. So I might even say, don't. How about don't? What about that? This is a bit of a tough thing to wedge into the existing structure. I'm gonna keep it real. Then we have to make it visible or not. So we're just gonna get rid of that. And then on the empathy event is where I'll handle the tail showing. Because now that's an issue of if it's an enemy or not, because we're gonna have a different type of tail. So if it's an innocent, and we need to say, we actually need a different one for each of these. Dialogue left. Get no canvas speech regular. Why would we need to do that? What do we do up here for these panels? We just do. We just go directly to it. Yeah. So this is if it's on the right. So we don't actually need the left one here. I don't think it makes sense to put that there. Let's put this up here. It's a little messy. I know it. Left tail, right tail. And then we'll want some like different one. that, and this will just be a panel, ultimately. So we'll change these to panel. Left tail, right tail, spiky. But actually, it's not going to be dialogue left. It has to be the spiky version. Which we don't even have a reference to yet. Which is exciting. So let's create those. Dialogue left spiky. Dialogue right spiky. Dialogue in scene. Spiky, spiky. This is tough. This is some effort. So then down here, we just append spiky onto that. Still gotta create those. Those don't actually exist yet, which is fun. And then we have to make sure they're visible or not, depending on what the situation is. So if we have an enemy on the right, we want right tail spiky, visible, true. I don't think we need to make anything false. Over here, we're just saying right tail, visible, true. On this side, left tail, spiky. And over here, left tail, regular. Visible, true. I forgot my streams last 67 years. They sure do. So I just made a Python script that scrapes my hourly jam for topics. Oh! It was for Henry's theme checker, but the output could also be added to the wheel to retroactively add the past topics. Wow. I mean, we already have that. We already got all that. That's awesome, Precipier. But that's already all set up. That's so cool that you did that for Henry's little thing. Yeah, I think Henry's thing is like separate. If I understand correctly, Henry's thing is like separate from our stuff. It's just like using our data to like make it work, I think. And then that's amazing that you made that. I didn't know you knew Python. Not that it's that different from GDScript, but it's different enough to confuse me. And then, yeah, I don't think, I mean, I think at this point, the wheel is all it needs to be. Every past topic is already in there. It already updates the website, like whenever the wheel is spun, and it adds the new stuff to the JSON file. The data in this thing didn't include your jam topics. I think they had Ludum topics in it. Right. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, so nice. I wasn't sure. I know Henry at first was using jam topics from our jam. So yeah, so I'm not sure where that fits into our project, but that's neato. That sounds cool. Like, you got a scraper? It's scraping things? But yeah, basically what happens right now is Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, wait, maybe. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was just like very confused. Okay, it just gets really confusing. Okay, there's like, because we're talking about unused topics. I see. You're talking about topics that have already been chosen. Actually, I could use that. That actually could be useful. I totally didn't understand, but now I totally, completely actually understand. There's a couple topics that aren't present here, but not many. But, yeah, so over here, these are all the past jams, and there's 2 pages of it. I would do it manually. That's kind of what I was planning on doing, was doing it manually. There's about 20 that aren't in here, but at that point, who cares? But that's where you'll find all the past topics. Because what I'm going to set up, as I mentioned earlier, is a way that... Because right now, it just has all the unused ones. Those are the pages that it scrapes. What? Oh, okay, that's actually awesome. Dude, I won't do it manually. Screw it. If you got some code, hook me up. Okay, now I get it. I was so confused. The only ones I can't get are the ones without topic :XXX. Oh, yeah, I think we didn't. I guess that is a newer thing, huh? That's not many of them. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. Yeah, and I was thinking also, like, yeah, that's awesome. I think that's really cool. I was like, okay, so I think for the thing I want to make, I'm probably also gonna, it's gonna get ridiculous, have something that, like, lets the person know, like, hey, this is similar to a past topic. Or something. Like, it'll just give like a warning. I don't know, I got wild ideas. And I'm gonna make it in GDScript. I think I mentioned earlier, but yeah, it's gonna be like embedded on here. And it's gonna be a GDScript project. And then you're gonna be able to type in your suggested topic. And then, yeah, it would be perfect if it would check and be like, this has already been a topic, and then it just won't allow you to submit it. That would be dope. And then I was thinking it could be nice, too, if it was like, this is similar to a past one like this, you know, consider maybe coming up with something more creative. Just a thought, just an idea. Maybe don't. It's gonna be nuts. I really can't wait to start developing it, but I gotta figure out this friggin' API key mess. The JSON file is in the Discord on Henry's thing if you wanna yoink it later. Just needs to be modified to fit the wheels JSON format. Oh, so you're right, and you're talking about the wheel. I keep getting so confused. Like, I've got my brain, like, thinking about the next thing already. I'm like, wheel's done. Reuse it now, it needs no more. I just keep forgetting. So you're saying, what you're saying, and I mean, when I say the wheel's done, I mean, we're still gonna use it until I build this theoretical masterpiece that I may never make, but I'm gonna try. You're saying that, like, we come over here, if I type in something beyond Earth that we've done before, it would somehow alert, like, no. You know, maybe some kind of, maybe a little circle with an exclamation point in it appears up there, like, warning! Or, like, the warning triangle. Hey, excuse me. We've done this one before. That'd be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick, actually. Because sometimes I forget. I think it's rare that one has exactly the same topic, but then again, we're doing a lot more like generically named ones than we used to. So I think it's getting more and more likely that a similar one. But then it's also like, you know, chaos, right? We just did chaotic, but chaos isn't gonna set off chaotic. So it's also like, oh, but like, we just have to remember to some extent. So actually, in that sense, it would be nice to have, yeah, just even like another button, right? Where we have, this is unused ones, but then there's a button with just a list of ones that have been used before. It's not what you had in mind, but that could work. A chosen list or something. Oh, I guess I didn't know what you meant. What were you thinking? Yeah, something like that could work. For sure, for sure. Somehow, you know, somehow implemented. I could see that being useful. Left tail spiky visible true. Left tail visible true. Okay, so that looks fine. Again, I still do not exactly understand why this stays here. Right, yeah, I don't, because we're saying that when the innocent dialogue is supposed to happen, that it actually sets that to not be visible anymore. So I'm just a little confused why that remains. Oh, I get it. I see why. That makes a lot of sense. We have to also make the left one disappear. That's why. That makes sense. Whenever it's a human, it has to be both of them that go away. That might fix that. Got it. So I still gotta make the tail. Yeah, you caught me. Alright, let's make that tail. So that's just gonna be called panel tail left, panel tail right within dialog box spiky. And really, it can just be this one or that one. That's all. What did I say it was gonna be called again? Panel speech spiky. We're gonna copy that. Wait, but they have to have different names. Otherwise, that won't work. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Tail. I see. It's just called panel tail left, panel tail right. Oh, okay, now we got it. So this is panel tail left. And this one is panel tail right. And I want both of those to be accessible as unique names. Save it. Looks good. Let's try it. Hopefully it's like better and not like worse. Oh, my disk space is low. It's probably just because I did a Windows update and it didn't like properly clear all this stuff. Wow, I need some disk space. That might be why the stream goofed earlier. Noted. All right, so I'm trying to get this spiky speech bubble to appear for enemy dialogue that does not appear for innocent human dialogue. There are NPCs in the game that are having a conflict, and the player can make a decision to help either the baddie or the goodie. And I'm trying to get a spiky dialogue box so that way it's a little more obvious who the bad one is. Okay, it's better. It's better. The tail is not working because we're not making the other one. We need to make sure that they're both invisible by default. There we go. Except it's picking the wrong ones. Actually, all the tails are picking the wrong, right? Because it's the opposite. I remember now. It's the opposite of the way that they're facing. So let's fix that. It's the left tail if they're on the right. And it's the right tail if they're on the left. All right. So let's go to the oh, might already be bugged. We'll see. Let's go to the next event. Give it a chance to load in differently. This game feels so much slower now. Oh, it's wrong. It's being very wrong. Why is no tail appearing? I might just need to restart it for it to work right. Let's just restart it. Sometimes it does need the old restart. But it's good, right? It's actually disappearing when it's supposed to. I'm not seeing any like terrible glitches. I might want to adjust the size of the spiky one so it's not quite as big. But especially, I think it's really good now that we don't have that border or that white background on the text. That makes it a lot better because we have more room to resize the spikes around it. You know, and then there's another thing to consider, like I might add more empathy events or like positions where they can potentially spawn in, which means that it might clip the text in a way that is an oopsie. Yeah, I don't know. A part of me almost, like, I'm not sure if I want speeding up to be a power-up. I do want it to be a power-up because I think it's a good, like, deceptive power-up because it seems like one, or like a troll power-up. Oh, it's still not doing tails. It seems like one... What in the world? It seems like one that's, like, really helpful, but then it turns out it's not. It's like a cursed power-up. How did I mess that up so bad? Like, real bad. Okay, if the human on the right is an enemy, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. It makes sense now. All right, we need to fix this again. Put all these back. I see, because we need... What is meaning left and what is meaning right is different here. I see what's going on. The problem is originally we knew it was always spawning on a human, and so it didn't matter if it was left or right. Anyway, I need to add more variables because there's the dialogue box on the left, but there's also the tail on the left, which is very different. Oh dear God, what have I done? All right, if the right is on the enemy, right spiky. If the right is not an enemy, right tail. If the left is an enemy, left tail spiky. If the left is not an enemy, left tail visible. That should be fine, that should make sense. We're making those tails not visible here, but we need more specifics than that. We can't just say left tail. We have to say dialogue left tail. We have to say dialogue right tail, which means we need a dialogue left right tail and a dialogue right left tail. It's so ridiculous. I love it. Bring it on. And I have to do the same thing over here. We have to, I mean, you might as well. I was gonna just like copy it. Fine, I'll just type it. I'll just type it. Dialogue left tail spiky. Dialogue right tail spiky. And I also have to make sure these are all correct, which they don't look like they're correct. Left tail, right tail, right tail, left tail, left, right. Okay. Copy this, change that to right. Left, right. Left, right. Wait a minute. Are you quite sure? Yeah, I think that is correct. What? Oh god, that's such a brain breaker for me. My brain is just, well, broken. Left tail, left right tail. Yeah, you did this wrong. Dialogue left tail spiky. Dialogue left spiky, tail left. Dialogue right tail spiky. Dialogue right spiky, tail right. Dialogue right, well, let's just do left again. Dialogue left. Oh, we are doing it 2 in a row? Okay, excuse me. Dialogue left, right tail spiky. Dialogue left, and then this becomes right. Chaos. Dialogue right, left tail spiky. Left. All these words are just losing their meaning to me. Dialogue right tail spiky. Right. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right. Right, left, right, left, right, 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 right. Left, left, right, right. Left, left, right, right. Hoo-wee! Had to disappear for a bit. That's cool. I think it makes the most sense if used in your new request system on your website. Yeah, you would want people to be able to request topics that have been chosen before. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, you know, there are, like, when I'm doing the game jam right now, because it's gonna, look, the website, the suggestion thing, it's gonna take me some time. I'm working on it. But it's mostly the, like, you know, the database, web dev stuff that's slowing me down. So that's gonna take me some time. So that means in the meantime, I am gonna keep using the wheel. And when I use the wheel, there are definitely moments almost every week where I'm like, oh, but wasn't that a topic? Wasn't that a topic already? And it would be super convenient if there was like a list of topics, like, look at this guy, just like ready to go, you know, like over here. Even just a dang list. But you know, it's not hard to fill out, you know, manually. But I am like realizing that that would be really useful. With that said, eventually, hopefully sooner than later, but eventually, I would want to replace the wheel. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take though. But yeah, generally, I do agree. But yeah, don't sweat it or anything. Like, obviously, don't worry about it. But from a technical perspective, I could definitely find value for it on the wheel. In those moments where I'm just like, there's like 10 seconds left to pick a topic, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, is this an old one? Whatever, let's just do it. All right, well, now I gotta implement this madness. The wheel is slowly being taken out back and ripped to pieces. I mean, it's a little sad. I know. But it's, you know, it's hard not to think of the voting as a superior system. You know, it gives everybody more like participative agency. It kind of gamifies picking a topic. It gets everybody involved more. And presumably, the people who are actually participating in the jam would be voting on the topic, which it seems like those are the people who should be picking the topic. So I also have this, I have a lot of ideas, right? So it's going to require you signing up in order for it to work. So you have to log in with an email or something, which also means we can collect user data, which also means people can say things like, we can have a question, like an optional question, of course. Are you participating in today's jam? Obviously, someone could just lie, but whatever. I don't care. And so then the results, we could see like 60% of the votes came from people who are participating in this jam, and it's like, oh, and if it's like, oh, if the number one topic is like multiplayer AAA or something stupid like that, right? And 100% of those votes came from people who aren't in the jam, or 80% or something like that. It's like, you know what? No, we're not gonna pick that one. We're gonna pick the one that most people who are actually participating in today's jam picked. I'm not saying that like is gonna like work logistically, but I like that in theory it opens up that possibility to like look deeper into the data, you know? Have fun complying with GDPR EU regulations around data collection. What? Wait, but like, aren't they just volunteering that information? Wait, what? When? But like, I guess I do have to learn about that. I mean, or so if okay, so if like let's say somebody had participated in a certain number of votes in the past, and I was to display, and it was to display, you know, well, whatever. I mean, look, okay, I shouldn't have worded it like user data collection. What I mean is, like, the results that are shown can be somehow reflective of who is voting for it. If you're going to be collecting user data, you need a privacy policy, and if that service is available to people in the EU, it must comply with GDPR. What is collecting user data mean, though? What does that mean? Yeah, you're, wow, I should do that. It seems like something I should do. Email counts with the sign up, I believe. Right. True. It's also, yeah. All right. I'll look into it. I'll do that. I'll look into it. That sounds like something I should look into. Your cyber degree comes in handy once again. I mean, wow. Wait, I actually have seen you like read a like contract once. Was it like for like the Unreal Engine, the Fab, like some free assets or something? And you like analyzed this like contract in like 10 seconds. Yeah. Not 10 seconds, but. Well, at the very least, I'll make sure I share what the privacy policy is, and maybe some people like Pressapire will chime in. Interesting. Noted. That is noted. Wow. I got some reading to do. I got some research to do. Well, we can always just not collect data. Also, I could just make it easier on myself and not collect any data. Yeah, unfortunately, like with the user sign up stuff, it's like I've become convinced that it's like necessary if I'm gonna have like a multiplayer experience. I mean, it's tricky, you know? Like I think about people who come through our game jam, right? And make a multiplayer game where we don't sign up with email, but we type in our name, and then that name is shown in the game to other players, right? Is that user data collection? Did that need a privacy policy? That's very different, you know, of a context than, say, the hypergame.dev website. Or even like the Q forms, where people fill out, you know, here's what my name is, this is what my game name is. Is that user data? Wow. Wow. I was today years old when I found out I am incredibly ignorant to something that's very important. What the heck's going on here? Ugh, I gotta make all this make sense. Oh my god. Dear God. Oh, jeez. Alright. So if these are for if the dialog box is on the right. So all these should have dialog box right. So if it's an enemy, we want to say dialog right, left, tail spiky. I think it comes down to personally identifiable information and also where the stuff is hosted. You agree to data collection on itch so that it can provide its service. There's a privacy policy. So you just give a privacy policy. Type it up. Do what you want. So if a game is hosted there, I think the privacy policy covers that use case. Oh. Wow. Wow. Fascinating. Tail, capital T. Human enemy is on the right. Left tail spiky needs to be visible. The tail. Yes. Correct. If the human on the right is an enemy, is not an enemy, we want to say dialogue right, left tail, visible true. If the human enemy is on the left, we want to say dialogue left. Thank you, Pressipier. I'm indebted to you for that. Not literally, but colloquially. Dialogue left. No. If it's on the left, it's the right tail. Privacy policy just tells users what data is being collected and what that data will be used for. GDPR requires extra things like the right to forget or the right to request data from the site. Verbal contract is binding! Is that in GDPR too? Dang! She sings my sorrow. Dialogue left, right tail spiky, visible true, because it's on the left, but it's the right tail and it's spiky. Over here, I'm definitely missing something, I don't care. Dialogue left, right tail, visible true. I'm missing stuff, I don't care, let's just play it and let's just see what happens. Verbal contracts are actually legally binding in Australia, but they're usually impossible to prove. Oh yeah. That's kind of interesting. It's a fun fact, right, Pressipier? It's fun. It's fun. Come on, it's all fun. It doesn't count as collecting data if it's fun. Duh. Oh man. Wow. A whole new world. I'm just like... And yet, it all seems so obvious now. We are having fun! Legalese is entertaining! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no, we got problems. Oh, we got problems. Legalese. I was thinking that too. I didn't want to say it though. Legalese. Oh, we got problems on problems. No, I was looking at that. Oh no, I spawned a helicopter. Dang it. Oh. The bullets. I haven't added any mechanic. That is to say, they always shoot a perfect shot. Unless you move out of the way. Oh my god. And then they randomly sometimes shoot a bunch. No! Oh, good. Ah! Dang. Dang. That's interesting that the empathy calculation came in after we died. That's probably not good. Probably shouldn't have that. That's probably a mistake. Why are the boxes being like this? Why are you doing that? Why is the spiky one appearing so early? Look at that. They like both appear in. The tails look correct. Actually, the tails look very correct. But we just have another angle problem, which I think is just gonna keep happening. Joe says, I could never be a corporate lawyer. Writing and reading legally seems like the most boring job ever. Dude, I was gonna be a lawyer. I was like very serious. I took the test in the United States that you take to become a lawyer. One of them. There's a couple. And it just like occurred to me that I really don't want to do this. Like it's so boring, and you just have to like be so proper and like on time and not have ADHD. Yeah, it was I don't want, no. I guess I was around a lot of lawyers at the time. Like I had a lot of friends who were lawyers at the time because I worked as like a legal intern, but I wasn't like a lawyer myself. And I just thought they were all so cool and smart, and I liked them, and I was like, I want to be like them. And when I told them I wanted to be a lawyer, they were like, don't do it. No. And I was like, because of me? They're like, no. I would tell nobody to be a lawyer. Or I would tell everybody not to be a lawyer. What's going on, man? I took what was working and I broked it. I straight broked it. I broked it all up. Broke it into a million pieces. Because I just had to be fancy. You know, positioning is weird, especially on the small text. Not the greatest. And for some reason, right when it starts, they both have spiky up. Is that just because this needs to be not visible? I think so. I think actually that's the only problem right now, which is so fixable. I might have to restart it. No, I think you're good. Ugh, the friggin' angle, man. That's the death of me right now. Oh my god. And yeah, like the two, like the more I separate them, the more at an angle they get. But there might be a way to kind of adjust for that, sort of. Like, is it just me, or is the game, like, infinitely more boring now that I'm not running all the time? Yeah, there's... Oh, and look, and the little... It's changing the way that it is covered up or not. Yeah, there's some problems here. We got a few problems. I'll admit it. Like, why? Why does that little black triangle show up? Because I'm not changing the fundamental like panels from each other. Oh, there's one that's not appearing. You know, and you can see it's jank. I've introduced a veritable layer of jank. Like, it feels really slow, right, guys? It's like the excitement in the game is, like, gone. There's something about it that, like, just is bothering me so much. I wonder if this isn't updating. I think I know what's happening. I think I have to restart it every time I adjust the C value. And some of them look okay because it already looked okay. But I'm just pushing it back further and further than it actually needs to be pushed back. I think that's something that's happening here. So I'm actually going to dial that back a bit. Stop this. We move from -0.2 to 0.64. That's such a huge leap. Seems really unnecessary. Let's try 0.1. Hide these to start. Save it and play it. You know, and yeah. It's a messy implementation. I mean, it looks like what it is, which is kind of tacked on. I didn't build it with that in mind. But after the fact, it felt so necessary. And in that sense, I like it. Like, I think that it almost makes it a little too obvious, like who's the bad guy, who's the good guy. Can't make the normal speed same as the current power-up speed and increase the power-up speed? Could, yeah. Totally could. I mean, the question now is, should I? Should I? I've almost never played it at this speed. I have just always been holding down run fast, and then occasionally I go slow. So I really never tested this speed. It's just completely untested. So I think there's room to be increasing this for sure. All right, let's move that to 0.2. Does that show up? No. Move this up to 0.3. Does that show up? No. 0.4. No. 0.5. 0.6. Wait, what? Why is it still not showing up? How high do you want me to go? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh my god. I went the wrong way. Okay, -0.2 looks okay. Yeah, I mean, I think... Yeah. That makes me think that, yeah, I should just increase it. Just do it. Just increase it. Just friggin' do it. If it feels bad, do it. Wait, if it feels bad, change it. No sense in just suffering. Yeah, when I think about it in that way, like, I actually, truly, absolutely have really never played the game without being able to run fast. Yeah, it makes me think we should increase it. And it's not hard. Yeah, it's really just... I mean, I do have to go make sure... I think there's like a constant to update. So we do have some of those oddities where that little triangle is showing up. And the text is like off-centered sometimes, but not all the time, which is really annoying. Like, I really wish it would make up its mind. Yeah, the speed is... Dude, it's painful. It's absolutely painful. You know, I want it to be enough of a difference that you notice it when you get a boost. But you're right, we can just increase the boost more. Oh, dude. I know why the triangle's appearing. Because we're hiding the tail that used to be there. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. The tail was covering that black triangle. Okay, I get it now. A little tricky, because we have to make sure that that's not then covering up. Is there any kind of like cropping we can do on this? I mean, if you try to shrink it, that's gonna be bad. Is that coming from the background? So are you saying, and if I were to duplicate this, make that unique, change it to the color white, and then resize it, will we be good? Kind of, sort of. You still have that, like, little bit poking out right there, unfortunately. Which isn't great. It just requires a few changes. You know, I mean, I could, like, rotate this back here. But that's not good. I could put, like, a little piece in. It's sloppy. It's a bit sloppy. It's quite a bit sloppy. Could add like yet another one of these. No, well, I mean, you kind of got to imagine what it looks like with it on. So put these back in. Yeah, because then you've got that corner. Alright, just try it. Duplicate this. Not great, but what happens if we put this in? It's kind of ugly. It looks so messed up down here. Oops. So hopefully that would be better. Maybe. Not perfect though, that's for sure. Save it. And then, you know, that off-centerness is kind of the next thing that's really bothering me. Assuming I've actually resolved that. The off-centering of the spiky dialogue from the spiky background is heinous. I don't know, it makes me kind of want to come up with a different way to indicate that it's bad dialogue, but it's just, it would just be quite right. In terms of increasing the normal speed, I think I would need to go... Well, I don't think I can do that here. I think I have to do it before I run the game. terrain velocity. And it's behind again. I almost want to see like that one go away too. That one in the bottom right. Which sounds annoying. You know, like that spike looks like it's supposed to be another tail somehow. But then it's not designed to wrap around there. It's just like, it's like very imperfect. Nearly to the point of not being worth it. Let's try negative 0.3, negative 0.4, negative 0.5, negative 0.6. Oh my god, why is it still not showing? What? Ah, so it's different depending on which side it's on. If it's on the left, it needs to be positive. If it's on the right, this needs to be negative. Oh, well, that's unacceptable. I can't live like that. So something else has to be devised to make that work. Unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the easiest but not acceptable way would be to say there's no depth test, because then it's going to appear above. But then it's going to appear above everything, including, like, buildings and stuff, right? Which would be terrible. Oh, it's... Oh, it doesn't even remember it, because I have to, like, what, refresh it. I'm quite sure this is not gonna be correct. Like, what no depth test is, it's like selective no depth test. So, I mean, there might be like a shader that could be written to tell it to only render above. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. It could. I'm basically certain what's gonna happen here, which is that it's going to render above buildings. The alien itself. Welcome back, gamer. But I just want to see it for myself. It seems to be interfering with the volumetric fog more than it was. We could try to set it to be just the text. Oh god, that's no depth test. Oh, there, you can see my cursor. I'm actually a bit confused what's going on. Oh, there it is. The text was right above it. Pressbar says, I think in another life, I probably was a corporate lawyer. Whoa. It's the only thing that explains my ability to read the terms of service before I accept. It is. Literally no other reason. Not like you value your privacy or anything. No, it's definitely, that's definitely that. Yep, I agree. Completely agree. I mean, it's admirable. Like, I try. I like, my value system is such that I think I should. But then I, like, start, and I'm like, whoa, I'm done. Get me out of here right now. This is a nightmare. Privacy, privacy. Oh, God. How terrifying. Yeah, the speed is too slow. We should speed it up. I mean, I also could go about... I think what might be a better alternative overall is I actually just make a fresh dialog box. Rather than me trying to do this weird thing that's wrapping around an existing dialog box. In theory, it was a cool idea. In practice, it's leading to more and more problems and little weird fixes that just make it just kind of a little sloppy. So I think that the spiky dialog box needs to be its own unique dialog box instead of this wrapper around the existing one. Unfortunately for all the effort that I've put forth. And I don't think like a GitHub thing is going to help me, because I think some of this is actually useful to keep. It's just a matter of figuring out what. And stuff. So really what I'd want to do is I'd want to make sure there's the same VBox. Right? That's really the only thing that differentiates it. It has different left and right tail identifiers. But as long as it has this VBox, we can just copy it and paste it, right? We just gotta find the right place for it to go. Well, that looks bad. We just gotta make sure that it has the same size, which right now it very much doesn't. My god. That's because of that control node. So it actually has to go outside of this control node for it to work correctly. There we go. Now, of course, it's considerably larger, which is not good. It's very not good. I can just make it smaller. Then it will be smaller. And I suppose I could just scale it up in a different context. 1109, 624, I need to find the pivot so I can scale it evenly and not get upset trying to adjust it. 554.5. .624 divided by 2. 312. And scale it down. I mean, it kind of exposes that this whole thing itself is not centered. So that should be dealt with. Now, this is one of the messages that's least optimized to fit even in the regular text box. So I'm not going to worry too much. But like some of them are definitely going to overlap. So we might have to make more adjustments at some point. And you can also move the text if you want to keep this more in the center. I think that would be okay. And then I have to make sure that everything actually points to this, because this isn't how it's been set up at all. Now, if I come back to dialogue and scene, I might even say get rid of this sprite 3D here. Like, what if we drop that into the sub viewport? Now, it's obviously quite tiny. We could try to scale it up. Of course, it's not going from the center. It would actually be a lot easier if it did have, for now, bottom one's visible, so I can just see how it fits. Gotta save it. Not well, is how it fits. This is not the way to scale it. Don't do this. Stop this. Stop this immediately. It would be nice to keep it in the same sub viewport, but if I want to make it larger, I'm gonna have to put it somewhere else. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll keep this second sub viewport here. I'm gonna delete that spiky one. We're gonna drop this in. I will keep this as accessible as a unique name. And there, it's pretty much perfect. Yeah, the text is in a slightly different position, but that doesn't matter. It's not going to be shown at the same time. Great. Then we just have to update references a little bit. Instead of doing this overlay crap, or this underlay thing, we just have to actually say, use this box instead. Okay, all right. Now I can do that. I can do that. So back on the empathy event script, we don't want any underlay stuff. That is garbage. It's trash. Throw it away. Borderlessness stuff, we don't want to mess with any of that whatsoever. No more messing with that. Donate it. Dialogue left, dialogue right. Left dialogue labels, right dialogue labels. Dialogue left spiky, dialogue right spiky. We now need left dialogue labels and spiky dialogue labels. So left dialogue labels spiky, right dialogue labels spiky. And this just comes from that and from that. The names are literally exactly the same. Make sure they're accessible as a unique name as well. They are. Yep. Okay. Now, we gotta come down here and correct all this. No more underlay stuff. That is all going in the garbage. We don't need the borderless stuff either. We do want the tails to be different. That should actually be the same, probably, I hope. Yeah. Let me make sure I hide the tails over here. It's gonna be too big. Like, I'm still gonna need to like adjust its size and stuff, but it's okay. So for the dialogue labels, we need to create a new one. Dialogue label spiky. That's a VBox container. And we're assigning that right dialogue labels spiky. Same thing here, except this one is left dialogue label spiky. Now we have to actually use that somewhere. I would say don't do that. I don't think this is a good idea. Don't do it like that. So instead, I would come right in here. Same thing. I mean, look, it's the same thing. It's just is right else. The difference is now we have one for enemies and now we have one that's not for enemies. So I would recommend instead, if it's on the right and it's an innocent, this is what dialogue labels becomes. If it's on the right and it's an enemy, this is what it becomes. That's it. And then here for the left, if it's on the left and it's an enemy, it's spiky. Otherwise, it's not. That's it. Then we can get rid of this. And then, yeah, we don't need dialogue label spiky. Okay. Whoo. Now, it might be a problem somewhere. But I think logistically this makes sense. Visually, it might be a little, because before I was like squishing it down and stuff, and now it's just like this full giant thing. So probably don't want to keep it that way. We'll just fix it. I don't know why I didn't do this in the first place. I mean, you know, the concept of just having a wrapper around it is neat and convenient sounding. But just turned out that logistically it's an entire mess. And this was a very easy other option. Well, let's see it in action first before I praise it. Oh god, I gotta make this faster. I can't stand how slow it is. It's just like, it's upsetting. Like, come on. Still got some weird alpha scissoring. Oh, we got problems. I'm a little confused. What's going on here? What is this? Why are you like that? What did I do wrong? Something. It's showing the text. Do we? Dialogue right visible. Ah, there it is, right there. We're not differentiating between whether it's the enemy version or not. It looks like it's still like borderless too, like there's some borderlessness happening. So let's fix all of that then. Over here, we want to make sure that it does have a border. There's our border back. Beautiful. and it's just loading the same one on the right, and it's doing the spiky tail, which is currently not visible. So I think we actually also want all of this. So I don't think we even need to do that. I think we just say dialogue right visible. I think we just completely cut that out. And we just come right back down into here. So we say, if it's an enemy, dialogue, and it's on the right, dialogue right spiky, visible true. You get the idea. Dialogue right, visible true. Dialogue left, spiky, visible true. Dialogue left, visible true. I'd love if I could just skip to the next one. Oh yeah. Alright, I didn't even need to skip to the next one. No problem. Oh my god, I have to increase that speed. How many times am I going to say that before I actually do it? I must. It is unacceptable. It is... I mean, look, on one hand, you want to introduce the player to the game gently. Oh, we do have a problem. Oh, we need to make it not visible. It seems like they're staying... I would actually go so far as to say I just need to restart it for that to work. Oh, I think we had this problem before. I don't remember. I'm gonna do that terrain velocity. I can't stand it. It's devastating. 11. So what's the boost? What is that terrain velocity? The boost terrain velocity is 30, up from 11. So I should really make that a variable. Let's try... This is kind of a lot, but I'm gonna try 20. And the boost, I'm gonna make it 40. And for now, I'm gonna put the boost back. So I can, like, you know, test it. This is quite a big difference. But, you know, I don't want to just, like, do it, like, a little bit. See if I notice. I want to just, like, push it. This is still kind of a little bit. It's not a lot. But it could be littler. Sometimes I like a little, sometimes I like a lot. I like a lot of things. Liking. Oh! I almost forgot. By the way, if you guys are hanging out with me today, thank you. Welcome. Glad to have you here. If you wouldn't mind, and you haven't yet, I hope you'll consider hyper smashing the like button. Press that like button. Like the stream, thumb it up, get those thumbs up. It means more people will see it now and in the future. Thank you for willing to do it. Press that like button. Thank you guys. Thank you. Sometimes we forget, I know. Like the stream, like the stream. Like it for Godot plushie. Like it for the Godot plushie. Don't do it for me. Okay. Oh, that's faster. Oh, I still got him on no depth test. Oh, that is faster. So it is staying up, which is not good. It is going back and forth between the messages, which is good. The borders have returned. We definitely have to get off that depth test. And we need to tell them to not be visible, apparently. I'm not really sure why I have to tell them not to be visible. Oh, I guess I do, right. I do know why we need to do that. I absolutely know why we need to do that. Okay, no problem. Easily fixable. Please get rid of that depth test. I'm begging you. Depth test is removed. And then, what was the other thing? Yes, we have to hide them. So I'm gonna go to, what you call it? Empathy event? We do absolutely have to say that the other one is not visible. It's a little messy because we don't necessarily, I'm not exactly sure. I think we can just say its counterpart? Well, we'll see. I don't really, my brain, I'm about 8 hours on right now. My brain doesn't feel like making sense of it. It feels like trying things and finding out what happens. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Oh, the speed. I felt the speed was a little too fast, actually. Well, maybe it was when I started speeding up, when I started running fast. So don't run fast. I shouldn't have included the boost because I'm just like, it's so natural. It's like ingrained in my soul to press the run button. I've played this game so many times on stream. I mean, I say on stream, but just in general. That's when I play the game. That's when I work on the game, is on stream. And I'm just so used to running. The only way to take it away from myself is to take it away from myself. Okay, but I'm gonna try not to press it. Feel the speed. It's very fast. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? I've made it so much worse. Why did I do it like that? Wait, what? I did that just now? Oh, I see. I set them all to true instead of making them false. Okay. We still have a problem because they're not, it's not hiding the opposite one. So is that as simple as saying, I mean, I kind of hate that, but are you saying I have to do each of these every time? Is that what it is? I'm really confused how what I did is keeping them up all the time. I'm very confused about that. If the enemies, well, the enemy's on the left on this one, that's why you couldn't tell. You have to do this one to try to test it. There we go. Nice. And I know, so I don't need to make left not visible because the left one isn't visible. I got it now. Okay. Okay. So the human is on the right, which means if we say dialogue left spiky visible equals false. For me, I have to do things tactily. I can't always just like, no, I'm not like big brain able to like figure that out. I'll just never be that. That'll never be who I am. Sometimes I'm more able to do that, but generally speaking, it's just not how I roll. if is right. And I think some people are critical of that and like are judgmental of that. And I know that like by making myself public like this, you know, that invites that scrutiny, and that's okay. But like, hopefully it can just like be a representation of like different ways that you can try to code things and still get a game done and still be a cool full game, or project or whatever, you know. I think we are exposed to a lot of coders who, whether it's on Stack Exchange or forums or YouTube or Twitch or whatever, who, you know, are much more able to resolve problems ahead of time before they become a problem. And I think that that's probably, I think that that's not the only way to be a coder. And I think that there's not a lot of people that you run into online who aren't that type of coder. Because obviously the people who are going to put themselves more in the spotlight are going to be the types of people who are a lot more effective. Anyway, I don't know why I said that. Alright, so dialogue right. So this one is on the right. That means that the innocent on the right, we don't need to say it's not visible, because that innocent, it doesn't matter, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna logic it. I'm gonna do exactly what I just said. I'm just gonna look for one where the enemy's on the right, and then we'll just fix it when it makes sense to me because I'm looking at it. Because that's the way the old brain works. Okay, enemy's on the right. Oh my gosh, that's actually too fast. Maybe. I don't know. So there basically should only be 3 things on here. 3 visible, not visibles. 3. Here there's only 2. If the innocent person is on the left, then we need to say that the right spiky dialogue becomes not visible. That should be it. Other than resizing this one, which we can do here. You know, I feel like the tail on the... I still got some like issues with the way the tail is set up on the spiky one, but... It's giving good enough. So I do want to scale this around. Was this what I resized? Yeah, because it's unlocked here. Oh god. Alright, I need to visualize this in here. We want to scale it on the Y. Oh god. Oh! Now it's scaling the whole thing and the text. Yeah, that's not great. Actually. So we can't really squish it here because it's gonna mess up the text, which we don't want to happen. So if I want to squish it, I actually need to come to the dialog box to do my squishing. This control node right here. And then of course we have to move it. Obviously, it's not great for comply or die. The rest of them are pretty good, though. I don't even know if comply or die in all large is one of them anymore. Okay. Looks pretty good. You know, I still have some problems with the design a little bit. But it's pretty decent. Is it gonna load the new one or the old one? That looks like the old one. So you just have to restart it, so it saves that one. I probably could have just Control S'd it as well. But it's getting there. I feel a lot better about it. And it's really clear, oh, I do want to slow down the player character. It's actually a wee bit too fast at this point. Yeah, it's going a little faster than I could ever want it, pretty much. Almost there. Almost got it. I sped up, of course. Okay, we already kind of vetted that one with the size of the spiky bubble. Speed is cool. I think it's a little too fast, maybe. Oh, it's the same one. That's the thing about random. I might even wanna have it be in an array, so it removes them and then refills it when it's empty. So that way we don't get repeats in a row. Give up now. Oh, dang it! Give up now does not look great. Seems like it's the big top text. I might even want to just like scoot it over a bit. Like, we could do that. It's like allowed. Nothing wrong with that. I like this speed. This speed is a lot better than the slow. My gosh. Yeah, I'm thinking I do want to add that array. It's just personal taste, you know. I like the player to experience variety. You know, obviously there is a lot of repetition, but the less the better, in my opinion. Oh god. Okay. Stop. Give up. See how that's comply or die. It's so weird. It seems like almost like even by being on the left, it's like offset a little more or something. But again, it also just seems like the big ones. I mean, We Own You Now did look a little moved over. So I don't know. We'll see. We're just messing around. So I'm just gonna take the top large for now. And I'm just gonna scooch it a bit. Oh, I can't scooch two at once? Or is it because it's not visible? Rude. Oh wait, I can't move it all. Oh, because it's in the control. Right. Forgot about that. Gotcha. That makes sense. So I would have to adjust like the margin container or something if I wanted that to be over more, which is going to affect all of them which is very likely undesirable. So, you know, a bit imperfect, for sure. And you're kind of getting back into, like, some awkward fudging territory. Just, like, fudging a little this way, fudging a little that way. Introducing a bit of sloppiness. A touch of the sloppy. Alright, let me see what the rest look like. Oh, save it. Otherwise... I mean, I don't even know if saving is going to be enough. Oh, that's the same one. Yeah, we have to restart it. I'm going to try just a little bit slower. I kind of like the speed that it's at. There's something a bit nice about it. So it was at 11 before. Let's try 16. A bit more moderate. So we're bringing it down by about 4. Whoops. Let's go back to the player script. Whoops. Another whoopsie. 30. Let's make it 35. So that's gonna be very fast. I mean, if you think about it, we're doing what? What'd I say? 16, 15? 30 is still gonna be pretty darn fast. Let's just try 32. 30 is what it was at before. But we're still going like twice as fast. You know, but it should be really obvious. I want, like, if the player picks the speed boost power up, I want them to feel it, man. I want them to be like, like, holy crap. What did I just agree to? You know, I want every power up to really feel like a new thing. Like things just changed. It's wild to think we're still on level 1 of the game. But I'd rather be on level 1 than level dev room. Oh, see, now this feels a little slow. That feels a little slow. It didn't take much to feel too slow. Okay, we kind of already know this one is where we want it. That was scene 4. I will say, it does seem like there's not a lot of variety in the positions, but that's okay. Ah, the repeating. I hate the repeating. I'm definitely gonna do something about the repeating. It bugs me. Bugs me a lot. Oh, again! What in the world? Pick random? You sure about that? You got a favorite there? Yeah, this starts to feel too slow again. Okay, here we go. There's a different one. Nice. Oh, stop resisting a little far over to the left there. Which I don't love. Yeah, it's tough because it's like an asymmetrical bubble. So some of them are gonna fit better than others. You know, and everything's gonna mess up some other thing. You know, now give up is gonna be too close to the right. Like, there's hacky ways I could fix this. I could add into the dictionary a space on the word resisting. It's hacky. I know it. You know it. Oh, look. It's right there. Oh, we'd actually want to do like a percent or a /n and then a space. That's certainly not going to update until I restart it. In that case, I'm going to adjust the speed again. So we did 20. Let's just do 17. Just a little bump up. I actually think the boost could also be faster. You know, it's a bit pedantic to go back and forth like this and nudge this, nudge that. I'm sure there's a way to really make sure that that spiky one works well for every possible size. And maybe I will do something like that. But I'm gonna hang on to the hacky sloppy stuff as long as I can. Because ADHD and 8 hours of work will do that to you. Oh, we're at the 8-hour mark. Interesting. Oh, I started running, as always. The speed is good, though. I like the speed. Okay, we got a different one. Eat lead looks good. Get back here. Looks good enough. Obey or die looks great. Eat lead. It's a little weird, but looks fine. You know, it's not perfectly centered. It's not as well centered as the other one. Maybe it speaks to the unhingedness of the enemy. Oh, this speed is nice. It's not super easy, but it's also not overly punishing. And I don't feel like I'm like, oh my god, hurry up. Let's make sure this one is fine. Oh, it's the stop resisted. That's really all I did, was move that resisting over. Let's try the speed. See, that could be a little faster. It is definitely a boost, but I think we could even make it more intense. You must obey. Ooh, eat lead weakling. Ooh, we're in charge now. Some of those are looking a little off. I can get hacky with it. And I'm gonna. I really wish this said we are in charge now. You can. You want to put a space there. This one might not fit. It might fit. We'll see. And then weakling. Let's do a /n, a new line, and then a space. See if that works. Gonna have to restart it to test that. I'm gonna, before I restart it, I wanna see what the stop resisting turned out like. Okay, we just saw that one. I'm gonna do it. I mean, not tonight, but I'm gonna add in randomness to that. It's something that's gonna bother me. It's gonna keep bothering me. Guarantee it. Saw that one. We own you now. Give up now. It's fine. This is not stop resisting. Yeah, it's fairly insipid dialogue. It's not really meant to be deep. That's not the one. Oh my goodness. But see, we would have already come across it by now if I had that. You know, guarantee that it doesn't roll the same one twice in a row. Well, it wouldn't really guarantee it doesn't roll the same one twice in a row. That would be a little more complicated than what I was thinking. But we could do it. Dang, that stop resisting. It's holding out on me. There it is. I think that's better. I think it could be pushed even further, which makes me think we should probably push these further too. Let's just look for all the /n's. Not that one. Speed-wise, I think it's all pretty good. I think the only thing I'd want to change is actually make the boost a little more punishing. So let's bump that up to 37. 40 was... It was a little overpowered. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't horrible. It was a little strong. It was a little much. Again, I do want it to be kind of a cursed power-up. You know, unless you're some kind of speedrunner. And you want to speedrun it. Sometimes I'm not sure about, like, adding in speedrun features. I mean... You know, I feel like a lot of speedrunners just use frickin' splits anyway, right? I don't know if building speedrunning into a game makes it more likely to be speedrun. Maybe. No, it probably does. I think at least when I play games that have times, I try to beat that time. Did we do whining? That... Oh, stop resisting went on a new... line. That's not good. So we could only get so far over with that one, unfortunately. Don't love that. I don't love that. I could shove a margin container in there. Oh. But then that's going to affect all of the multi-line small messages on the enemies. Whoa, that's a lot. Oh, we're in charge now. Oh, you can't just be... You can't just... Oh, you can't just add in spaces. You can't do that. What did I just do? What? Oh, I created a new... No! No, don't do that. I didn't even know you could do that. At least not that easily. I like duplicated the script that was open. Please no. Please don't do that. And the margin container thing, because the good thing is, you know, I've got all the references with the access as a unique name. So if I want to adjust that, I can. It might get a little funny trying to do that in real time. Screw it, let's do it. I'm gonna add a margin container in for the multi-line small. Because some of the multi-line small look really good. But, I mean, you can really clearly see here how it's more to the left than the right. Oh, it's... right. Boo. I do have to restart it if I want to make sure that's updating in real time. So I'm gonna do that. Because it just would be nice to be able to see it with like different text sizes. Really glad I got that speed. I gotta give Joe a credit. Joe didn't like exactly tell me what to do or like how to do it, but the fact that you were just like, well, you can just do that, right? I don't know, it's just like, it inspired me and I appreciate it. Do we have something more specific? Helicopter movement, grab movement, terrain movement. Yes, it is terrain movement. That is what's moving, is the terrain. So Joe, you're getting a terrain movement credit. Yeah, this just feels better. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, because it's just looking for all the children in margin container. I know, it is nice. Wow, it just felt so good to just like speed that up. Really felt super good. I actually can't just put a margin container in there. Unless I add all those labels to an array differently. But that's gonna suck. I'd want to say like variable actual labels array. And just make it like empty. And then say for actual labels in dialog labels get children. Well, you wouldn't want to type it actually in this case. I guess I could set that up in here. We could say, don't type this anymore. For label in dialog labels get children. If label is label, actual labels array append label else, so it wouldn't even be label anymore, it would be node. If node is label, do all that, else actual labels array append. Oh, and we'd want to say this is node. Append the children of the thing that's in there. Then we have to change this to if node name. Well, except we don't want to say node anymore. So we don't need to that would be a separate for loop, actually. Right. Come back here. So we'd instead want to iterate through for actual labels array. Crazy name, I know. Which we should make sure is typed to label. Sorry. For label in actual labels array, then do all that. That could work. Yeah, I thought the accessible as a unique name thing would work, but it's actually not relevant to this. Notice these aren't accessible as unique names. And that's because I just wanted that to match the dictionary keys that had the same names. We'll see if I logicked that correctly. We shall see. There is a chance. Nice. Nope, not nice. I screwed that up. Trying to assign value of type array to a variable of type label. What? Oh, whoops. What's this supposed to be again? When you're iterating through an array? I forgot. I forgot. All? That's a Boolean. Front. Get type script. Max min, pick random, pop at. Well, they're actually... I forgot how to do this. I gotta ask the other chat, because I don't remember. Whoops. How do I iterate through an array of nodes that are typed as labels in GDScript? I'm trying to iterate through an array of nodes that are typed as labels in GDScript 4.3. I forgot how I do that. Wait, I just do that? Is trying to do the type, is that my mistake? Is typing it? Let me see what that array is. Actual labels array has all these objects in it. And they're all labels. Has them all in there. Oh wait, one of them is an array. Oops. There is an array in there. It's odd sometimes, yeah. Wait, how did I put an array in there? Why would it append an array? Why would you do that? How does that even happen? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It appended top large, top small. I think it must be this. Else append node get children. Oh, because we said get children. It's appending the entire get children array. I just want to append one child. But if I say get child, it's gonna require me to like specify which one, right? I mean, there's only one in there. So I think we can just say get child 0. That was my mistake. And so all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a, now that I have that, I'm trying to get a margin container wrapped around certain messages that are in the spiky speech bubble, and then be able to like kind of shift it around a bit. And before, all of these were in the same, were children of the same node. Oh, what'd I do? Invalid assignment of property or key text with value of type string on a base object of null instance. Oh, yeah, that's different now. That's true. That's in a new place. So make this accessible as a unique name. So I really should actually make all of these accessible as a unique name. Should have all along. Just in case I wanted to wedge a margin container in there. That's okay. I'm doing it for all of them. Every single one. Wait a minute. Don't put it in here. That's incorrect. Doesn't belong in here. It's the wrong place. This is the dictionary. Only where it says get node is where you want to do that. Okay. Just want to change one little thing. It's not always that simple. Given Jenga tower. Except, you know, less devastating. There's got to be a better analogy than Jenga tower. And if there isn't, there needs to be an analogy for that. I guess the analogy could be you change one piece of code, it affects the rest of it. That's not fun. I just want this text to look nice. Look good enough. What? What now? What is it? The same thing? Oh, because it's different in the spiky one. So if I want to fix that, I have to come over here and make these accessible as unique names as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But wait, if the... Hopefully that... We might still have a problem. Because if on that one it tries to do that for loop, looking for a subnode, if it doesn't find one, is that bad? I mean, I'll throw a margin container into the other one too, I don't care. I'll do anything, man. Just be cool. But of course, leaving room for ultimate flexibility is also good. Nice. We got there. So I don't know if this one had anything I wanted to adjust. Get back here is a little over to the right. He leads a little over to the left. I mean, there's so many little problems. Spade does feel kinda slow, but it's okay. Oh god. Okay. We own you now, very far to the right. A little further than I think I'd want it to be. Did we even add any margin yet in there? Oh yeah, we did. You betcha. Oh, it's so hard because it's up there for such a short amount of time. Alright, I can live with that. But does it make things like stop resisting fit better? And now that I've got a space next to resisting, like, does stop look too far over? I know, it's so pedantic. I know. That's the same one. And you have to save it if you want that to propagate. I think. Hopefully. I still can't help it, I gotta go fast. Oh, okay, so eat lead winkling. We are in charge now, we're having a big problem. So we have to adjust the margin on the right side as well. Or, wait, other way. We gotta go into the negative. But then the margins are like messed up. No, it's okay. That's not bad. It's so hard to just do it a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Unless I do it a really little bit. Or negative both ways. I guess that's what we wanted. Alright, let's look at the next ones. Sit with the normal speed. Sit with the normal speed. Now this feels too slow. Oh, it just didn't save it. My bad. So it didn't propagate. Ugh, this is kind of grueling. I kind of hate this. Get back here is a little offset, but it doesn't like bug me too bad. I hate how random it is. Yeah, we own you now. Of course, looking a little too far over there. To the left. Okay, save that. That stop resisting one, it's apparently quite rare. Despite it having a theoretically equal chance to be chosen. Are we sure that's updating? I don't think that's updating. There we go. If I just like do one little change, it'll update it, which is fine. I'd rather that than doing it over. And so that one's so far over. Oh my goodness. Wait, but do you have to also do this one to see it? Oh my goodness. I think this may well be hopeless. I'm about to die. Don't underestimate this speed. Also, you should eat one of the enemies so you don't die. Oh, dang it. Oh no, I got the helicopter. I gotta really go fast. Going fast does make it a lot easier to avoid bullets as I get shot and die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man. I'm getting a little burned out on this task. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Everything was fine, and I had to add a spiky speech bubble. I just had to have it. Couldn't live without it. What, am I not gonna have a spiky speech bubble? What do I look like? Someone who just doesn't have spiky speech bubbles? If I want spiky speech bubble, I'm gonna get spiky speech bubble. At whatever cost. Right? Right. I gotta go fast. Good enough, fine. These people are mean. It's kind of bumming me out how mean they are. Like, I don't want these negative messages in my head. We own you now, a little far to the right, but if everything else looks perfect, I'm happy. Dude, why is stop resisting so rare? I mean, it has to just be luck that's making that be the case. It's literally just picking random between 4 choices. But my lived experience is that it rarely gets chosen. I don't trust Godot's default ranges. Randoms, I mean. Scene 3 was that one. The next one is scene 3 again. Oh my gosh. Come on. Scene 3! What in the world? Why is it always scene 3? Oh wow. Why is it always scene 3? Stop that. Stop that at once. Scene 2. I don't need scene 2. Give me scene 1, please. I suppose scene 4 would be acceptable as well. Scene 4 and scene 1. Come on, scene 3. It loves scene 3. It is all about the third scene. That's its favorite one. Scene 3. Oh my gosh. Is it a coincidence? Is it? Scene 3. I'm just looking at the prints in the bottom left. Next one is scene 3. What? Okay, come on. It's just a coincidence. Scene 1. Oh. Finally. Looks pretty good so far. Stoppers. Oh, it looks so much better. Yes. Yes. Thank you. It looks so much better. Stop resisting. It looks super centered. Oh my gosh. All right. Now give us scene 4. Be a doll and give us scene 4. I swear to God if it's scene 3. It's scene 3! Oh man! Come on! It's ridiculous. Scene 4, alright. We got it. Don't die. We own you now. Yes. It all looks good. Alright. I feel good about the way these look. Now, I did want to add in some, like, animations and stuff to the, you know, the scenes. So, like, they were, like, running around and moving a bit, switching between, like, walk cycle and things like that. I'd love to make a gun. I might make that during the member stream on Monday, actually. That might be a good member stream task. God, I've never made a gun. That'll be interesting. I do that in Blender every Monday for members only. There's a join button below the stream on the channel page if you want to learn more about the membership or you're interested in checking that out. Yeah, I'm excited to keep working on this. I'm really glad we got the speed change. So okay, today was enormous progress. So now the dialogue happens between these characters in the empathy event. Hello, Kai Guy. The dialogue happens. It's there. It's going back and forth. And there's different scenes that it randomly goes between. I gotta say, it's not as random as I'd like, but that's all right. At least it's mostly, it probably is random. It's just luck of the draw is making scene 3 just be very popular. So it goes back and forth. We've got a spiky one for the bad guys. Very obvious. This is a bad guy. We've got a nice, yeah, progress for the win. We got a nice rounded one for the good guy. And you know, there's still a lot I want to do. Does it have a clothed shoulder? You can see it's not all camouflaged, apparently. So there's like a few like little bugs here and there, but you know, generally we got this empathy event having a conversation and the animation is there just ready to be animated. Really simple to just get that in there. It's gonna be a breeze to animate. I'm really excited to do that. And yeah, we changed the speed of the level a bit. It was a lot for sure. To comment how Tiny Kitty's head looks from this angle. That's so tiny. I know, it makes him look huge. He's not that obese, I promise. He's a little obese, but not that obese. Yeah, so I'm super proud of this. There's a lot more to do, but the good thing is it's kind of good enough. It's kind of good enough. Oh, it feels fast. Oh, that's so speedy. Oh, I ate the innocent one. I didn't even mean to eat the innocent one. Well, I'm evil. Hello, my name is Lise. I'm an evil alien today. That is what I've done. I have accomplished being evil. Thank you everybody for coming through, hanging out, chatting with me, helping me when you did, even when you didn't help me. I still appreciated you. I'll be doing a game jam tomorrow, and you guys can do it with me. It's like the most fun thing we do here. Someday we'll be doing a lot more community events, but for now, that's the way it is. Yeah, it's a little furry triangle. Just petting him. Yeah, really happy that this is going. It's kind of, I mean, it's something that I've envisioned for a long time in this game, and it's nice that it's actually here. So many things to work on, It seems endless, but every day we get a little more done, and that makes me happy. So a game jam is going to be tomorrow. Monday member stream, I'll probably work on a gun for the enemies, which is going to be wild. And that's it. I'm streaming next week, so I'll see you guys then. Leave a like. Don't forget to do that. If you're watching it after the live stream, you might have forgotten. It's possible. If you're watching after the live stream, you'll be able, actually, funny enough, to tap or click in the bottom left. It's possible. Yeah, right here. Tap or click there. And you can see the last live devlog that there was, which is pretty cool and might be interesting to you. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog I'm gonna do. I really hope that I see you there. All right, guys, good night.